Hello and welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, and this is it. We're in the penultimate round and the intensity has reached boiling point. In the open section, we have a frantic six-way tie for first place, whereas in the women's section, it is Vaishali leading the charge with 7 points out of 9. From this point onwards, it's going to be a tale of grit and resolve in the most ultimate battle of nerves. Well, who's going to win? I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a pleasure to have been sat alongside you, David, for a long time now, like coming up to 10 days.
Long time. It's been, this will be day 10. It's been long sessions, the last few days especially, 7-hour stints here for the players, for us too. But as you said, Jovanka, it's all been building up to this. Today is the crunch round with some massive pairings. Yeah,
we have some incredible pairings lined up. I'm very, very excited about this one. Let's see if the players will also provide the fireworks, especially when we saw them last night celebrating Bonfire Night in the Isle of Man. And first of all, let's take a look at yesterday's round 9 results. Well, we started the round with 4 leaders, and there you can see the top 2 matchups were the battles amongst the leaders, and that ended peacefully in 2 draws. But it was in the chasing pack where we saw a victory from Hikaru Nakamura and Maghsoodloo to mean that they also joined the leaders into that fantastic 6-way tie. Yep. And let's take a look at the standings.
Yeah, standings, you mentioned it, 6 players at the top and also 6 players chasing them. We've also got to the stage, Jovanka, where we have to discuss tie breaks, and the players are sorted according to tie break order right now. If there's a massive pile up after the final round, after round 11, then this will be the only way we can separate them.
Yep. And take a look at that, because actually what's very interesting is that number 7
Alexander Predke.
Alexander Predke, I would guess. Maybe a new competitor. Yeah, it has actually a tie-break rating performance of a 2700.
Yeah, so this is the average of opponents' ratings minus the lowest ranked opponent. And right now, from the leading score group at least, it's Andrei Esipenko, meaning that from this point onwards, draws might suit him more than they suit others. And for those on the lowest tiebreak scores, for example, Bogdan Daniel Deac in 5th there and Parham Maghsoodloo in 6th, it's going to be hard to win the tournament or qualify for the candidates via tiebreak, so they might need to win one or 2 of their remaining games.
Yes, and needing to win against such distinguished opposition is going to be very difficult. But let's take a look at today's. First, there we have the official rules of the tiebreak. The first first distinguisher is the average rating of opponents, and cut 1 means cut the lowest rated one.
That's right, and as we see, small asterisk at the bottom there, all forfeits and buys are cut from the calculation. So we will find a fair way to determine the winners. Hopefully it won't come to that though. Maybe we'll see one player emerge from this pack now.
Maybe. Anything can happen in these last 2 events. And today, round 10, take a look at the top of the table. Hikaru Nakamura faces off against Fabiano Caruana. The US number 2 facing off against the US number 3.
Yeah, just incredible just to witness this pairing finally. It feels like it's been building up to this. Hikaru starts with the white pieces, so he'll be aiming to put some pressure on, knowing that maybe a draw won't be good enough for him if he wants to win the tournament outright. Meanwhile, on board 2, we see Bogdan Daniel Deac against Vidit. And board 3, Esipenko against Maghsoodloo. Those are the 6 leaders.
They are the 6 leaders. And David, you called it the chasing pack, the half a point behind them. And there are 6 players there as well. And I just love the balance, the symmetry. 6 players in the top, 6 players chasing. What is going to happen at the close of round 10? Well, we will find out. We'll keep an eye on all of these games.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to, even as far down as board 7, where Hans Niemann takes on Anish Giri. We'll be keeping you up to date with all of these top boards, of course. And on that note, let's move over to the Women's Grand Swiss.
Yes, and there we could see the results of round 9. And Vaishali, she is in just domineering form. You know, she just seems to play better and better. And yesterday, she overcame Antoaneta Stefanova with the black pieces, simply outclassed her. And whereas it was a peaceful draw between Leah Garifullina and Anna Muzychuk, Tan Zhongyi also entered into second place with her victory over Sophie Millier.
Yeah, so lots of decisive games, as we're used to at this point in the Women's Grand Swiss. The key victories being for Vaishali and Tan Zhongyi, and that does lead us on to show the standings. And atop the field is Vaishali with a very decent tiebreak as well. She's half a point ahead of Anna Muzychuk and Tan Zhongyi, who she'll face later today. And at this point, most of the leaders, they've played each other, so any win here is priceless. Any result here, a win might even guarantee Vaishali a spot in the candidates if results go her way.
Yep, and certainly the whole of India will celebrate if she plays in the women's candidates alongside her brother Prag, who will be playing in the open candidates. And well, take a look at those standings and take a look at these pairings. And David, you referred to it earlier, but Vaishali will be facing off against former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi, whereas Anna Muzychuk plays the Peruvian number one, very natural player, Cori Daisy.
Yeah, and Antoaneta Stefanova taking on Leah Garifullina on board 3. There's plenty more at stake. There are some norm opportunities potentially if certain players win their last 2 rounds. But either way, our eyes will be glued to the top of these standings, to the top boards.
Yeah, completely. Oh, I'm very, very eager for these games to get going. And one nice name to see playing on the top is Pia Kramlin, who says she simply plays for the love of the game. She's the oldest competitor in the women's section, grandmaster, legend in her own right. And she will be facing off against Anna Ushanina.
Yeah, so on board 6, we'll be keeping an eye on that one. Nice to see Pia Kramling rising through the ranks as the tournament wears on.
Yeah, and there we go. Our cameras are back in the venue, the Villa Marina here in Douglas. And we can see Fiona just there. And also Antoaneta Stefanova getting ready to go to her board. And Bibisara Esaobaeva, she was on the hunt for getting her 3rd and final GM norm, but that is now over.
Yeah, so no Grandmaster norm likely for Esaobaeva, but still a chance to rise up through the ranks. She'll start this round on board 5 of the women's section, and she's one of the earlier players to arrive. We still have 7 minutes before the game starts. What are your predictions today, Jovanka? Will we see a peaceful day before tomorrow's climax of the event, or will we see players take big risks as they jockey for position?
Okay, so I suspect that top board in the open section between Hikaru and Fabiano might be a long draw.
Yeah.
Or a short draw. But either way, I think it will be a draw. And when it comes to board 2, Deac against Vidit, now this one I feel like it's going to be a full-blooded fight.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we can check out let's visit this game with Vidit as he meditates, as Anish Giri photobombs in the background. Maybe we can check out some of the head-to-heads of the top boards, because Nakamura, Caruana, of course, they've faced each other plenty of times before. This is just their classical head-to-head.
Yes, and there we can see, well, Fabiano edging it with 1 extra win. So tight, 32 draws. When I actually went to search them, I saw that they had played like 166 games in total, and they've had some epic matchups, especially this year. Recently in the Norway Chess, Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in the very last round to take away the title and this first place. And here we can see their path throughout the tournament.
Yeah, their paths to the top. They started in very different fashion. Nakamura starting a bit slowly, drawing his first 2 games, but then going on a winning streak between rounds 3 and 5, later adding a win yesterday. Whereas Fabiano burst into this tournament, sprung to a great start, winning his first 2 games. Got bogged down in a few draws, but has won a couple since then in rounds 6 and 8. And having the white pieces today, a double white for Nakamura, probably a good sign for him.
It is a good sign for him. And with the white pieces, he can simply press. And there we can see the head-to-head scores between Bogdan Daniel Deac and Vidit Gujarati, and we can see that Vidit has the sole win in their encounter.
Yeah, they've only played once before in classical chess, and that was won by the Indian Grandmaster Vidit, who's also been doing great this tournament, but has slowed down a bit recently with a few draws here and there. And this one, Bogdan Daniel Deac, he's extremely dangerous with white. We saw his tiebreak earlier. He might need to win this one if he wants to get to those candidates. And these are their paths to the top, where Vidit played the Grand Swiss Gambit, lost his first round, but stormed back.
Yeah, he stormed back, and there you can see 5 victories almost in a row. Whereas Bogdan Daniel Deac also had somewhat of a slow start, but then picked up in round 6 with notching up a 3-win streak against Jomebayev, Yakubov and Wojciech. Yesterday, having the better of a draw against Fabiano Caruana as well, with the black pieces.
Yeah, good signs for the young Romanian player who's here ready and focused. Let's move to board 3, where we see the final 2 of the leading pack. Andrei Esipenko against Parham Maghsoodloo. And interestingly, Andrei, with the white pieces, he has the best tiebreak of all. They've actually beaten each other once before, once each in classical chess. So this one, it's a hard one to predict, Jovanka.
It is a very hard one to predict. Parham played a magnificent game yesterday against Alexei Sarana. Really just outclassed his opponent. Well worth playing through. Andrei Esipenko has been relatively solid. I mean, he has hardly had any blips, and when he's had scary moments, he's been able to navigate them through without too much difficulty. And there we can see their path to the top.
Yeah, their paths to the top. Andrei Esipenko with the best tiebreak from the leading score group, and that's because he burst into a great start. He won 3 out of his first 4 games. He then drew against the likes of Caruana, Nakamura, so he's actually played the top seeds already. He slowed down with a few draws, but also won a beautiful game in round 8 against Vincent Keymer. Whereas Maghsoodloo, he's on a roll. He's won 4 of his last 5, 4.5 points from his last 5 rounds. And judging by how he analysed with us here in the studio yesterday, he's going to be a hard man to stop.
Yeah, he will be definitely very difficult to stop, but it's all going to be about nerves. And when it comes to the women's section, we see Vaishali facing off against Tan Zhongyi, and once again, only one classical game, and there Tan Zhongyi was the winner. And Vaishali also closing in on the Grand Master title if she can get to the golden 2500 rating. And there we have a matchup between Anna Muzychuk and Daisy Cori, and surprisingly enough, it is Daisy Cori who has the advantage.
Yeah, the lower rated player, the younger player, but with the superior head-to-head. Will that come to fruition today? Will she continue her great run against Anna Muzychuk, who is half a point ahead of her? If Daisy Cori wants those candidate spots, if she wants to finish in the top 2, she might need to win with black.
Yeah, and that would be an absolute sensation if she managed to qualify. I'm sure the whole of Peru would be just absolutely ecstatic. And there we can see top board in the open section. Hikaru Nakamura looking up at the ceiling. He's facing off against Fabiano Caruana. Now, yesterday we were told, actually, that the players were visited by a murder of crows. And I said it and tried to do a Scottish accent. I don't know why I tried to do that.
That's the collective word for them.
It is, but I don't know why I tried to put it in a Scottish accent. That was just weird.
We're in the Isle of Man, Jovanka, not Scotland.
I know.
But meanwhile, yeah, the crows were disturbing the players somewhat. We were wondering whether Nakamura was calculating by envisaging a board on the ceiling, but nope, he was just disturbed by those birds. Were they crows? Were they rooks? Who knows? But either way, here we are about to see the players begin. And big moment as Nakamura needs to show whether he's in the mood for a fight.
Yeah, and we are going to see okay, handshake. It is showtime, folks. And what is Hikaru going to open with? And he picks up the e-pawn, and we'll see whether Fabiano does the same, and he absolutely does.
Okay, so e4, which Nakamura has been relying on a lot this tournament, and Fabiano has delved into the Sicilian of late. Of course, he released a very popular opening course on a branch of the Spanish recently, so I'm interested to see, okay, it's the Petrov defense, not any Spanish sidelines there, and Oh dear, Nakamura brings out his other knight, not allowing any main lines. It's the 4 knights variation, the 4 knights game. And it's the 4 knights scotch after this pawn push in the center, known as a very solid, whisper it quietly, drawish line that Nakamura is employing here.
It does have a touch of venom, though. But maybe not at this level.
Not in recent times, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Lots of forcing variations here.
Yes, and I do remember that in Norway chess, Ari used this particular variation to almost force a draw against Magnus Carlsen. He later apologized to the to the crowd and said, "I'm sorry, but you know what to do when you're facing Magnus Carlsen." But yeah, the bishop now comes out to pin the knight against the king, and now there is a threat against the e-pawn. And there we see the knights trade off. This is all very standard. Bishop will come to d3.
This opening, at least the 4 knights these days at the top level, as you mentioned, it's used when you want to eliminate all risk. Certain variations, you get a small niggle, a small pull. You can put a bit of pressure on black's position due to white's superior pawn structure. But yeah, everything's been worked out these days in this opening, especially because everything is so forcing as we see. Knights off the board, the center opening up. Black has 2, 3 even main moves here. You can simply recapture the pawn. You can even just castle because you have big threats against the white king in the center. Or if you really want to force the issue, you can play moves like bishop to g4. I'm expecting to see black castle first of all, and you can make that decision a bit later. There we go. He does get his king to safety. The threat of a check is too big. White needs to get castled himself, as Nakamura does. We're already 8 moves in after 1 minute. Players, blitzing at this point.
They are blitzing.
And what happens next? A big moment. If Fabiano plays c takes d5, the game will go on quite a long time. We'll see some strategic maneuvering where black has an isolated a-pawn long term, so maybe slightly worse than any endgame. But okay, this is promising. I was slightly afraid we'd see bishop g4 and lots of draws there at the top level. Fabiano, he chooses the more fighting approach as black.
Yes, he actually pushes his h-pawn 1 square forward. And, well, according to my old knowledge, this is actually to secure the f3 square for the queen. Because I did actually win a game a long, long time ago by, after the queen came to f3, they forgot to go h3, and somehow you just trap the queen with an eventual bishop to g4.
And now that has been cut out, h3, a nice waiting move. And Fabiano has various ways to approach this. He can simply play rook to e8. If he wants to cut out any pins with bishop to g5, he can play the move h6. And, okay, you can play rook b8, you can play bishop to e6, lots of moves here. You can push the pawn 1 or 2 squares, depending on your mood. Okay, I'm glad. I'm relieved. This game will go on. No forced draws. I'm really glad Fabiano played c takes d5 rather than play bishop to g4, previous move, when he was allowed to do so. That one, I was afraid, might fizzle out quite quickly.
Okay. Well, on that note, let's go to board 2, where the players are playing at what appears to be a snail pace. We did see Vidit. Well, he paused, as always, before making his first move and went into some meditative state. And then finally he opened up with the Sicilian defense.
Yeah, it's all relative. And after being treated to 8, 9 quick moves in the Nakamura against Caruana game, this one, as you mentioned, it feels like it's mind games. I'll just mention a few things. This, of course, is the Sicilian defense, as we see Bogdan Daniel Deac not really trying to be creative at the board. Of course, he's seen this all before, but he chose e4, which he does from time to time, but he also opens with d4, c4. Even recently in the European Club Cup, he won a very nice game against Arian Tari with 1a3. So he does like to freestyle. And talking of freestyling, Vidit, not employing anything too solid with e4, e5, goes for the Sicilian, and it looks like this was a surprise. Maybe Deac here, he expected Vidit to be more solid, but this is inviting an open Sicilian and some real combative chess. And yeah, we mentioned both players may be needing to win with their tie breaks. So this one will be fascinating. Vidit inviting a fight.
Yep. And let's move down to board 3, Andrei Esipenko against Parham Maghsoodloo.
Okay, and Parham Maghsoodloo has launched the first surprise in this game. Just judging by the clock times, we're 7 moves deep here. Should we do a recap?
Yep, let's take a look at this Catalan.
As we see players watching this one in the background, it is Andrei Esipenko's move. As he starts the game with white, he starts with the Catalan. We actually thought he had prepared the Catalan earlier in the tournament, for example, against Fabiano Caruana, who managed to cut across those plans. G3 early is a way of forcing the bishop to G2, occupying the long diagonal, and this is a move order trick to prevent, for example, the Queen's Indian defense. D5, so a transposition to the Queen's Gambit declined, and the bishop B4 check variation.
Intercepted with the bishop, bishop E7.
Black drops back.
And black is trying to argue that the bishop is not the best placed piece there on D2. Would much rather be on B2. That's the whole rationale. But H6, surprising move, but it has become trendy. We saw Anish Giri employ a similar plan in his game earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, H6 tends to be a very useful waiting move in a lot of these variations anyway. For example, as you mentioned, Jovanka, often this bishop is misplaced. It wants to be either around on B2, or this knight actually wants to occupy D2. That's one of the other main reasons you drive the bishop there. But if it ever lands on F4, if it ever moves again, now there would be ideas of G5 to attack the bishop, or at least knight to H5 to kick it back. And in the meantime, we do see those exact moves, as we predicted on the board, Queen to C2. And just a very typical Catalan, but black having played this slightly odd H6 move, so taking the opponent out of opening theory as early as possible. Yep,
and that is very much Maghsoodloo's style. I mean, Maghsoodloo is a fabulous player, absolutely fantastic, but if I was going to say there was one small weakness, it's probably in his openings. He's not as cutting edge as the rest of them. He's very much a maverick, he likes to go his own ways, and I've noticed one thing about him, he's excellent in cramped positions.
Yes. Well, especially when he broke onto the scene as a teenager, early, kind of in his early teens, Maghsoodloo. He was severely underrated, but he literally used to sit there on his back ranks and just kind of curl up into a ball, kind of only strike later. He's really capitalized on that style. Meanwhile, he interestingly gave an interview of just 3-4 years ago saying he worked 16 hours a day on chess. So for someone who works 16 hours a day, surprising that their openings might be their weak spot.
Yeah, he's a man who doesn't do things by half. I mean, I also once, I don't know whether it was but he once went shopping for 11 hours.
11 hours.
11 hours is pretty good. But David, I actually, you know how you like to play on words, make puns, etc.
Yeah.
Well, I decided to consult ChatGPT.
Okay.
And see what kind of play on words it could make on the players' names.
Uh-huh.
Are you interested in finding out? Some of them are really bad. And some of them are not okay. They're okay, actually.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you think it made of Fabiano?
Fabulous Fabiano.
Yeah, fabulous Fabiano. Yeah, you got it. And the Hikaru Nakamura one was quite good. But it just took the surname.
Okay, I'm struggling. I've never thought of one for him before.
Yeah, Naka Knockout.
Naka Knockout, wow.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
I like it.
And for Deac, it said we could use the word deactivated.
How did I not think of that before?
But then this is where it really gets appalling. So it's really bad, David. Okay, so for Maghsoodloo, it really struggled here, but it came up with Maghsoodloo magic.
I was thinking this the other day, like cock-a-doodle-doo, Maghsoodloo. But I couldn't get it into a sentence.
Maghsoodloo. No, it's terrible. So anyway, and Esipenko, it just gave up and just said Esipenko Enigma.
Yeah, Esipenko KO.
Yeah.
Knockout. But let's keep those puns coming, Jovanka. We need this stimulation for our brains after 7 hours each day. But in the meantime, this is the top board. Not much has happened here. We saw C5 actually very quickly from Fabiano and Nakamura playing Rook D1. So just one trick in the position I'll mention. If Caruana rushes and plays C4, this pawn can simply be captured due to the d-file pin. So clearly some deep preparation here from both players, and Nakamura getting the most recent decisive result between these two, as you mentioned earlier this year, maybe with slight psychological edge.
Yes. And okay, let's move down to the players on 6 points. Vincent Keymer against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Okay, this one also progressing similar lines actually to the Esipenko against Maghsoodloo game. This time not quite a Catalan, but Catalan-ish, I would say, as white starts with knight f3, allowing the Queen's Indian, which is for black to fianchetto. That's the kind of rationale behind Esipenko's move order of playing g3 first. There's always move order tricks in the opening. You don't allow black to play b6 and plant the bishop on b7. So knight f3, he did take this opportunity, Fedoseev, as he likes to do actually. He's played the Queen's Indian most of his career, this opening, just trying to neutralize the long diagonal. And after a few moves, castles, rook to e1, one of my favorite lines. Black just plays rook to e8, which I must admit I've never really seen before. The trendy move, there goes Giri in the background. The trendy move tends to be knight to e4 these days. Everyone's playing it, but there are, of course, others. d5, knight to a6, queen to c8. Rook to e8 looks really mysterious because, as opposed to white's rook clearly having a purpose of pushing the e-pawn forward later, black's rook looks a bit stuck. Really strange stuff from Fedoseev, but clearly preparation.
I think he's gearing up for this particular move because he's expecting Vincent to actually take the pawn. And if you do that, and after black recaptures with his own pawn, then the rook has some purpose. You know, the bishop can drop back to f8. Even a knight can even end up on that square.
Yeah, so the rook, he's expecting it to come to life in the near future. And suddenly, I said black's rook was the inferior one. Suddenly the white rook looks a bit silly on e1. So, yeah, mind games, small subtleties in this opening, but nothing drastic yet. The acid test of black's opening, I believe, would be for white to play a move such as knight to e5, just to kind of create a pin on this diagonal. But, of course, Fedoseev will have ideas there to neutralize white's pressure.
Yes, absolutely. And, well, let's move down to board 5 because, you know, some people have decided to take big risks and take a look at the opening between Sam Sevian and Arjun Erigaisi. And you learn how to pronounce this opening.
No to boom. I used to call it the note boom variation, and we got a very stern telling off from our Dutch producer. No to boom.
No
to boom.
No to boom. No to boom. Don't know.
Say no to boom. Okay, so let's go from the start because this is one of the most risky openings in chess. Erigaisi clearly outlining his aggressive intentions in this game with black. We see the Queen's Gambit declined, and a few moves down the line, the triangle variation, but there's some venom here because if white doesn't play a move such as e3 to defend his c-pawn, then black does finally intend to get greedy and accept the Queen's Gambit in a way that the pawn can actually be kept. Normally in the Queen's Gambit, if you accept it very early, you drop the c4 pawn back very shortly, but here you cling on to it as long as possible. a4 puts some pressure on, black pins the white knight, and white breaks that pin. Black plays a5, which looks mysterious until we see that in this position, white plays the move b3, guaranteed to now win either the c4 or the b5 pawns back. Black is just banking on returning the pawn and creating this queenside majority, the two connected pass pawns now. White's got the bishop pair though, white's got the center, and it's just really imbalanced, this position we see on the board, Jovanka.
It is completely imbalanced. You know, white does have the initiative, but black has all the long-term fun, you know, with those outside pass pawns. And we saw this particular opening earlier on in the tournament, and there white just simply tried to overwhelm in the center, but it's a huge dynamic battle.
Yeah, massive dynamic battle. That was the clash between Jan Krzysztof Duda and his countryman Matusz Bartel. And yeah, I believe in that game, white played knight to d2, and very quickly played e4, even played f4. So it was very much center versus a wing attack. And it still takes a bit of preparation for black to push his pawns. So yeah, this one strategically just balanced on the edge of a knife. And great to see this, the players declaring that they know they need to win if they want to qualify for the candidates.
Absolutely. And Sam Sevian and Arjun Erigaisi known for their fighting style of play. So let's move down to the final match between people who are on 6 points, Alexander Predke and Yuri Kuzubov.
Okay, and this one's another Queen's Gambit declined, but far more traditional variation, far more classical stuff. I'm surprised to see Predke thinking this early because he's normally super well prepared and he pretty much religiously plays these openings, plays d4. This should not have come as a surprise to him. Kuzubov, also this is his main repertoire, playing the Queen's Gambit declined. So we see the exchange variation. You showed us some ideas here yesterday. Jovanka, you played this yourself as black, right?
Yes, I do.
And okay, rather than the classical move of playing a quick c6 or rook to e8, he first kicks the white bishop, and it's probably just a coin toss. Which way do you go back?
Yeah, so obviously he's thinking about perhaps putting the bishop back to f4.
That's the reason he's thinking so deeply right now. Bishop h4, I think, is the traditional move, and in recent times, Magnus Carlsen and pretty much everyone Magnus has ever worked with has started playing bishop g4, clearly cooked up in the Carlsen camp. And the idea is that actually after the white queen comes out to b3, you just sacrifice this pawn and you play for very quick development with black, often with a quick c5, arguing that white's king is a bit stranded in the center. So maybe he's aware that this is a really trendy variation. If bishop g4, for example, if white blocks with a knight, black's actually just happy to trade off because that bishop's normally very bad in the queen's gambit declined. You just trade off and you set up very solidly with this pawn structure. So maybe he's actually contemplating going back the other way. And I'm not sure what the difference would be if black does play a move like bishop g4, but one added opportunity, one added ingredient here for white would be the fact that you might be able to use this h6 pawn as a hook. For example, you could be justified now in playing moves like g4, g5 and breaking open the king side because white's king's quite flexible and actually can castle the other way.
Yeah, and actually just kind of referencing an earlier game that Kuzubov had against Erigaisi, and there he hadn't played h6.
No.
And he still faced a dangerous onslaught there on the king side.
Yeah, so Predke, we know he likes to attack. He's normally a pawn down by this point as white. He's been a pawn down in every white game by move 10, move 15, because he's so aggressive. I'm definitely at least hoping for something like this.
Yep.
Predke with a good tiebreak, but he does need to win if he wants to join the leaders. And he goes back to h4 eventually.
Okay.
The more traditional move. Maybe a trade on this diagonal later between bishops.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is a super interesting start. And let's go and check Hans Niemann against Anish Giri. And Anish, well, not many moves played. And, well, looky here. Anish has out the board. Perhaps his coach was watching and told him off. You're walking too much.
We love it. He's always on camera, no matter where in the tournament hall we're focusing on. And, okay, not too many moves here. It's just move 5. We'll do a quick action replay. We started with the English opening, maybe in honor of us, Jovanka. c4 from Hans Niemann, but a quick transposition. Actually, not quite a transposition yet. I was going to say into the reti, where white brings out a knight very early, and white's just staying flexible. White could play d4, and the game would go into a Slav defense, most likely. But instead, staying flexible with queen c2. This hints that white might set up with b3, bishop b2 on the long diagonal.
It's also very interesting that Anish put his knight on d2, d7, sorry. So is he getting ready to go e7, e5, which is an idea that I have seen, but I've seen it in context with the bishop going to d6 first and then gradually playing e5. But then you want to keep your knight on b8.
Yeah, so there's a few ways to play this as black. I used to play this setup all the time myself as white for a year or two. And after e5, white takes back on d5. He does play it. And now, unfortunately for Anish Giri, his hand will be forced. He cannot take back with the c-pawn, as would be desirable here. Black would establish a nice strong pawn center. But unfortunately, knight to b5 would leave white a bit embarrassed. Leave black even a bit embarrassed, because knight c7 check is pretty much unstoppable. Hitting the king, hitting the rook, and you'll be forced to lose castling rights at the very minimum. So after e5, if Hans Niemann does take, which he pretty much has to now, he said A, he has to say B, then Anish will take back with the knight, and it looks like a reverse Sicilian. There we go, Hans Niemann takes the pawn. So for example, white will act in a very flexible way. You can play a3, you can even play d3 or d4, and it's the open Sicilian, pretty much, with just colors reversed.
Yeah. Well, that one is definitely one to keep an eye on. And maybe we pop over to board 8 against Levon Aronian, against Samvel Ter-Sahakyan.
Okay, so Levon Aronian pretty much in a must-win situation. This is his only road, only potential route to the candidates. He's 1 point off the lead, so he needs to win both of his last 2 games. There goes Giri in the middle of our cameras. He's everywhere. Okay, another English opening in this one. Levon just stuck in a bit of a drawing rut the last few rounds. He plays d4, trying to challenge the black center very quickly. We see Levon in his colorful shirt on the right of your cameras there. e4 now by black, trying to build a big pawn center, and this is prevented. Every time I see this opening, it tends to be Levon Aronian, either on the white or black side.
Yeah, he played a very similar structure, right, in the US Championships against Hans Niemann.
Yeah, very similar structure with colors reversed pretty much. And bishop d2, this is a check. This was blocked, and now the bishop's come off. The problem for black is this pawn is a bit isolated. It's socially distancing itself from the rest of Black's army, and playing a move like f5 is quite committal. f5,
Yeah, sorry.
quite likely, but go on.
Yeah. No, I was going to just add to that. Well, one of the downsides is that you block in your light square bishop.
Yeah, one of the many downsides. Also, the knight can come round later, and e6 tends to be a bit of a target, as it's a bit of a hole now in Black's camp. Also, you're behind in development, so White would be justified in trying to break open the center quite quickly. And if instead he defends the pawn with a knight, then actually this pawn might just get rounded up in the near future. You've got to be really careful. White can add some pressure onto it with the queen. Yeah. And White's knight can also come round knight g2, h3, g4, knight round to g3. There's all these typical ideas of rounding up this this straggler on e4.
Yes, I like it. Actually, I really like Levon's opening here. Well. And before we go over to the women's section, I see a lot of moves being played in the Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana encounter. And Fabiano just taking the queen out to a5. This is all, let me just check. This is all very much theory, isn't it? Because I feel like I've seen it before.
Me too. I'm not a huge opening expert on the 4-knight Scotch, but I have played it with both colours, and it's just a very typical position where White has some kind of strategic advantages, but also has been quite committal. And look at how quickly they're playing. I've got a fear that this might not last too long, but let's go back to the last time we were here. We saw queen to f3, the move you suggested, c5 and rook d1, and we said, okay, some pressure on the d file. Black decided to break that pressure. You could play quietly, you could play h6 if you want to stop this bishop g5 idea that's incoming in the game, but instead he gives up his bishop pair just to break the white pawn structure. Queen to a5, immediately targeting some pawns, but it's not actually attacked, as we see in the game. After bishop g5, Black could not take this pawn, because bishop takes h7 check would be a nasty surprise for the black queen. So bishop g5 met by knight to e4.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess the only move is bishop takes knight.
Yeah, this is an attack. If bishop takes knight, it will be recaptured. And if white takes this pawn, queen takes c3. It's just opposite color bishops. Queens, rooks will probably get traded off in the near future, and very, very level. If Hikaru wants to play on, maybe you can just keep the tension, keep the queens on, at least line up with the black king. Some big threats now of bishop f6, bishop h6, using the g-file pin. The knight has to be eliminated, as he does. He takes it. Giri's always in the background of all of our shots. He just turned away. He didn't look too excited about this game either.
And who is this player?
That's Jaime Santos Latasa.
Ah, yes.
And Fabiano's back at the board. Forced move. We're 15 moves in, and we've only been going for 20 minutes. Jovanka.
Yep. Looking like it's going to be a draw, but let's have a look at what happens if he goes queen to g3. Yeah, you know, big threat of bishop f6 or bishop h6.
Yeah, the only move to keep the game going. If we see queen takes e4 in this position, we'll see a handshake for very, very quickly. Queen g3. Okay. The
king. I guess the king can step forward, or even you can go bishop f5.
Yeah, possibly bishop f5 just to block the g-file. This looks quite healthy for black. That being said, white can land a rook on d5, maybe put some pressure on this c-pawn. Bishop e7.
Yeah.
He has to keep the queens. Come on, Hikaru, entertain us. And it's a dilemma for Hikaru Nakamura. He does keep the queens. Yeah, I say keep the queens, I mean just don't take this pawn. Yeah. He does keep the queens on. Queen g3. And yeah, there's some kind of background here. Of course, Fabiano's already qualified for the candidates, right, Jovanka? But Hikaru, he's actually a big favorite in terms of the end-of-year ratings.
Yes.
So even if he doesn't come top 2 in this tournament, as long as he maintains his rating, he's probably there in Toronto next year.
He's got a big lead over his nearest rival, right?
Alireza
Firouzja hasn't had the best of tournaments here. And here, talking about the 2024 FIDE candidates, these are the players that have already qualified. Nepomniachtchi, because he was the runner-up in the 2023 World Championship match. He lost to Ding, and Magnus Carlsen, Pragnananda and Fabiano Caruana all earned their spots in the World Cup this summer.
Yeah, and if Magnus does turn down his ticket, as he's expected to do so, he has announced publicly he will, then it will be Abbasov, who's also playing in this tournament, who will replace him. And okay, Nakamura most likely going to be there joining Fabiano, but we want to see a fight in this game if he wants to win the tournament. I actually think the result is Not going to affect things too much for him, so he might as well go in and risk it, but he's clearly got the handbrake on here. He's clearly not playing with too much risk. There goes Giri. Okay, I think king h8, Jovanka.
I think king h8 as well.
Just safe.
Don't concede any squares.
Yeah, now there's no real tactics on the g-file. White has the inferior pawn structure with some weaknesses over here, so white needs to compensate with some activity. Maybe rook d6 looks tempting. I'm not sure why, but land it in the black camp.
And
this ideas of h4, h5, h6. It's a bit slow.
It is a bit slow. I mean, could you also have ideas of queen e5?
Queen e5. Setting up.
Watch this though. That's not the real threat.
Ooh, that's not the real threat.
Yeah.
So if I play like rook b8.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Ooh.
No, obviously I would go bishop h6, but if I just wanted to set up show the drawing idea.
Ooh, this would end in a repetition.
Yeah.
Check. Check. Check forever. But yeah, your other main idea, the scary idea. Actually, I've walked into it with rook b8. This bishop h6, and white would just be winning. If f6, then this bishop drops. If black defends with rook g8, then I've accidentally put my rook on b8. So now when it gets captured, queen takes b8 would win for white. So actually, yeah, queen e5's very tempting, actually, after king h8. I'm not sure how black deals with that. Maybe rook e8 just to defend. I want to meet bishop h6 now with f6.
Yes.
And of course, if white ever takes this pawn, then we'll transpose back into that line where the c3 pawn drops as well.
Yep. Okay, it's looking like a very equal game. We'll see what Hikaru will make of this one. And let's go over to the women's section, where Vaishali is facing off against Tang Zhongyi.
Let's go to that one. And wow, this is far more exciting. Tang Zhongyi, it feels like she's taking big risks strategically to try and overtake her opponent if she wins.
And how did they get to this position?
Yeah.
It looks like it came from a Sicilian.
It did. And not the traditional Sicilian that we're used to in this position, the open Sicilian. We saw, the classical variation where black brings out knights and puts a pawn on d6 very quickly. White plays bishop g5. This normally leads to the Richter Rouser. I always liked that name when I was young. Some pins on this diagonal. Often black plays the move e6, bishop e7, castles quickly. But here she chooses a much more combative approach, bishop d7. Tang Zhongyi allowing her pawn structure to be ruined. Oh, sorry, g takes f6 here. So black's structure is not very fluid here. It's a cluster of pawns. It controls a lot of squares, but it means there's no real safe haven for the black king. And bishop b5.
Yeah.
Not super keen on that one, but she wants to get rid of black's bishop pair. And after castles, queen d7. Some big threats already, potentially queen h3. The white king not feeling too safe on g1. It's a bit reminiscent of the Nakamura game where there's some ideas on the g-file.
Yeah. And actually, this position has occurred once before between Lenia Dominguez and Richard Report. It was a draw. And let's have a look at if my computer is agreeable. And there, because of the queen h3 threat that you mentioned, queen to d3 was played.
Yep, defending the bishop and covering this square.
And then after bishop h6.
Okay. What was the result of that game?
Draw.
It was a draw. Okay.
But those two will never. Richard, I don't think is capable of playing a quiet draw.
Yeah.
After a4, I
A4.
guess white was just all about consolidating their pieces. And after a6, bishop takes bishop. You don't step back. Yeah.
Okay. And a bit of a weird pawn structure. Black has all this central control. We could see e6 in the near future, but ultimately the black king should be a bit more vulnerable than the white king. White will even block out this black bishop on h6. We do see the kind of overview there, all of the evaluation bars on the top 10 boards in the women's section, and it does indicate that white has an advantage, at least according to the computer, but I think this is part of Tang Zhongyi's strategy. She just wants to make it as imbalanced as possible, and in terms of the pawn structure, Jovanka, in terms of the piece configuration, it's very imbalanced.
It is very imbalanced, but considering how exceptional Vaishali has been in these very aggressive, unbalanced position, is this playing into Vaishali's strengths?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Yes.
She loves to attack. I think perhaps it's more psychological. Vaishali at this point, she knows that 2 draws would most likely get her a spot in the candidates next year, even if she doesn't win the tournament. because Anna Muzychuk and some of her other rivals, they've already qualified for the candidates. So maybe she's just saying, okay, no safety for you here. You can't take any kind of cowardly approach. You have to go all out, and that's hard when you're already leading the tournament, when you've got something to protect.
And also, Vaishali is not just playing for the candidate spots. She's 8 rating points away from a 2500 live rating.
Yeah.
And, well, this is the moment where the nerves start jangling.
Yeah, if she wins this game, she'll win about 6-7 rating points. She'll be literally
so close,
touching distance. She'll become a grandmaster sooner or later. I don't think that will be on her mind too much. It's going to happen in the next, if not here, then in her next tournament or two. She's just playing so well right now, but yeah, certainly in the back of her mind.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, she does trade off the bishops first. I'm surprised by that. It feels like you could have waited with queen d3. Looked like a nice move to keep the tension. Now you've immediately given the black the option of playing e6, d5, breaking out in the center.
Yeah, and black has very stable pawn structure there.
Yeah.
I like your idea a lot.
Maybe she's going to play queen h5, knowing her, just tying black's king down to f7 so black cannot castle queenside. Also hinting on a good day of grabbing pawns.
But I guess you could also just meet that with rook to g7, couldn't you?
Yeah, rook g7 at the very minimum.
And try to argue some maths, right?
Yeah.
Queen 9, rook is 5.
This is true. A queen not doing too much other than attacking the pawn. The big question I was going to ask Jovanka is a queen trade, queen g4, for example. Who would this favor now with the pawn structure?
Yeah, that's actually a much more pertinent question. I feel black.
Yeah,
I
agree.
mean, black is going to go e6, and then I love your plan of going d5. Put the bishop on d6 or e7, I don't think it matters. And then the king is closer to the center. And these central pawns are just so much easier to navigate because the rooks can do the work on the wings.
Yeah, rook on the b file, rook on the g file, and attack with the pawns in the center. So Vaishali, of course, she's not timid like I am. She doesn't allow the queen exchange. She plays f4. Okay, this is much more up her alley. Attack. I'm not sure what it's attacking, but I think actually the pawn will just happily sit on f5 in a lot of variations, closing the position down and locking up the black bishop. Often in these pawn structures, for example, if bishop goes to h6, it somehow needs to sit on e5, and then it's a beautiful piece, but if it doesn't get there, which it cannot right now, then it tends to be just a bit stranded, staring at thin air, often just a target for white's pieces.
Yeah.
So Vaishali, this is really impressive, just not backing down from a fight despite her tournament lead.
Yeah, she's been in fine form this month. And let's move down to Anna Muzychuk against Daisy Cori.
Okay, wow. Every piece on the board. Daisy Cori, you've played her before?
I've never played her,
Okay.
no, but she has the a very kind of easygoing style. And I feel like the Peruvian players, they modeled their play on one of their legendary players, Julia Granda Zuniga. And, you know, he doesn't know that much openings, but can play very naturally, very easily. And before you know it, you've got a bad position. And Daisy has the same kind of ease. She maneuvers the pieces. She plays something unorthodox.
Yeah, her brother also known for this. He's an Olympic gold medalist winner, strong grandmaster himself. He's not here though. And talking of kind of freestyling in the opening, yeah, definitely feels like the Peruvian players, they just kind of dedicate their time to studying other parts of chess.
Yeah.
The opening, they just want to survive. And look at this, Jovanka. It's the modern defense with black not challenging at all for the center, but not just that. She goes for the hippo defense, the hippopotamus defense. And she just wants to fianchetto both her bishops. As we see shortly, she brings her knights to the center. And wow, bishop on b7, knight on e7. The other knight normally wants to go to d7, and almost symmetry in black's camp.
Yeah. Do you know, I just remembered I have played Daisy.
Okay. I mean, you've both been top women for so long. I assumed you had done.
Yeah. I don't remember my games, and then suddenly I'm like, yeah, you did.
How did it go?
It was a draw, but I was actually a lot better, probably maybe even winning out of the opening. But then, she kept wriggling.
Yeah, she kept wriggling. And in the meantime, earlier in the show, we did mention there's a head-to-head between these two, Jovanka. They played each other twice before. Daisy Cori was victorious both times against Anna Muzychuk, but it was a while ago.
It was a while ago, but they were games from 2010 and 2012. But I can tell you, Anna Muzychuk was a very strong player then. She was a grandmaster for sure. And I think she crossed the 2600 mark around that time.
Yeah. I played in 2009, Anna Muzychuk, and she was around 2590, 2600. So, okay, great results for Daisy Cori. And Anna, she does remember these things. I've seen interviews in the past where she wants to settle scores. And, 97, Queen E2 just played.
I would if I could remember them.
No, me too. Jovanka. Okay, Queen E2. What do you make of this position? White's played very classically, like occupied the center. Nice piece configuration, a bit more space. Black's very much going hyper-modern chess, just fianchettoing and being very provocative, kind of curling up into a ball here.
Well, objectively, I love White's position. You know what I mean? White's pieces are just super well placed, especially the knight on e4. Whereas the only good piece that Black has at the minute is the knight on e7, which can jump to f5 or maybe even d5. So yeah. I'm kind of vibing for White here. You know, again, also Black. Where is Black going to put the king? You can't go queen side. You can't go king side because h4, h5 is going to happen, and it's just very easy to just have the space. Yeah, but then again, I can see White making the happy moves and it's struggling to come up with a effective target to attack.
What next? Yeah, that's always the question in these positions. Everything you've kind of set it up. It's everything looking beautiful, but you need a next step. And talking of the kings, Black's king, unclear where it's going to land up. What about the White king? She's after all pushed her A and H pawns, so it's less clear as well for White where she wants to park up with her king. What do you think? Prediction time.
I'm going to stay in the center for a while.
Okay.
Can I choose that one?
Commitment issues with the king here.
Yeah. It's just really difficult to... Yeah. And somehow I suspect that Anna Muzychuk might even just sacrifice a piece.
It's her style. You're thinking maybe...
I'm thinking
for example, H5, G5, maybe even sacrifice.
Knight takes G5 and yay.
H6 coming, knight F6 check coming. Yeah, it looks really scary for Black. Yeah. And
maybe you can even go H6, like.
H6 immediately.
Yeah.
In this position.
Yeah,
Oof.
Totally. Because if you step back with the bishop.
Oof.
Oh, bad move because your king has got no escape squares after F6.
Smothered mate. And I just want to point out as well one nice aesthetic part of this position. There's a traffic jam on the e-file. Every single square on the e-file is occupied, and that's quite rare in chess.
That is very, very rare. Oh, you're so good at spotting those patterns. I completely didn't notice it at all.
Yeah, we nearly saw the H-file fully occupied the other day in a nice win by Vincent Keymer, but this time maximum tension, all pieces on the board, and yeah, this one, just like top board, is going to be shaping up nicely for a full-blooded fight.
Yes, and let's move down to board 3, Antoaneta Stefanova against Leah Garifullina, and did this really come from an e4 opening? Because I've rarely seen Antoaneta open up with a king's pawn.
Yeah, it feels like Antoaneta, she's freestyling normally from move 2, move 3. This whole tournament, she's been surprising her opponents early on. And we saw it was an open Sicilian, but not with a recapture on d4 with a knight, which we've seen in various games so far today. Instead, queen takes d4, and once the queen gets kicked back, a few moves later, she simply steps it to e3 and argues that she's got a small space advantage. So it's got the contours of an open Sicilian, Jovanka, but you're right, it does kind of make a funny impression. This queen on e3 looks a bit odd, blocking in White's bishop, and also Antoaneta not known for this type of opening at all.
No.
I can barely recall one instance of her opening e4, as you mentioned, throughout her entire career.
Yeah, I haven't seen her do it either, and I've played her many times.
What's your kind of overall impression of Stefanova as a player?
Very good at endgames, like really good, technically very good. Pawn grabber. She takes huge risks in order to win material and very resourceful.
So watch out for her going...
And maybe not so good at the openings.
Yeah, just it feels like she likes to improvise a lot, and these days that's a risky strategy with everyone so well prepared. I was going to say watch out for her going pawn grabbing. I don't see any weak pawns for black. So as long as you keep everything protected, maybe a good idea. It definitely feels like this is a must-win type of game for both players.
Yeah.
Clearly outlined by her strategy, surprise weapon. Garifullina, we saw her yesterday come very, very close to a Grandmaster norm. She was held by Anna Muzychuk in a slightly better endgame. But I do believe if she wins both of her remaining games, she might still get that norm. So big, kind of important rounds for her as well.
Yeah, huge moment for her if she manages to secure a Grandmaster norm. It's always getting that first norm, which is the most nerve-wracking. So we'll keep an eye on this game, and let's go over to Mainava and also check out her opponent, Munguntul. Munguntul also yesterday needed to win or draw her game in order to get a Grandmaster norm. Let's see how she's doing against Mainava.
Another unorthodox opening. It definitely feels like in the women's section we're seeing some really creative play.
Is this a Is this some weird Caracan?
Your favorite opening, Jovanka?
Yeah, I haven't seen like it done with a pawn on d3 like that before, though.
Okay, so you're the expert. Talk us through this Caracan opening.
Ah, okay. Knight c3, d5. Yeah, okay, so this is so far so good.
So the two knights variation.
Yeah.
We see the knights the pawns disappear and knight f6.
Yeah, and then queen e2. And now, whatever you do, do not develop your knight from b to d2, because that would be a terrible moment for you in chess, because after that, the knight would come to d6, and on account of the pin, that would be checkmate. And so many people have fallen into this.
Including titled players.
Yes.
So, yeah, definitely one to watch out for. Another smothered mate, the second one we found today. But of course, black doesn't allow that. Black instead takes the knight on e4, forcing the white queen out. Still well-known theory.
Yeah.
I've played this move queen d5 myself as well in the past, but there are others available to black. There's bishop e6, there's knight d7, there's even queen a5, my favorite. But okay, we see an early offer of a queen trade. Mainava says no. And okay. Actually, I've seen this all before.
Yeah. Didn't you play the game?
I played this
against Supi.
I remember you telling me actually that this was a mistake, and I knew that I was being very provocative in that game. But there, black got a good position. I was black after castling, but bishop f4 is supposed to be the refutation. It's supposed to be the way to punish this opening for black. Yeah, it was against Supi,
yep.
the Brazilian grandmaster. But there, in that game, queen b4 check was, maybe part of my plan, just going pawn hunting, because I know Supi hated to sacrifice material, but this was actually, this would backfire very quickly on black. Instead, she plays queen to e7, queen back to g3, and what do you make of this one, Jovanka? It's a typical Caracan pawn structure, but the pieces are not typically placed.
Yeah, and that is the problem, right? Because, I mean, how is black going to develop the bishop on f8? So, is knight h5... that would be something that I would immediately be considering. I mean, white has to do something now, actually, because if you don't do something now, then black is just going to move the queen and, go knight h5, win the bishop, and then just develop. And just argue that the flexibility of the pawns on e6 and c6 and the control of the half-open line is going to give just good play.
So, yeah, white doesn't have time for the happy moves.
No.
As we've talked about with rook to e1, for example, knight h5, a big threat, at least to eliminate the bishop pair. The problem is this queen is a bit stuck. I don't really like her kind of last move or two. Mainava, it just feels like, okay, she's just got castled, fine, you need to do that at some point, but maybe there were more productive things to achieve. Yeah, for example, bishop e5, at the very least, black could again play knight to h5 and force a queen exchange, because the queen, lacking squares, she would have to land, for example, on h4, and the queens might come off. Still a small advantage maybe to white, just due to the fact that the bishop pair might disappear for black. But yeah, what else to do? I don't see too much else, too many options in this position.
Yeah, I think you have to do something like that, to be honest with you, David, because I think if you're not like running your pawns up the board, harassing the f5 bishop, I think black is going to be okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I can see. So I would be looking at, I actually quite really like your bishop e5 move.
It at least looks active.
It does look active. And then after knight h5, go queen h.
Yeah.
And she's actually gone for it.
No, she's gone for something else. And I was actually about to mention this. If not playing the positional approach and allowing queen exchange, then she has to go on the attack very quickly.
Yeah.
As quickly as possible. Knight d4 does have a big threat behind it.
Yeah.
Knight takes bishop would open up the e-file and some big targets there.
And so, say for instance, black steps back with a bishop to g6. I think white has to be looking at ways to kind of
Crash through
with like f4, f5, maybe even a piece sacrifice on e6 as well.
Yeah, boom. And the rook might join on the e-file. Does look a bit scary for black now. This bishop really wants to be out of the way so black can castle. Maybe now just bishop e5, as you mentioned, just follow it up, f4, f5. Breakthrough.
So, well, a cramped position there for black. I know I'm a big fan of the Caruana, but I'm not a fan of this one.
No, there's always exceptions. And yeah, that's the joy of being a commentator. We can be flexible with our evaluations. Okay, where to go next, Jovanka?
And maybe we go down to board 5 in the women's, Leyla Yavakashvili against Bibisara Asabayeva, before we return our eyes to the open section.
Okay, and this one a bit unorthodox as well. In the opening, we see most of the bishops fianchettoed. Black's bishop, black's 2 bishops on nice long diagonals. White has done the same on g2. White's got a small space advantage though. This bind with a pawn on c4. It's not the full Maroczy bind, it's like the half Maroczy bind, where this pawn formation really stops black from breaking with d5 or b5. Therefore, black's a bit cramped. And Asabayeva, she doesn't... I mean, I've seen a few games of hers. She doesn't like those positions where she has to be really patient and sit and maneuver. So I quite like White's chances here.
Yeah.
But early days. And black, of course, not in any trouble at all. Knight e4, I'm expecting to trade off a set of minor pieces in the near future.
Yeah, that's a good move. But I agree with you. She's a dynamic player, and I don't think she will be comfortable if she doesn't manage to achieve one of her desired pawn breaks. Okay, looking very level there. And Leyla Yavakashvili having a great tournament, by the way. And also one of the tea room frequenters.
Ah, okay.
It's quite funny to go to this tea room because you see like literally so many chess players.
It's literally since Fabiano gave his interview on day 2, day 3, after winning his games, he was like, okay, I go there for lunch, and now everyone goes there for lunch.
Literally everyone goes, everyone's like, I want what he's having, and including me.
Yeah, the tea room should give him some commission for driving business their way. But yeah, routine, important thing here at the Isle of Man, and Yavakashvili working for her. But we'll check back here a bit later.
Yes.
Let's go to the open section.
And yeah, definitely, I can see you've got the game that I want to keep an eye on, a marquee matchup between Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana. And, well, the king did move to h8. Somehow the rook is on, the a4 has been played. And now rook to d6.
Yeah, let's just recap those 2 moves we've seen since we were last here. Queen g3, lining up some tricks against the black king, as we mentioned, bishop f6, bishop h6, so the king dodged. Stepped off the g-file. Like you said, a4, a bit mysterious, but I guess it's just slightly restricting the black queen. And after rook e8, rook d6. And I think I might have to eat my words here, Jovanka. I was saying that Hikaru, he's playing a very safe line, maybe heading towards a draw, but it's actually quite ambitious what he's doing, while still taking the risk out, because he's landed a nice rook on d6, which cannot be challenged. He's got some hints in an attack against the black king, and we've talked about it various times this tournament. The black king, black queen are, I mean, they literally couldn't get further apart right now. So certain attacking chances later for white. I really like what he's doing, especially in this type of tournament situation. He's putting pressure on. Fabiano pretty much knows he's only fighting for a draw here, which is an unpleasant spot to be in.
Yeah, I agree. It does look visually quite good what he's doing, but aside from the control of over the D line, I don't see what else. I mean, is he intending to rook to h4, h5? Yeah,
that's what the top players do these days.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's good, but it's fashionable to push the h pawn.
Yeah, when in doubt, push the h pawn. I like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the threats are. Often you want the bishop on this diagonal, but it will get shut down by a pawn on f6. I think he's just arguing that it's hard for black to release the pressure. I mean, even if white just does nothing the next 2 moves, king h1, king h2, how's black actually improving his position? It's hard to come up with any moves at all.
Yeah, I see that too. The only question I would have is, like, can you force the issue immediately? So I'm pretty sure that this is a very bad move. But if I go f6.
Ooh, f6. That's brave.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good move.
But since I'm, commentating, not playing, I can take these foolhardy decisions. And then, if you step back with a bishop, I'll offer a trade of rooks.
So you want to forcibly
literally
trade off. Yeah, makes sense, actually. There's no punishment. Unfortunately, white can't kind of leapfrog the bishop and play rook takes pawn, otherwise that would be really scary. But yeah, if I drop back, you want to challenge rooks.
Yes.
Oh, actually, there's a tactic. Rook takes bishop.
See?
There's tricks. Nakamura, he's definitely lined up this one.
Yes.
Double attack.
Good stuff.
Wow. So actually, I mean, f6 doesn't damage anything. It's probably a useful move to drop your bishop back at some point anyway, but still hard to trade off the rooks right now.
You can't move the black queen either.
What he's done, there's just the last two moves. They look innocuous. A4, I mean, what does that contribute? Rook d6 looks pretty, but no direct threat. It's actually just completely caged the black queen. She can never step back, for example, now because of the same tactic. Rook takes e6, discovered attack, loose pieces drop off, and if you play queen takes queen, the intermediate move, check. And only then you take back the queen and you've pocketed a piece. Yeah, and I don't really see what else. Rook b8, there'll always be tactics along this diagonal. I mean, even if white does nothing, rook b6 is never coming because, again, bishop d8, there's so many tricks.
Nice. Yeah, that's actually going to cause a lot of discomfort to Fabiano.
Yeah, and look at the clock times as well. It's, I mean, we were commentating just a few months ago, Jovanka, on the last time they played in classical chess or the last time they had a decisive result. Nakamura beat Caruana with white, and there too, Nakamura landed some opening prep. Caruana did not react very well. Yeah. And look at the clock times, he's already 26 minutes ahead. Yeah. And counting.
And he will be feeling uncomfortable. Well, very exciting start there. And, well, we are like 1 hour and 20 minutes in. No, we're not. That's my poor math skills. We're closing in the hour mark, actually, Jovi. Yeah. Okay, so in that case, let's have a quick look at Deac and Vidit. Let's make an assessment of how this opening has gone.
And a bit of deja vu here, because just like Antoaneta Stefanova in the women's section, the white queen lands on e3. And I think we actually see the same branch of that Sicilian that we discussed earlier. A bit of movement there in the tournament hall, but this one, maximum tension, open Sicilian. You've got to watch out for this queen. If you are Bogdan Daniel Deac, you don't want to play a move, for example, like bishop d2.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Smothered mate to the queen.
I was a bit evil there. I couldn't help laughing at that, yeah. Yeah.
Queen gets trapped. And, okay, we see Levon Aronian talking to an arbiter. Ooh. What's happened there? Let's just whiz over to that game. Okay, we do actually see a lot of progress. This is the current position, move 22. You're not allowed to agree a draw before move 30, but if we can get the image of Levon back, it feels like they've found a convoluted way to get that draw.
And also, this is the definition of a blocked position. I mean, you cannot make a single pawn breakthrough at all.
No, you can't push b4, that square is covered. As white, you cannot push g4, that square is covered. And likewise for black. Literally no pawn breaks. Not even a way to trade off queens, rooks, anything. Wow, Levon, I think this game will confirm that he's not going to play in the candidates next year. All of the paths are now closed off to him. Yeah, solid result for him. He's still on a decent plus score. But yeah, slightly anticlimactic for both of their tournaments. Howell, Ter-Sahakyan as well.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is, isn't it?
Yep.
You can't, sometimes you just can't force things, even if you want them a lot. And
it might be a good moment, Jovanka, to round up a few other results. Yeah. Just to mention in passing, we won't go to the games to show anything because they finished. But it's Ralph Mamedov against Richard Rapport. That's already ended in a draw, an infamous Berlin draw. Okay, I'll show that position. I'll break my rule once.
Oh,
this was the final position. We've seen it before this tournament.
The horror of this. Yeah, take it away from us, Koreans, David.
I'll take that one away. I'll mention that on a... Wait, is this also... Wow, okay, I clicked on another board, but this is actually the exact same position.
David, why are you torturing me like that? And this one is between Zalmakhanov and Martirosyan. It would be funny if they were actually playing side by side.
Yeah, this one also ended in a draw in the same way. We will not show, we will not give the dignity to this opening to show it from the start, but another repetition. I just wanted to say congratulations to Zalmakhanov, who's also kind of clinched his Grandmaster norm yesterday. Fantastic tournament for him, but now petering out after a few losses. And yeah, that's the result so far. 3 games drawn, but still some action ahead. So let's go back.
Yeah, let's go back. And this time let's take an assessment of board 3. Andrei Esipenko and Maghsoodloo, the final 2 players on this 6.5 point.
Yeah, I did just realize the 3 drawn games we mentioned. Levon Aronian, who now plays for America, he's got some Armenian roots, and he drew against an Armenian opponent. And of course, Haik Martirosyan, who also had a draw, finished as well. So 3 Armenians taking an early day.
Yes.
This one though, fighting position, a pawn sacrifice from Maghsoodloo. Jovanka.
Yeah, definitely fighting. And
should we just recap the last 2 moves?
Let's go look at it, yeah.
Because actually a very typical position here, very typical for a Catalan. Black could just play bishop b7 and the game goes on. But he initiated all of these exchanges, and after a few more in the center, White tries to break the strong hold on d5, opening up this diagonal, opening up the d file potentially, and at the cost of a pawn, Maghsoodloo says, no, d4. Close it down.
That is generally quite a thematic pawn sacrifice, and you just do it basically to lock the light square bishop in. And
to take or not to take?
Yeah, I would not take, because after all, that pawn on d4 can be taken. Oh no, it can't be taken at leisure, Yovi. That's a mistake to say that, because the bishop can come to c5. And look who's in the background. Hello,
Anish Giri.
to our biggest fan.
Anish briefly checked out the score sheet of Esipenko before walking away. Now it's Harikrishna taking his place at the shoulder of Esipenko.
I actually let Anish know yesterday. I was like, you know, Anish, you are like a resident lurker. Whenever we go to a game, you're there in the background.
Oh, you told him?
Yeah, I literally told him.
How did he react?
He laughed. And he said, I am pacing the whole tournament hall, he says. And I was like, yeah, if you say so.
Much to my shame, I'm not doing my 10,000 steps every day in the Isle of Man. But he clearly is. And meanwhile, I'm expecting knight b5 as well. Why take the pawn? It's not running away anywhere anytime soon. And actually, the rook might just get hit on d4 anyway. So White rush. Knight b5 looks healthy as well, hinting at coming into d6. And maybe it's actually more profitable to take with the knight. But okay, he goes for the other option. It was a 50-50 there. He takes with the rook. On the bright side, he's lining up on the d file. So if black, for example, moves the bishop, this would backfire instantly due to a nasty pin. The other move black could consider maybe is to pin white, queen c7. And I'm just wondering, in situations like this, whether white just moves out the way and some tactics in the air.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, and then you'd have to cover the b5 square by putting the bishop. Oh, no. Take back.
Pressure. It's pressure.
Yeah, so.
Maybe, I don't know if black can be super greedy and self-pin.
Yeah, could you also go, I've seen g5 as well as a move.
Yeah, so very weakening, of course, for the black king, but there's clear foundations for this move. You basically win your pawn back. It's a nice square for your knight. Maybe make f4 less appealing now that you have a pawn on g5. And the game goes on. Personally, I really like white's position here, just because there's lots of weaknesses to target. B6 pawn, the black king side. But then again, you do have a block bishop on g2. And it feels like Maghsoodloo, just because he's on a winning run of 3 games, he's willing to take these big risks.
And he's also in preparation. If you look at the clock times, you know, he's got more time than when he started. And I suspect he's drinking tea there. Just by the way he did it, it was very refined.
Yeah, he's just got the finger up. The very English way of drinking tea. He's actually got nearly double the amount of time as Esipenko. Wow, crazy. So we're 16 moves in here, and he's clearly prepped up to this point. Yesterday, Jovanka, he mentioned his preparation went deep, but not just in terms of memorizing the opening moves. It was also in the plans, the kind of little details, where to put the pieces, what pawn structure he wants. Those 16 hours a day he spends on chess, clearly paying off.
They are paying off. And, we are 1 hour into the start of play, and I think it's time to take our very first break of the day. But don't go anywhere, because we are going to have a lot more of the chess action coming your way in just a few minutes.
spot.
Viremenchik, Zijun, Maya Chipidanitsa, Alexander Kostanyuk,
Myself included, of course, Juvenjun, Dan Zhongui.
Zijun, Zhu Chen, that's two right there. There, of course, is
Viremenchik or Menchikova, Lyudmila Rugenko, Elizaveta Bekova.
I really have to look at women.
Lakno probably also, Hu Yifan.
Hu Yifan, Nona Gapindashvili.
Stefanova, Gaprindashvili, yeah, I'm stuck.
Viremenchik. Oh, God.
Anna Ushenina.
if we go way back, Maya Chiburodinidze, I think Susan Polgar, Zhu Chen.
Shuyuhua Zhushen, Antoinetta Stefanova, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Hu Yifan, Anna Ushenina, Maria Muzychuk, Tang Jungye, Juvenjun. I missed one. It's so embarrassing when you miss just one name. Oh, really? Okay, fine.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries. And also, yes, we are all one family, again, Suna Sumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
Hello, and we are back with all the action of the penultimate round of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And, well, it's an exciting start already. It's been about nerves and opening preparation. And during the break, we did have the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana up on the screens. And, well, there was some developments because Fabiano decided to resolve the tension on the D-line by playing H6, but this was not the top choice from the computer.
Yeah, it feels like Fabiano might be in some big trouble. He's way behind on the clock already. He's over 50 minutes behind on the clock. And yeah, just, well, I can't do maths. He's a long time behind on the clock anyway. And yeah, he's played a move that is not approved of by the engines. And we think that actually right now in the game position, he's got a very narrow path to survival already. And we were indicating that Hikaru's opening choice took all the risk out for white. I think that's still the case, but there's massive risk for black. For example, okay, he's about to move. If he plays the move rook to d8, he might just lose on the spot. Rook to d8 looks like the most natural move. I think it was part of his plan, Jovanka. But after bishop to e5, threatening checkmate in one, suddenly he's got to be really careful. If he plays f6, then bang, the same tactic. I think the only way to survive and kind of struggle on is to take this bishop, but if you take back the rook, again, we see this double attack, and the black queen, which has been almost trapped for the last few moves, really gets caught embarrassed. And Fabiano, I don't see really what else his idea is. H6 is a risky move to make because this pawn is a big target anyway. And yeah, how to get the black queen back into the game?
Yeah,
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, and I just wanted to point out, if black is especially careless and just moves the bishop, you know, just move it to c4, just for fun and games, you can just simply go bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, this is the downside behind putting the pawn on h6. You drop a pawn, and of course this would end in checkmate. So Fabiano under some severe pressure. This is what we've talked about various times throughout this event. When a queen is so far divorced from her king, so far apart, if she cannot defend, then there's always going to be tricks, always going to be tactics. And it's just all about this black queen, unable to really play a role. And I did briefly check in the break what black's top move is, and it's incredibly difficult. I think from a human point of view, it's unlikely to be played. The move e3 is apparently black's best and still at a severe disadvantage. It's basically throwing a pawn off the board for free, just so that you might now be able to challenge rooks in the center. And this is still, I mean, really scary. You're allowing all sorts of tricks on h6.
Yeah, totally. I actually don't think that Fabiano will come to that conclusion and play that move.
I don't think anyone would.
Exactly. It's just, I mean, it's also an invisible move, right? You wouldn't think of putting your pawn, just jettisoning it, just in order to make that trade. The move that did kind of appeal to me is, you know, again, to deal with this problem of the queen being isolated there on a5. Could Fabiano make a move such as c5 to connect the queen with her king?
Yep, c5 to c4 looks very logical, just to swing across. I guess the downside is that white's bishop could park nicely on a beautiful square in the center on d4, kind of staring at both flanks and still struggling. Although at least now the queen can mobilize. He chooses a different path instead. Maybe we can get the live position up, but he chooses rook e7. That feels shaky. Feels like it's a loose square. Loose pieces drop off, as we know. So just inviting moves like queen to h4.
Yeah,
hitting this rook.
That's the first move that I'm looking at. I'm also looking at bishop takes h6 in some cases, and then going queen h4. But okay, it doesn't work as of yet.
It doesn't work in terms of winning, but it's definitely not risking anything for white. The rook would be defended. The downside is that white's only attacking with one piece. The white rook is shut out for now, so I think white would be kind of unable to find anything more than a draw by repetition here. Okay, so rook e7, let's go back to the game. How can Nakamura hope to punish this? Also, rook e7 basically says he's not going to challenge for the d-file anytime soon, especially if white can just double up. But as soon as the white rook moves away, the black queen can re-enter the action and take a pawn. Still, the black king looks like it might be relatively safe on h7, so not the end of the world. But yeah, it feels very shaky now.
It does feel super shaky. And I so wish I could get the a1 rook into the game. I'd love to put it on the 4th rank, and if I'd managed that, then I just feel like it's going to be game over.
Yeah, it's the final piece. It's the final part of your army that hasn't been invited in yet. It wants to rejoin the party.
It does.
But at the moment, you said maths equation earlier in the day. Rook worth 5, queen worth 9, and they're kind of tying each other down on the side of the board. So that kind of works out in white's favour.
Yeah. Is it also possible? I have a kind of maybe inspired, maybe just daft plan of going c4.
Yeah,
but the problem there is that I do concede the b4 square for the queen. But otherwise, the whole idea was just to entice. Well, the big threat was actually to go bishop e5.
Yeah, for example, if black plays a silly move, bishop e5, threatening checkmate, and for example, you want to come back.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I wanted to do.
And she's trapped almost, but she can use c7, I guess, the queen.
Yeah.
Rook e7 was a bit clever because actually in the previous variation we said this would be a nice tactic, rook takes e6.
Yeah.
And we could play rook takes e8 check, but now it wouldn't be check. So no time to take this rook. Sorry, I'm trying to stifle a sneeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, c4 looks quite appealing, but it's quite committal as well. If it doesn't work out tactically, then this pawn might just drop. So what else could Hikaru try right now?
Okay. Improve a piece.
Improve a piece.
That's...
You could set up threats like rook c6 with threaten bishop c7, trapping the queen.
Yeah. I like cheap ideas like that.
Cheap trick. What are you saying?
Is this great? It can't go wrong with that one. And it's also an improving move, right?
Trying to save yourself from calling me a swindler.
You have beaten me
I'm a swindler.
so many times on a swindle. But that's the whole mark of a good player, right?
Yeah, you've got to be tricky, resourceful. Yeah. I think black might be forced to either retreat the queen now to d8 and just abandon the c5 pawn, or play your move earlier from earlier c4, just to give the queen some escape squares. I'm not really sure what I've gained with white. Again, I could threaten checkmate and put the bishop on d4. This looks very pretty from a positional standpoint. This bishop is unassailable, but okay, maybe Hikaru will want more than just a positional edge. How to turn it into something more tangible, how to kind of win a pawn or win material or something for white as he stares up for inspiration here, Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah.
Maybe he's checking out those crows. On the ceiling again.
Yeah.
On the roof.
Apparently it does feel like the crows are actually on the roof outside. Well, they were yesterday, and it actually felt like they were inside.
The three-eyed raven is here. Just yeah, Hikaru, it's one of his calculation faces, so we shouldn't be too disturbed from that. Yeah, I don't see any other way. It's growing on me, Fabiano's last move. It looks really shaky, but one more move. If he gets time to play rook to e8, everything will be protected, pretty much.
Okay.
If he gets the time as well, he'd love to put the king on h7, just to avoid those tricks you mentioned with bishop takes h6.
Since I can't improve the rook on a1, I mean, how is it if I go queen to e3?
Woohoo. Setting up.
Yes.
No, I'm scared. I'll just defend that pawn. But then actually I won't defend that pawn. I missed this pawn. Oh. Swindler got swindled. Whoops. Check. Double attack. Okay, so actually a multi-purpose move. And now if I ignore the threat,
yeah. So there is no... if I get greedy and grab the e-pawn and try to argue that, yeah, you can win the h-pawn, but in terms of value, it's much more... But no, because you're just going to grab the c-pawn. Yeah,
black queen back.
Exactly.
Maybe black will be fine. Although bishop e5 is still slightly unpleasant for black. Yeah, I like your queen e3. I'm just unsure whether she's actually better placed on g3, e3. It's unclear.
Okay, what about the golden rule? When you're stuck for a plan, just go h4.
Yeah. When in doubt, just pass the move to your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. What's going to happen there?
h4. What's the idea if I just...
I have no idea. That one literally was just...
It's like the joke we said earlier, no idea.
No idea, still no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the blind leading the blind here we're struggling for.
Yeah. Okay, well, that goes to show it's not that easy for... There's another idea that I know it doesn't quite work. It was rook e1.
Rook e1? Okay, let's try. Queen takes a4.
And, and here something's happening. because the evaluation bar is immediately going up, and so I'm like, okay, let's sniff it out.
It feels like something's happening.
Now you can go bishop takes h6 or queen h because you
take. I think you're right.
Yeah. And then now the queen can come.
Okay, attack the rook, attack the pawn, and if black defends,
rook takes pawn. Or is there some?
I think we can be really clever here and kind of snake our way back. So, for example, rook takes pawn allows the black to give a check, and then time to defend this pawn. But first, take it.
Take it, and then go rook e3.
Oh wait, even simpler.
Yeah. Oh, David, high five.
Well, that was you, Jovanka. I shouldn't take any credit.
No. This was a joint effort.
Wow.
I just came up with rook e1.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should be high-fiving the evaluation bar, but
yeah, the evaluation
bar. I contributed 0 to that variation.
No, but that actually goes to show that strong players, in order to cheat, just need an evaluation bar, because we are not using the engine at all.
Yeah.
And all we saw is that the evaluation said, yeah, you got it right.
Yeah, and you did get it right. This is just checkmate, simply. I was going to be... I was going to be really boring and say, okay, you can give a check, and then you can give a check, and then you take this pawn. But, of course, this is far less efficient. Okay, this position, therefore, rook e1 sets a devilish trap.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just attacking this pawn, but it's far more than that. It's actually setting up this idea that we both kind of mentioned earlier, bishop takes h6. Therefore, how does black defend?
Yeah, that is a huge question, right? Because
defend the loose rook, maybe?
But maybe you can just simply grab the pawn on e4. Now I'm going back to my materialist ways.
Pawn grabbing roots.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grubber.
But I mean, this is beautiful for white. You're a pawn up, and the black queen is totally sidelined, offside. Wow, this could be a huge shock. I mean, wow, for the tournament as well. This is, I think Fabiano, he's going to be, stunned by developments if Hikaru plays from the move rook to e1.
Okay, and well, we only got here because of the evaluation bar helping us, and because we'd actually looked at other lines and we were really unhappy rather than uncomfortable. But
you could get there retrospectively. So a lot of the way the top players, they calculate, they look at the most forcing moves first, and actually we did this as well. We looked at bishop takes h6, one of the first, actually the first variation we calculated. We said, okay, loose pieces drop off, this is a loose piece, this is a loose pawn, black defends, takes, I think I rambled on for a while about how this will be a perpetual check and a draw. But if you just add one kind of final spice to this recipe, then it's just going to be checkmate. And then you suddenly realize, actually, if the rook's only one, white's just winning. And maybe then you kind of trace your steps back to the starting point, which is here. And then you start with rook e1. Same tactic, just different move order, as they say. And normally if you switch the move order, things do tend to work. And he's definitely calculating something forcing. So it's not going to be a positional kind of slow, like king h1 or h4. It's looks like he's trying to work out something very direct. That's how he thinks, Nakamura, rook e1.
Yeah, well...
Black's in big trouble.
It is a huge trouble, right? After rook e1, probably have to go... I don't like it, but maybe f5. I really don't like it, but it
feels loose somehow.
Yeah, loose magoose. What can you do?
6.
Bishop.
Yeah, maybe queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6.
Maybe that's better. But
yeah, that is good. And bishop takes h6 is maybe in the air.
All sorts of ideas. This is ugly.
You can also play bishop e5 as well.
Yeah, sorry, in that position, bishop e5 as well, as you mentioned, threatening bishop takes
and then
in some scenarios, or rook takes bishop.
Exactly, and if the rook swings over, you just go queen to g6.
Ooh, let's show that. Defending g7, then, oh dear, queen takes h6 is a monster threat.
Yeah.
Unstoppable checkmate, actually, incoming. Wow, Nakamura landing a knockout. What was it? Naka knockout.
Naka knockout.
Sorry, if we catch up.
That wasn't me.
ChatGPT knows the future.
That was ChatGPT.
Rook e1. That would be a cold shower for Fabiano. That would not be fabulous. That would be flabbergasting.
Fabi would be left flabbergasted.
Yeah, and okay, we don't use the engine here, but I did just briefly turn it on. Top move, rook e1. And white has a significant advantage, winning a pawn simply, just while black deals with the threat. And just saw Esipenko walking off there. He gave a frown to this position as well, maybe realizing that Fabiano might get knocked down. And actually, everyone at this point will be cheering. In the leading pack, everyone's cheering for Fabiano. If anyone wins this game, they want it to be Fabi because he's already qualified for the candidates.
Yes.
If Naka wins, then actually it will suit the likes of Faruja in terms of the end-of-year ratings.
Yeah. Yeah, that is actually a very valid point. Fabiano Caruana has already qualified for the 2024 candidates. And Hikaru Nakamura? No. Whilst Hikaru is thinking, shall we pop over and check on our other contenders? Bogdan Daniel Deac. Let's see whether he's deactivated any play that Vidit has.
He has. Oh, he's deactivated his own pieces here. Knight to d2 was the last move, and look how passive white is. I really like what Vidit's done, putting maximum pressure on this e4 pawn, tying down white's army, and really hinting that he might even break out from the bind at some point with d5. This white bishop needs to play some part, therefore I'm wondering whether he's calculating moves like b3 or b4. b4, will there be some tactics, Jovanka?
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, b4 looks like it's the most tempting move, trying to bring the bishop out. So now black is obliged to either retreat or... I don't see any tactics working. I was hoping to sacrifice something on this square, but unfortunately we have to trade off a bunch of things, and the white knight, of course, not obliged to step back to g3. There's other safe squares, and it's only a hit or two. Not worth the piece, so actually b4 would be met with knight to e6. Still a bit awkward. There's still a square. Deac does not look too happy with his position right now.
Yeah.
On the camera.
And also the clock times indicating that as well. Oh, but b4 played before it got wild.
Yeah, before it got wild, before we moved away from this this game. He plays it and gets up from the board, and we'll see Vidit very quickly retreat his knight to a better circuit. Fresher pastures on d4.
Yeah. And knight e6 is what we're expecting. Yeah, that's well, black has to be careful, right? I mean, one move you don't want to be playing is you don't want to be going knight d7. First of all, that knight isn't such a bad circuit, but also the bishop on c6 doesn't have too many squares either, so you can activate your bishop. You gotta play, and then
threaten to trap it.
Exactly.
b5 coming next. Who would you rather take here, Jovanka? Assuming black plays the knight back to e6.
White.
You'd rather take white.
Okay. I just love playing against like weak pawns and controlling squares. So here I would be going knight to b3. And I'd even be thinking about making, unless there's a problem here, I mean, first of all, b5, but also I was inspired by Hikaru's like knight to a5 maneuver yesterday, which caused Shaporinov to panic.
Yeah, knight a5. As long as white can control the d5 square and prevent any breaks, white's doing fantastic. Okay, I'll say that black's position. I'm not sure why, but somehow it appeals just the way he's set up. He does indeed play knight to e6. I like the knight coming into d4, maybe f4. Maybe the black knight moves back at some point and the black bishop comes out to harass this white queen. I've always been a bit skeptical of the white queen sitting on e3. But yeah, it's very much in the balance right now. And it feels like the better player, the more on-form player, will win this game. I'm not sure who that will be. But yeah, it looks like both of these taking some strategic risk in order to keep the game alive. Should we check out board 3 as well?
Yeah, let's go there and see if any magic has been created.
Okay. Maghsoodloo doodle doo. Maghsoodloo.
That was again ChatGPT. It started off well with like Fabulous Fabi and Naka knockout, but then it kind of got a bit Maghsoodloo.
He's having Maghsoodles of fun.
Yeah, very good. Maghsoodles of fun. And actually, he's not though.
No, he really isn't. Not in this position, at least. Esipenko is the one having the fun. We left it just 3 moves ago after d4. This was a pawn sacrifice. It was grabbed by Esipenko. Bishop to c5, kicking the rook back, and now he did go for that g5 idea we mentioned, but at the cost of weakening the black king eternally. And the bishop goes the whole way back to c1. And okay, of course the pawn couldn't be taken right now due to a pin on the d file. I do wonder whether the black queen's actually poorly placed. Okay, on c7 there's some pins. Knight a4 makes the most of that pin. Importantly, bishop takes f2 check is not a winning tactic, unleashing an attack against the queen, because the queen can take this bishop back. So queen takes e5 instead, and at the very minimum, you just remove this bishop and you conquer the dark squares. And he's going to trade off.
He is. And incidentally, Hikaru did make a move and he didn't find rook e1. He played queen to e3.
Okay, we'll get to that position in a moment, but this looks beautiful.
Yeah, this
Jovanka
absolutely looks wonderful, right? Taking all the dark squares, I don't see how...
Look at the dark squared holes around the black king as well.
This is the point where you want to go, I'll move my pawn back from g5 and put it back to g7, thank you very much. And then exactly.
Take back. Yeah. Bishop d4 is just coming with power as well. Bishop b7, I'm assuming. If the black queen's driven back, you can even just park up on f6 in some positions.
Love to park it on f6.
Just kind of in checkmate. Just looks like route 1 towards the black king.
Yep.
Wow, this is really ugly for black.
Well, we could be seeing a decisive round right at the top.
Lots of bloodthirsty players in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, it kind of makes sense because the players are getting nervous. You know, okay, for Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, this is like another day at the office. But for the others, say Param, if he manages to win this, or Esipenko, then they are making history. And to qualify for the candidates would be such an amazing achievement.
Yeah, it'll be life-changing for these two players, for others, for anyone, of course. But you mentioned one more move in the Nakamura game. Should we check back?
Yeah, let's check back. And, well, Hikaru did, instead of playing the amazing rook to e1, which would have secured a very comfortable advantage, he instead played bishop queen to e3, was a move that we were considering as well. Very natural hitting at e4 and also potentially eyeing up the h6 pawn. And, well, now is the turn of Fabiano.
Yeah, so here we were assuming that Fabiano just brings his rook to the center, pretty much abandons the e-pawn, because at the very least that would free up black's queen. Bishop takes h6 isn't quite a threat as long as the white rook wasn't able to kind of swing up the board. So, okay, the game goes on. Fabiano maybe breathing a sigh of relief with that one, but of course still on the back foot.
Still very much on the back foot. And let's go over to Vincent Keymer against Vladimir Fedoseev. I'd like your opinion on this, because to me, it just looks like white is better.
Yeah, better.
You know, whenever I hear people like trying to do the British accent, they always go better. And I'm like, no, you got it wrong.
How do you say it?
Better.
Better.
Yeah, you say it the same, better.
I think so.
Yeah, but when they do it, they go better.
Yeah, white is better.
Yeah.
White is better here. H4 is that typical move. We joked about it earlier, but it's come to pass here. When in doubt, just push your h-pawn. There's multiple purposes here. Firstly, you give your king some extra breathing space on h2. Secondly, you clamp down kind of on the king side for any endgames. It's nice to have a pawn on h4. There's also ideas, if black doesn't do anything, you could kind of be justified in playing g4, g5, especially noting that the black knight is so far away from the king side. And in general, it doesn't worsen your position at all. So the reason we're attracted to white's position here is just the pawn center.
Pawn centers, yeah. And also, this knight on a6 does not make a favorable impression. I mean, it doesn't, where is it going? I mean, you can go to c7, but yeah.
From there, yeah, it's a head scratcher, just as Ponomarev agrees. Where is this black knight going?
Yeah, and suddenly Ponomarev is there, Donchenko is there. Everyone is looking at this game.
I see Ivanchuk sneaking over the shoulder. There we go. And Shirov, wow, two legends in one picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it looks just nice for whites. It's a very unforcing type of position. Maybe black has ways to maneuver. Black would love to trade off a set of rooks, but I'm not sure whether he can go for that immediately. I'm just waiting for Giri to appear now. But yeah, it's certainly white on the front foot. Vincent Keymer with a pleasant long-term advantage.
Yes, okay, and let's go down to another pairing where two players are on 6 points. Sam Sevian against Arjun Erigaisi, and well, the pawns are coming, but that's as far as they're going to get.
For now.
For now.
Yeah, black would love to, for example, add a queen to c5 or some square where it can support the pawn coming to a3, but it's hard to achieve. And white, of course, is the one making the moves. And look at the clock times here, Jovanka. Just one move ago. This is maybe the beginning, the most well-known position of the notable variation.
I thought you were going to burst into song there.
No. Wow, we're in weird moods today. It's been a long tournament. Sorry, everyone at home.
I'm sorry, David. That was my fault.
No, that was my fault. I suddenly did feel like singing. Actually, once on the Isle of Man on the final night, we did sing karaoke, so maybe that should be a tradition we uphold. But yeah, e4 is coming, but a4 first. I just want to show this tactic. Maybe a shock for Sam Sevian. Rook takes pawn is not free material. It's defended by the queen, but unfortunately, whoops, double attack, attacking g2 with checkmate and attacking the rook. And this would backfire on white. So instead, d5, opening up some attacks against the black knight and just ignoring it. b3.
Brave.
Cold-blooded.
It is.
But look at Sam Sevian's clock. He's 50 minutes down, roughly, and it's a wild position.
Yes. And first up, if Sam is feeling in a kind of cowardly mood, he can go bishop takes knight. And he can kill the game immediately by going bishop takes h7. Can you not? Yep. And there you go. Check, 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 and it's a draw.
Yep, h4, g4, perpetual check. Checks for infinity and beyond. And okay, this one, I think I would be inclined to do this if I weren't aware of the tournament situation. Just because 50 minutes down on the clock, you're facing a really well-prepared opponent like Erigaisi in a position that he tends to thrive in. But Sam Sevian, he's a very ambitious player. I very rarely see him take any draws whatsoever. So what will he try instead? He does take the knight.
Okay, but I don't think he's going to back that up with bishop takes pawn. That's just... I was going to say chickeny, but chickeny not a word. Chickenly. No, chicken... okay.
Cowardly. I don't know.
Cowardly, yeah, that's an easier word.
Yeah, maybe he'll play on queen h5, queen g4. I'm not sure which one you should go for.
Yeah.
You've got two different squares to use.
We've got a few checks.
There's a few checks.
Yeah, so let's... okay, we do see Erigaisi recapture the piece, and now...
Let's try this one. King h8. There's still draws here, we should mention. You're attacking this pawn, attacking threatening checkmate on h7. So black has to deal with both of those threats and block. Unfortunately, you're attacking with just the queen, though. It's a bit like that Nakamura game where we need to add one final piece to the attack, but white's unable to do so. You can give a check, and another check, and a draw. And actually, that would be a result that that disappoints both.
Yeah, and it's not like white can build either. For instance, say, like if the king is on g8, you know, if you try to introduce a new piece with the knight, say, or the rook or something, and then things can backfire pretty quickly because you can chase away the queen. And I was also thinking you can trade off queens as well.
Yeah, for example, queen to d8.
Yeah.
Any endgame will be favorable for black due to this avalanche of pawns on the queen side, the A and B pawns. So we kind of understand why Sam Sevian's taken now, and it's a moral dilemma. Does he force a draw immediately with bishop takes h7? Erigaisi, you see him looking down. He's probably praying inside. He's like, don't take the draw, don't take the draw. One of them needs to win if they want to have any impact at the top of the standings.
Yeah. Yes. And let's go over to the final matchup between two players on 6 points. Alexander Predke, otherwise Alexander V.
The fifth.
Or Yuri Kuzubov. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance to our producer. It was an innocent mistake.
Okay, Alexander Predke. We mentioned that this was the very slow, very traditional Queen's Gambit declined exchange variation, where things are normally about maneuvering, but this one's blown up a bit. Not surprising when Predke is involved. I just want to show the last few moves. We left it just a couple of moves before this. Very typical type of position, Jovanka. Knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4.
You definitely want to land your knight on this square if you can get away with it, and because of the tension between these bishops, you can. So the bishops leave the board, the knight leaves the board as well, and Predke breaks out with f3 here. So opening the center, a bit risky. These pawns are vulnerable, but they could also become very strong. h4, and this is the current position. He's deciding whether to leap forward or to just take a step back.
Yeah. Well, if you leap forward, the bishop will get captured immediately because There's no way. And now you have to take with the queen, because otherwise the e3 pawn will fall. Somehow...
Feels loose for white.
It does feel loose. Like, yeah, the
Black
pawn on
can just win the
h4 isn't great, but neither is the pawn on e3. And you know, black has a simple plan. Rook d6, rook e6.
Yeah, Alekhine's gun, triple up the heavy pieces on the e-pawn. Yeah, this looks really healthy for black. Normally the side with the space advantage wants to keep pieces on. I'm not sure whether kind of technically white has a space advantage, but you have the extra central pawns. And if we're going back with the knight, if we're not going into f5, where we'll not be allowed to stay alive,
yeah.
Then where to go back? Will we see this move?
Knight
h1.
That is a classy move, yeah.
It looks stupid,
yeah.
But there's a clear plan. You want to go knight to f2 and e4 as quickly as possible.
Yes.
Sometimes they do play these maneuvers.
Yeah, I've seen it done before.
Yeah. Don't recommend it. Don't try it at home, but knight h1.
But it could be a problem that you can go meet that with bishop e6. Bishop e6. And then my big plan was to come and attack your rook if you went knight f2.
Yeah, this would be a bit of an issue. Black is covering e4.
Can you still go e4? Have I just allowed you...
A trick.
I think I have.
Knight takes and a pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are tactics here.
Yeah.
It's all about whether white can achieve e4. For example, even bishop e6, it's possible to play e4 here as well. If white can get the pawns motoring down the board, then white might be doing quite well. But if not, then I think it's only black who can ever be better.
Yeah. So maybe black has to go make moves like No, but g6, you still go knight f2.
Yeah. G6, knight f2.
And then, oops, I've made it terrible for black because I've literally weakened my own king.
Yeah, even ideas of sacrificing here to break open the black king would be well-founded. So, okay, I'm actually quite liking this move, knight h1. Knight f1 just feels like the wrong circuit. Gets in the way of the white rook as well, landing on that square. Knight e2 feels like it doesn't really go anywhere. It came from that square a few moves ago. So, process of elimination. Got to go to the corner to get back towards a better square.
Yep. Yeah, it's nice. Very cagey position there. So we're going to keep an eye on those games.
And we've looked at the chasing pack, Jovanka. Maybe we can remind ourselves of the standings.
Yes. And in the open section, I just love the symmetry here because we have 6 players tying for first on 6.5 points, and they are ranked in order of their tiebreak score. So that is...
the average of their opponents.
That's right.
Minus the lowest rated player, just cutting one out there. And that leaves Andrei Esipenko actually as the king at the top of these standings. This is after round 10, so including today's games where, for example, Nakamura's average has gone up because he's playing the highest seed, Fabiano Caruana. But either way, it's, for those players on 6 points below them, it's must-win territory.
It is must-win territory, but for players like Alexander Predke, he does have a great tie-break score. So victories for him, and he will surely be up there with a good chance of grabbing top prizes. And
what do you think the winning score will be, Jovanka? They're on 6.5 out of 9. 2 more rounds to go. Do you think 8 will be enough to clinch first place? A win and a draw?
I think 8 is a good score.
So for the pack on 6.5, a draw plus a win tomorrow or a win today would put them in fantastic spot.
And let's check out the standings in the women's section because, well, one person has taken the sole lead, and that is Vaishali. She's on 7 points, but half a point behind her are Anna Muzychuk and Tan Zhongyi. And Vaishali has a great tiebreak as well. 24-64. Only Leia Garifullina has a better tiebreak score than her.
Yeah, it's quite close at the top, though. It's quite bunched up in terms of the tiebreaks. Sophie Mie down in 9th has 24-77. That's a really high average. But yeah, either way, she's playing someone half a point below her. So for Vaishali, I think avoiding defeat is the name of the game today. Then again, maybe we jump in there and update on what's been happening.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay, and then we'll recap the game with Nakamura against Caruana, where I did see a high evaluation bar just for a second. Maybe we'll have to jump back because this is quite quiet. This will head into an endgame very shortly.
Let's go back because, look at the evaluation bar. Rise in the game, Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana. So we did see queen to e3, and then Fabiano has responded with rook c8.
Just defending c5 over protecting, but Fabiano looks pained. I wonder if there's something specific. We see a number on the evaluation bar, on ours at least. It says 2.4 for white. That is ginormous at this level.
Yeah.
A huge advantage. That means there's something concrete. Is it sacrificing now? Is it just bringing this rook into the equation?
Sacrifice now.
Okay, let's try it. As a sacrificial machine, Korobov walks past.
Yeah.
Okay, let's crack open the black king.
And
King
then
moves.
And now I wanted to give a check, and then I guess Fabi's point is that you run with the king to f8. And here...
Just got to add this piece in somehow, and it's just going to end the game. But how?
What about if you don't do that?
Okay. You're attacking with just 2 pieces, though.
I know. I just wanted
Queen
to go...
F6?
Yeah, queen f6. Okay, and then you have to go king to g8.
Wait, we can't because the rook's hanging on
Oh,
e7.
my goodness me. Okay, then you have to go rook e8.
Okay, but
my
this
apologies,
looks-
but then rook takes e6.
Wow. Just bank it. You've won 2 pawns. Check. We could just see an immediate knockout from Naka. Wow. Okay, and okay, we only see this because of the evaluation bar, but this is literally wham, 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 and eventually bam. It's just capture, capture, check, check.
Yeah, check,
Game
check.
over.
Queen f6. Go. Let's put that up on the board one more time. Bishop takes.
Okay. It's a check.
Forced.
It's a check.
Yep.
Forced to defend the black rook.
Yeah.
This one threatens checkmate in 1. Queen h8. You're right about not adding the rook into the attack. You don't need to. And look at Nakamura now. He just suddenly spotted something, and he's staring at the h6 pawn, and he's looking at something.
Look, did you see that reaction?
I think he's spotted it.
Yeah, he spotted.
I think he's found it, and he's just going to win on the spot. This one's going to be over very shortly. There's literally nothing else to do. This is a checkmate threat, or you lose the rook, and like you said, you have to retreat. You have to give the black king an escape square, and he's going to play it. He's going to take that pawn.
He's going to go.
And this is the nice tactic at the end. Check. Pick up the rook. You've won 2 pawns, and black's king out in the open. This would be game over.
And he's looking up to the left.
He's calculating. If he takes this pawn, he'll win.
Yeah, he's reaching. He's just building up the courage, making sure every continuation is correct. Do you see? He really wants to go bishop takes h6. Every fiber of his being is willing him to make that move.
The self-control involved right now is superhuman. He should be sitting on his hands. He's got so much time on the clock. He should be calculating. Maybe the other strong moves like bishop e5 looks tempting as well, but who can resist when you see that you win a pawn and he's stretching.
Reaching for it.
We see the white bishop as well on the camera.
Yeah.
Just there.
But this is actually really instructive. You see how the hand wants to impetuously make that move, but the brain is saying, no, steady on, calm down.
Got to slow down the heartbeat. He's got 1 hour 16.
Yeah.
But
no, it's happened. It's on the board. Bishop takes pawn. And oh my goodness.
Fabiano, I think the realization will be settling in. And of course, the top players, they're all sharks. They smell blood in the water, and suddenly a crowd will has started to gather. And he simply cannot take this bishop. If he takes this bishop, it's tantamount to resignation. Cheparinov now gathering Fedoseev. Everyone is circling this board.
And there we see another player, Dinara Wagner, in the background. And yeah, it's dawned on Fabiano that he's made a terrible mistake. Loose pieces do drop. Oh my God.
Everyone's coming now, and the crowd will only grow.
And there's Bogdan, Daniel, Deac. There's nothing worse than this in chess. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's like the crowd can sense when a person has made a mistake.
Yeah, and wow, he instantly plays f6, so he doesn't take the bishop. Yeah, the crowd can sense it. It's there's always a vibe in the tournament hall. We are lucky to have cameras which show that, but often when I'm playing, I see a crowd gather. Who can resist? Meanwhile, Fedoseev, who will be directly affected. Various players at the top of the standings will be directly affected by this result. They know now that in order to stay in touch with Nakamura, they most likely will have to win. But this was just a clear pawn blunder.
Yeah.
And f6 keeps the game going, but at the very least, Nakamura can just retreat. Maybe there's something more, Jovanka?
Yeah. But this is very uncharacteristic of Fabiano. you know, he calculates like a machine. You know, he's very composed, and for him to make a blunder like that, it's very rare.
Yeah, Nakamura's under his skin. In Norway chess, we commentated even in the final round where Fabiano was ahead. Nakamura needed to win to leapfrog him, and he played down a theoretical line. He prepared one move deeper than Fabiano. Fabiano collapsed like one move later, lost 3 pawns, and could basically resign. It's basically happened again. It's lightning striking twice. It's definitely psychological here.
Yeah.
Naka's in his head.
Yeah. Just goes to show we all have that opponent who just freaks us out, basically.
Yeah, I have many opponents like that, unfortunately. But Nakamura, he's spotted an opportunity. He's now a pawn to the good, a safer king, ongoing initiative. What do you think he'll do? Will he retreat? Will he take a bit of time to calculate? There's also very tempting moves like queen takes e4.
Yeah, like that's one the move. There's no surprise that that's the move that I'm drawn to. You know,
there's no threat either. Black is not really threatening to take this bishop yet. For example, if the white rook moves, I'm not sure where it wants to move to, but just to show the bishop is not under fire because this would be a check.
Yeah.
If the rook blocks, then f6 drops with check and everything collapses. And if the king moves, then you just continue, just I guess munching and maybe even just a check first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything just collapses for black. You take this pawn now, threaten some nasty mates, and you threaten the bishop. So he does have the luxury of time on the clock and a tempo on the board.
He does. Yeah, it's also just tempting to be super lazy and just step the bishop back.
Yeah, you're talking my language now, Jovanka. Therefore, keep things simple. You've done the hard work.
Yeah.
And actually, we joked about the h-pawn march up the board. This would be really tempting now. Black's queen is still utterly locked out of this game.
I also wonder whether it's possible to... Somehow you also want to kind of put it in the bank, and then I just wondered whether there's any bishop takes g7, any funny business like that. The king will step forward, and unfortunately I don't see it.
The king does have a nice hiding spot now on f7. There's Giri watching the game, of course. I'm sure he'll check out a score sheet or two soon. Tends to be his pattern. He's reaching for his queen, Nakamura. He's not following what we're taught. He's not, there we go, he's looking at Giri at Fabiano's score sheet. Normally we're told once you've kind of got a tactical position, when there's multiple options, multiple tempting moves, you sit on your hands, you work through them methodically, move by move. What could he be aiming for? Looks like he was reaching for the white queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell he's visibly excited, struggling to control his excitement.
But Hikaru has actually, like, in the last few games, he's won a pawn, and he's had opportunities to kind of, like, just put these games in the bank and just win quite quickly. But he has, once he's won material, like, taken his time and made mistakes and inaccuracies. Like, yesterday, he almost blundered it away. Well, not blundered, that's a harsh word, but kind of, like, squandered away the win.
Yeah, he slowly let it slip by not kind of jumping on the momentum. And he had to grind out a few victories this tournament in long endgames. This one, if it reaches the endgame, that's going to be a huge win for Caruana due to the fact there's opposite colour bishops. Even a pawn or two down, it might be holdable. But that relies on the queens coming off at some point.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll take this pawn?
I think he'll take the pawn.
It does look quite juicy. Attacking this bishop as well. I don't know if black has time to grab on c3. Should we try?
Yeah, let's try. And what is he? No, he's just leaned back.
He's leaned back, so he has controlled the urge to play a move. So the white rook would be hit where to line it up. There's so many tempting moves on every turn.
I would be tempted to go rook e1, so that then I could lift up with rook e3, and rook takes bishop as well.
Yeah, rook takes bishop's a threat, so black has to pretty much lock down, defend this bishop. Strictly the only move to keep going. He's about to take this pawn. We're heading in this direction. I like the raised eyebrow there from Volodar Mertzin in the background. 17-year-old talent.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to take this pawn. There we go. And surely Fabiano needs to play either the immediate rook e8 to defend the bishop or first grab on c3.
I think it might be safer actually just to play the move he should have played, like rook to e8. Although...
That being said, maybe some tactics in the air. I don't see anything yet. White's bishop, I mean, at the very least, we just retreat somewhere.
Yeah, I think that could also be the clinical way.
We argue with 2 pawns up now, not just the one.
Yeah.
But maybe there's something else. Oof. Tactical vision. Just feels all wrong for black.
Yeah,
2 pawns down
totally.
and really loose.
At the very least, I mean, you could even go queen to
G6.
G6.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if I take...
Then queen takes. F6 is what I was wanting,
Okay,
or...
but maybe the king hides now.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Take them all first.
Yeah, okay.
Take
Queen
this
takes.
one.
Yes,
The king has to move.
And now check again.
Check again. See, I hide in the corner.
And now I can check again.
Take.
Can I take them all? Yeah.
And now
I can pile up.
Now you pile up.
Yes.
Look at this black queen. She's just, I mean, she's not played a role at all in this game. And just up, across, lift the rook. This will end in mate. Okay, so Fabiano, he's away from the board. I have a feeling he's just in the bathroom right now, just trying to compose himself, just trying to get over this shock, to put up some resistance at least. But it's been one-way traffic. He's got to take this pawn then. He's got to at least reactivate, not deactivate. That's Deac in his game, but reactivate his queen.
Yes.
And next move, defend his bishop. He's back. Fabiano. Okay, 35 minutes. He's pretty much on only move territory now if he wants to keep the game going at all. So taking this pawn looks essential.
Yeah, it does look essential. Just to protect the f6 point, actually.
Yeah, that variation you showed, it's important to control that square. So now the white rook would move, most likely. Black defends, and still some work to be done. Still not game over yet. And at least the black queen's back.
Yeah, although you still have to worry about moves like rook e3, and then bishop takes.
Yeah, rook e3, black gives a check.
Yeah, and then here I wanted to go king
h2, give up the bishop.
But maybe this is...
Now come in. Ooh, looks scary at least.
It is scary, right? But maybe
still some calculation to be done. Yeah, he's got to take this pawn. Wow, Jovanka, I did not expect this. We were talking about predictions before the round. I thought we'd see a really peaceful encounter here with Nakamura as white just kind of minimizing the risk. But we've actually seen it throughout their head-to-head, historically, even in classical chess. Many, many decisive games.
Yeah. Well, you saw there from the stats that Fabiano Caruana is currently leading with 8 wins, but Hikaru Nakamura has had 7, and they've played countless times. When it comes to, I think they played 166 games.
Actually, when I was researching, it was about 250 games.
250, yeah.
A lot of games between them, Rapid and Blitz. Oof, they know each other too well.
Yeah.
They must be sick of the sight of each other.
But it was really interesting strategy from Hikaru Nakamura, and I think you're right. He just got into his head because first of all he chooses a kind of harmless opening, and then you just don't know, is your opponent like trying to steer the game into calmer waters, and so you're a bit complacent. But then it turns out there is a little sting in the tail, and before you know it, you've kind of overthought things and a blunder has occurred.
Yeah, that's always the hardest when there's a little bit of venom, but you just don't sense it until it's too late, especially these kind of 4-night scotches. The last time he defeated Fabiano was in the 2 nights game, where he grabbed a pawn early and clung on, soon 3 pawns up. There's always, these top players, they have these hidden ideas, and if you don't react well, then you get punished quickly, as has happened here. And queen takes c3, the only way to keep the game going. Anything else, he can pretty much resign, Jovanka. So queen takes c3. If we see it, we'll see the fight continue.
Okay, and let's maybe cast our attention to the women's section, and I'll keep you posted on the Hikaru Nakamura game because it's just too exciting. And Vaishali against Tan Zhongyi, and I'm looking at the evaluation bar, and it is pretty high in white's favor.
Yeah, it looks like quite an attractive position for black if she had a move or 2 extra, but I'm assuming that white can actually make use of the tempi here. Maybe there's ideas like rook d3 to g3, actually kicking back the black queen and some tactics. But if black were, for example, to activate her bishop, for example, if white were to be a bit complacent and maybe allow a move like d5, then bishop c5 would be a monster threat, deflecting the white queen away and going for checkmate on g2. So some attacking chances for black, but it is white's move. f5 just played. Vaishali she's more used to being on the front foot than the back, and right now she is tied down to g2. What moves come to mind, Jovanka?
I like your rook d3 plan.
I just see a threat. I want to make a threat.
Yeah, exactly.
So pawn takes pawn, for example, would backfire immediately because this is a skewer. So black would need to take a timeout. Rook g6 maybe? Put the rook on a defended square. Although black's queen's really running out of decent squares to use. I'm also noticing this pawn is hanging. Oh, yeah, of course you spotted that, Jovanka.
A long time ago. That's why I wanted to go rook to g3, so that I could win the a2 pawn. That was my sole purpose in life.
a7 would drop. And
my 7 pawn,
Wow, yeah, this looks just bad for black. Simply a pawn down and getting hit around the back here. So, okay, what would the solution be? Rook d3. What she got up her sleeve here, Tan Zhongyi?
Could it be something like bishop? Bishop. I thought bishop g. Maybe bishop g7. Put that on the board. I'm going to be sneaky with you. I'm going to say, please play rook to g3. But it feels really clumsy because this is the whole point. You just put the bishop on d4, and
pin and win.
Yep.
Here you could even just take back, and white will have actually lost material, because the queen drops next. I thought you were going to say the other move, bishop to e7, if we go back here.
Yeah,
really sneaky.
Yeah, that's the same idea. I like it. And plus the bishop is better placed on e7.
Yeah, rook g3 now could be met by the devilish trap, bishop to h4. And after rook takes queen, this is a check. Next move, black wins material. So actually we see a couple of moves instead. And if we go there, just the very calm a3 from Vaishali. Understandable, kicking the black rook back. And rook back to b7. Now the pawn's protected though. No pawn grabbing for us. I'm not sure about that one. The rook did look like it was kind of hanging in midair here on rook on b4, so maybe some tactical opportunities against it. But a3 feels a useful move, but a bit indecisive, not wanting to resolve the tension on the king side yet. Okay, back. So what could white try next? It just feels like a critical moment. If Vaishali's, again, if she's too slow, for example, a pawn trade and just moves her king, for example, this pawn structure for black will be beautiful. The bishop coming out to d6, actually even hitting the a3 pawn now.
Yeah, there's just no good squares for the knight to jump to, or even any pawn levers to break open the position.
Yeah, this just looks like beautiful harmony. Black controls the light squares with pieces, pawns, and the dark squared bishop will be valuable. She now plays rook to d3, so setting up this trap. Big threat.
Yeah.
And we're expecting, okay, now it has to be bishop e7 rather than bishop g7 because d4 was no longer controlled. But bishop e7 now. Threat met by counter trap.
Yeah.
Rook g3, bishop h4 would win for black.
Yeah. Maybe she missed bishop e7. It's a
easy move to miss.
Fiendish move, right? Because you think, well, rook g3. I mean, the queen must move. Rook takes rook. Ba-bum. And then you...
But maybe it continues. Maybe white now just shifts the queen, re-establishing the threat of rook g3. Now the white queen's no longer a target on f2. And some ideas as well of sacrificing on d6 just to get at the black king, as long as white can soon kind of safeguard g2.
Yeah. Still complicated.
Complicated, yeah.
Yeah.
Who would you pick? I'm going to put you on the spot because I have no idea.
I don't know either. Still white, but I'm open to changing my mind. That's basically sitting on the fence.
And we can tell nerves are kicking in now in the penultimate round because just 26 minutes, we're only at move 18. Vaishali much slower, the pace of her moves than usual. We're going to see a time scramble in this one, almost guaranteed.
Absolutely. And just to update you on the very important Hikaru Nakamura Fabiano Caruana game, Fabiano is good. He spotted the only way to stay in the game, and that was queen takes c3, and there you go, it's played.
Yeah, so of course a fantastic position for Nakamura. He's a pawn up, safer king, initiative as well, but Fabiano's still alive. Maybe we wrote this one off too soon. He's still live and kicking. Great move, queen takes c3, and next move he's pretty much guaranteed to play rook e8 just to protect his bishop. Okay, we'll check back in later.
Yep.
Where's the drama at? Shall we stick with the women's section?
Let's stick there, and I will keep my eyes open on the Fabiano game. And let's go to the second board, Anna Muzychuk against Daisy Cori.
Okay, and Daisy's won a pawn. You mentioned it. Opening's maybe not her forte, but once she survives the opening...
it's the Peruvian style, I tell you. They are such natural players. Somehow I wish I'd been born there so I could learn and come to grips with their style, because there's so many underrated players from Peru.
We'd be actively encouraged not to study openings. Jealous. But yeah, this one, she did play a very kind of provocative opening, and okay, let's not jump to conclusions too soon, but some pressure on the queen side. Black's king a bit misplaced, but yeah, pawn up, really solid knights in the center. This came from the hippopotamus defense, and yeah, I love using this opening in blitz and bullet because it really pushes the pressure onto white to whip something up to create something, and black's moves tend to be quite intuitive, but this is kind of exploded into a position where it's pure calculation, and if white gets one more move in castles and somehow builds up an attack against this bishop, this could turn very quickly.
Yeah.
How would you go about defending and safeguarding black's position here, Jovanka?
That's a tricky question.
Yeah, sorry, I'm giving you all the hard ones.
Yeah. Okay, but there's no immediate threat.
Yeah.
There's no rook takes bishop in the air for now.
Not yet.
So this gives me the opportunity to... I kind of want to put a knight on c4, but I can't get there.
Yeah, that would be a nice post for the knight if you could control that square once more, but knight b6?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, knight b6. Or the other move that really appealed to me was to go f5.
Yeah, f for forward.
Yes.
Drive this this knight back. Has to go to g3.
Yes.
Only square.
And then, okay, now, it's like, how can I harmonize the pieces?
Yeah, the knight is attacked, so probably want to defend it.
Yeah.
Not sure. Queen d6.
Queen d6 was my first instinct.
Looks good.
It looks, yep. Keep it simple.
Centralization. Black's doing very well here, and sidelining this white knight is long term going to be really helpful. I don't really see any way to generate an attack for white, which she's reliant upon right now. Castles.
Okay, and see if, can you just... No, it's white to play. It's black to play,
black
sorry.
To play. Yeah, white wants to, of course, push the pawn. But even if black were to, I don't know, just drop back, and I'm envisaging the queen landing on c6, some counter threats against g2. Even this doesn't look terrifying for black.
No. I mean, you can't even go a5 because of your idea of going queen d5, and, well, there's a pawn dropping.
Yeah, threatening checkmate.
And the knights are coming in.
Yeah, it feels like she's got enough control, Daisy Cori, but she might have to play very energetically, like f5 in this position before white's able to start creating counter threats. c4 might be an interesting idea as well for white, but very, very double-edged. Black's a pawn up, and yeah, another one we'll definitely keep a firm eye on.
And let's move down to the group on 6 points. Antoaneta Stefanova against Garifullina, and then we're going to go over to Munguntul, who's chasing a GM norm.
Yeah, with a win we'll get close. I don't think she can get one this round, but she'll be very close to the Grandmaster norm if she wins today. This position, we were slightly skeptical about Stefanova's placement of her queen earlier, but now it looks really harmonious. The white rook on a3, I really love where it's placed, ready to swing later towards the black king. It's nice to have the rook on a3 and then drop the bishop back to a2 as she's done. Knight on d5 looks nice.
She's been burning a lot of time, though.
Yeah, I think the story of her tournament. Every round she seems to be in time trouble, and most of the time she's able to handle it. b4 here. Very active from Stefanova. Attacking that knight.
Okay, knight can't go forward, so must go back.
Yep. Easy move for Garifullina here. What do you think the follow-up is going to be? b4 is very committal. Let's say the knight goes back.
And
she's about to play. There we go.
Knowing Stefanova, I suspect it might be the whole pawn avalanche.
On which flank?
To the queen side.
On the queen side, okay.
Yeah.
a5.
a5.
a5, maybe continue. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, maybe you can build that one up a little bit, but Also c4 was, but c4
blocks
does
this
blocks
bishop
in
on
the
A2.
bishop, yeah.
Also, b4's hanging in some lines if black's able to evict the
Yeah.
white knight out of d5. I'm wondering whether she switches attention now. It just looks... Okay, she plays c3, just very calm positional. I was going to say maybe she switches attention towards the black king. It looks like everything's pointing, lining up towards the black king. She could play knight h4, start kind of creating threats over there. But no, c3, very positional.
Yeah.
Sorry, not a5, instead c3.
c3 does jam up the rook.
Yeah, that's why I was reluctant.
Yeah.
From a positional standpoint, makes a lot of sense, but less dynamic than she would have wanted. On the bright side, e6 is really weakening for black. Kicking this knight out, the knight will come back around and target the backward pawn.
Totally. Actually, the knight can jump back whenever it wants to. And I guess Stefanova has the idea of going a5, but and so she can meet b takes a5 with b5.
Yeah. So, for example, if black were to just move the
Yeah.
king, a5, take b5, next take this one, then grab both the a-pawns, and it looks very pleasant for white. I'm judging by the enthusiasm you're pushing these pawns, Jovanka, that you're preferring Stefanova's chances here.
Yes, suddenly I wasn't that enthusiastic about c3, but now I'm kind of converted. I'm thinking, yeah, this is the way forward. Yeah, I do like pushing. I do like pushing pawns.
Who doesn't? And it feels like black needs to kind of urgently trade off pieces, maybe knight e5, just to get as many pieces off the board as possible, because she's so cramped right now, Garifullina.
Yeah. Can we actually, let's quickly check in on Mainava against Munguntul, because I'd love to go back to the Esipenko and Maghsoodloo game.
Okay, let's quickly check in here, but it is wild.
Yeah.
As we're used to at this point from Munguntul throughout the tournament. Yesterday as well, another crazy battle. So it's the two bishops against white's rook and two pawns, but here the two bishops look
amazing,
powerful. Yeah, they look incredibly strong, covering all the entry squares on the e-file for the white rooks, pointing down at the king side as well. Watch out for an attack later. White's rook, meanwhile, has to step back. Let's say it retreats. Just
build. Yep. Introduce more pieces to the attack.
Rook F4 is coming.
Yeah. I mean, my golden rule is when you do have the minor pieces, you want to be attacking the king because you have that extra piece to attack with.
Two pieces against one. Who cares if a rook is worth more than one bishop? Here it's two bishops.
Quick maths.
Yeah, white's 1 point up, but I think in terms of potential, it's all about the bishops. Yeah, big advantage for black.
Yep.
Okay, you mentioned another game in the open section. Should we jump over there?
Yeah, let's go over there because it's really scary times for Maghsoodloo here.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's happened here? White's conquered the dark squares. I mean, there's a simple threat. Queen f6 would end in checkmate, most likely. Shall we catch up?
Yeah,
How did
let's,
we get here?
because we left it and we were skeptical about black's play, but then suddenly this happened and we were like, okay.
Actually, we predicted all of this. Here we were thinking maybe throw in the bishop to f6 first, but he wants that square vacant for the white queen. He instead steps forward. Nice threat of bishop g7, actually. Nice threat, even in some scenarios. Bishop g7, of course, very strong, but even bishop h8 would be a killer, landing the queen on g7. Really nice tactical motif there. So the black king had to move, defending the h6 pawn as well. But now the white queen, after an attack, switches. And again, it's a case similar to the Caruana game, when a queen is so far away from her king like this, no surprise that an attack might be deadly.
Yeah. You kind of came up with a great name for it. When the king and queen are divorced, the king is in trouble.
Yeah, you need to keep that a happy marriage. You need to cuddle up. And
especially if your king is in danger, right?
Exactly. How does black defend this?
I don't know.
See it. Rook g8 just looks horrible. Just kind of putting a rook on g6.
But sometimes needs must, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if black can still be alive in 10 moves, then that's a success.
Yeah, it's a big if. The problem is, for black here, I'm going to kind of channel my inner Nakamura. I'm going to put a rook on d6. I'm going to put the other rook on d1. Soon I'm going to come in, bishop h3, maybe even bishop f5.
Okay.
When in doubt, push the h-pawn maybe a bit later. Just looks like domination, not just a direct attack.
Yep. Looks fantastic.
What are these black pieces doing? They're laughable at this point, unfortunately. You can tried to offer an exchange of one rook.
Takes rook.
Yeah, but it just feels so shaky. It looks like it should be checkmate, rook g8, forced. Now the other rook just comes in.
Yep. Love it. And if you go rook to g6, you know, expecting the queen to go away, then okay, well, the queen won't go away. I even forgot
Checkmate.
this one, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even if it went away, it's just totally winning for white. This bishop is just untouchable, almost. The only defense I can envisage is maybe knight d7. Oh, but just bishop d6, kicking the rook and winning this pawn. Maghsoodloo, it's just been a nightmare from move 1. Just a disastrous opening. It's surprising he prepared every till move 15, and 3 moves later he was pretty much lost.
Yeah. Do you think he was nervous or something? I mean, do these top players ever feel nervous? They do.
Yeah, there goes Giri. He left. But yeah, they definitely feel nervous, especially when the stakes are this high. Someone like Maghsoodloo, I think, especially Nakamura, Caruana, they've done a decent job in their careers. I don't think they get as nervous anymore. But for the younger ones like Maghsoodloo, Esipenko, this is the big breakthrough event. I mean, not just massive money prizes at stake, but candidate spot that's going to catapult them into the elite. And I think Maghsoodloo, maybe with black, trying to win, trying to take some risks. Maybe he saw the tie breaks. He realized that out of the leading score group, his tie break's the lowest, so he needed to actually land on a bigger score. He needed to win one of his final 2 games at least. But pushing with black against someone in form like Esipenko.
But pushing like this as well, so recklessly,
it's hard.
Yeah, it is very hard.
Normally you have to time it right. I mean, I've committed this mistake before, in the Isle of Man, for example, in this tournament even. I've gone too hard and it backfires immediately. Sometimes you just need to keep the tension as long as possible and wait for your chance to appear.
Yep.
But yeah, this one just looks horrible for black.
Yeah, absolutely. Oi, oi, oi. So what a day of action already. And if we go down to board 4, Vincent Keymer also looking in great shape against Vladimir Fedoseev. I mean, look at that wall of pawns.
A 4-pawn attack. The only thing remaining is to somehow move the knight and get the 5-pawn attack. Pawn on f4.
The quintuplets.
Yeah. The quadruplets here are going to maybe push forward even further. There's actually some threats of e5, this bishop lacking squares. So you've got to be a bit careful here.
Isn't that a major threat right now?
It might be, yeah. For example, rook d8 would be met by e5. And
are you getting away with it? I thought after bishop a3 is the only move. You go rook takes
c7.
c7. And then you take.
Yeah.
And what am I missing?
Maybe it's just the fact that there's this battery as well along the diagonal. Similar to what we saw in the Esipenko game, queen c6, forcing white to defend the knight. And at the very end, rook takes d4. Pin and maybe win here. Suddenly things would turn around. But it's definitely an idea on the cards. You have to finesse it. You have to fine-tune it, get it at the right moment. But e5 will cause Fedoseev some headaches. And not just e5, g5 as well, Jovanka.
Yeah. And also d5, your idea, but d5 as well. But
yeah, just to show that actually, d5 could be quite nice when you take and push the white pawn forward.
Bishop c5, I forgot about that.
Cut the board in half though, and now you can focus on some attack against the black king. Looks scary, but yeah, white's so flexible. And normally when your opponent has a big center, you need to be chipping away. You need to be eroding that center from the as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Here it's just white with all the space, therefore all the options.
Yeah. No, black is severely cramped. So after rook to d8, what would be white's attack? So we mentioned a whole load of pawn pushes, but shall we try your
maybe g5?
G5 push, I like it.
Yeah, you want to block it.
Yeah, because I like closed positions, and I'm always a bit worried.
Let's say we take, which I just wanted to find out which way is white going to recapture. 3 very tempting options.
I like the pawn takes.
Pawn takes very positional. Yeah, later watch out for something landing on the h-file, maybe a white rook.
Yeah.
Long term coming in. I would not like to be Fedoseev right now. He's won most of his games, Fedoseev, from grinding out endgames, and this is far, far from that stage. So he needs to somehow defend this middle game, first of all.
Yeah. And, well, can we also go to the Sam Sevian Arjun Erigaisi game?
It's still alive.
It is still alive. It is not a draw. And, okay, the evaluation bar is also telling us that maybe Sam Sevian has taken one small risk too many is now needing to grovel for the draw.
Yeah, Sam Sevian, this is the problem as well at high-level chess. We've seen it multiple times throughout history in must-win, well, not must-win situations, but when you've kind of got a draw in your hand and you're not sure, you're kind of undecided, do I bail out? Do I chicken out? Oh, there are fans watching. I don't want to disappoint the fans. And then you kind of force yourself to play on. It's kind of reluctant in the back of your mind. And he's already spent so much time. He's 50 minutes behind. We're only at move 21. It's a wild position. Look at those black pawns as well. He could easily regret this. And then you just feel like you've ruined your own tournament, that you've kind of been the master of your own destruction.
Yeah.
I've been there many times myself. Richard Rapport, for example, in the last candidates event, he could have forced a draw against Nepomniachtchi with white. He sat there 45 minutes, decided to play on, and like 2 moves later he was lost.
Yeah.
So it feels like a case of Sam stuck in his own mind a bit too much.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. And yeah, you kind of get into the mindset that you're thinking, this is my one chance, this is my one shot, and you know, I therefore really want to win and I should win because I want it so much, but no, it's a bad idea to force it. And I remember someone saying to me, Yovi, just accept what you have on the board. Do what needs to be done. And I was like, okay, fine. And it was just basically I was pushing too hard for a win when it was completely drawn. And then you know how it is. You push hard for a win, and then you end up having to grovel for the draw.
Yeah, that's just
depressing,
frustrating. Right now, though, it is a wild position, and white does have a threat. So if we just show the last few moves, we mentioned that here white could have forced a draw instantly. Bishop takes h7, check, and a repetition. No way to escape these checks for the black king. He played queen h5, threatening checkmate. After f5, he could still force a draw, queen g5, and checks forever. Instead, he continued, knight f3, bringing another piece in. We like to see it, though, attacking ideas. And this was met by the cunning f6 from Erigaisi, using the queen as a defender along the 7th rank. It does give up a pawn, but if this pawn were captured, then I guess black might be tempted to eliminate this knight in the near future and bank everything on these pawns. Yeah, this is another one. It's like you've kind of got a small window of opportunity for white before these pawns roll down and crush you. You know your house is about to be knocked down and you have to somehow save it in time. But f6 was met by knight d4 instead, trying to break through, and e takes d5. Okay, very clever. Now knight e6 doesn't win material on the spot. It looks like a fork, but black could save the queen and rook at the same time with queen f7. Counterattacking against white's queen, and a recapture would be backfiring here. Simply the rook saves itself. So actually Sam had to instead take. And now I wonder whether Erigaisi does the same, maybe queen f7 anyway, because knight e6 still one big threat in the position.
Yeah. No, it's I like that idea. What other candidate moves do you have? I think it's a good idea to do some repair work. And
queen d7, queen f7, one of these two maybe.
Queen d7. I like queen d7.
Gain time against the white queen. And if white does jump in with the knight now?
Yeah, here you have to step up, unfortunately.
Step up. It's not across.
Yeah, you can step across. Just
attack
a bit,
the knight. Feels a bit shaky somehow.
It does feel.
I don't see the knockout blow, but
queen check.
Crazy position.
It is.
Okay, maybe we step up. Just feels like we need to overprotect h7.
And I just wanted to protect f6 as well.
And f6, yeah. That's the thing. If black can defend, if black survives the next 5 moves, black will just win. There's literally nothing. There's no in between. There's no middle ground here.
Yeah. What next? Pawn takes pawn is going to be met with queen takes pawn and then endgame central.
Ah, that's nice.
Don't want that.
We've seen a lot of batteries on the long diagonal here in this round. This would force the queens off. So yeah, we're advocating queen d7. Queen f7 appeals to me somehow. I'm not sure why.
Do you want to meet knight e6 with bishop c8? No, that would invite pawn takes pawn.
Well, pretend that was why. But yeah, that's a nice spot. Pawn takes pawn. Yeah, unfortunately, just guards the knight. No, I was just going to be a bit lazy here. Play rook e8. I just wanted to protect f7 and h7 at the same time. Still looks like big attacking chances for white, so maybe I was a bit harsh earlier, but either way, he's kind of gone all in, Sam Sevian. There's no going back now for either side.
No.
Just judging with the clock situation, it just feels a bit impractical.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Erigaisi still has some big questions to answer on the next few moves at least before he gets time to roll his pawns.
Yeah, he needs to work fast here. And just to give you some updates, there have been a few moves played in the Hikaru-Fabiano game. For Hikaru doubling on the D line.
Okay.
And this looks ruthless.
It does. So let's just backtrack. We last joined this game after queen takes c3, hitting the rook in the corner. Yeah, there was no need to pile up on the e-file because actually black would defend anyway with rook to e8 as he did in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more important to crash through on the d-file and yeah, just as you say, ruthless. Pawn takes bishop was my initial question.
Then the queen jumps.
Yeah, queen g6.
Oh, yeah, queen g6 or even so rook takes.
Yeah, how does black hold this one? Bishop bishop f7. Oh, feels like something's hanging.
Rook takes.
Rook takes rook, but the bishop takes back.
Oh.
Okay, we're yet to find a win. So, I mean, if in doubt, if he knows he's losing anyway, he might as well take this bishop.
Yeah, and here, okay, so we have rook takes rook. We have, what other moves do we have? Rook.
We have queen g6,
queen g6, queen c6, queen. What about rook takes rook?
Okay.
And now queen to g6.
No, yeah, I think this is the right order just to rule out that bishop f7 idea.
Yeah, you tricked me there. And then where are you going with the rook?
I'm not going anywhere with
the
the rook.
Go somewhere though. Rook.
I'll go here and let you checkmate me.
No.
Okay, let's try and survive somehow.
Okay, rook f.
Rook f8. Oh, sorry, no, I did it again. Rook f7, rook f8.
Rook f8 and.
But now this idea from earlier, Jovanka, your idea, just take.
Take.
And then swing it
Rookie.
up and across. Maybe we give a check first.
Yeah.
Maybe check here first, and now we swing the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Just to stop the black king from running away out of the corner.
Yeah, and else. Yeah, and then if you give a check on e1, and now step up and give, you can just block that with the rook. And this is no way for the queen to stop queen h6.
Yeah, multiple checkmating threats, and note how safe the white king is, guarded by rook and pawns. Black's extra bishop just not able to contribute. So actually, yeah, taking this bishop is an immediate knockout.
Mm-hmm.
Just rook takes rook first, and then queen g6. And loose pawns, loose pieces, they all drop off.
Yeah.
So if he can't take the bishop if it's poisoned, look at Fabiano, he's devastated. He's just never got in this game.
No. I mean,
from
it
the
was
opening.
just great psychology there from Hikaru.
That's so mean, just teasing him with a very kind of drawish opening, at least by reputation, and then kind of hiding this venomous idea of trapping the black queen and going on an attack.
It was just that slight discomfort, right? The queen on a5, not happy.
Mm-hmm.
And then, somehow that got into Fabiano's mind and he made h6 as a blunder, and then he blundered again with rook c8.
Yeah. Like you said, it's uncharacteristic, but those things happen in high-pressure situations. Happens to the best of us, including Fabiano. So how to stop queen g6? It's just a killer threat.
Yeah,
Just don't see it at all.
Let's do bishop. No, I was going to say let's go bishop f7, which would be a mistake because queen takes rook.
Queen takes rook. Pin on the 8th rank. The queen is safe, can't be touched.
That's a goner, so you can't do that. Keep the game alive.
f5 maybe? Oof, it's very ugly, but I just wanted to
okay.
at any cost stop queen g6.
f5.
The problem is there's new avenues of attack. Queen h4, and this threat that you mentioned is
it's lethal.
It's lethal. Queen takes rook is a threat, as well as moving the bishop out the way with some discovery, hitting the king. Okay, I just don't see any way to keep fighting. Bishop g8?
Yeah, bishop g8, yeah. Bishop g8, you don't get mate.
Maybe you do. Yeah, at least this pin is broken, so queen takes rook is not possible.
Okay. But you still have your idea of going...
Queen g6.
Queen g6 or queen h4?
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, queen g6.
And there's also the idea of swinging... No, okay, I was going to swing the bishop back, but that doesn't really help things.
Mm-hmm.
I like queen g6.
Yeah, threat on the black rook. I mean, you have to take, right? Or do you have to... Well, yeah, you have to take the rooks off the board.
And then maybe I can throw in a check just for fun.
Somewhere.
Yep. King steps up.
A second check, or
yeah, why not?
Another check. White will block. Or white could block. But actually now white doesn't have a threat, and the bishops are kind of self-trapped.
Yeah, yeah.
This looks like the only way to keep the game going, that we found at least
Yeah.
so far.
Okay, so that's actually quite a handy idea to know.
Yeah, just for example, the queen will move or somewhere, maybe back to c7, and game goes on.
Yep.
Still a pawn down, but survival is the first step. So okay, we're thinking bishop g8 only move. Should we check that?
Yeah, let's try it.
Let's check with the oracle
Okay.
computer. Okay, bishop g8 only move, otherwise Fabiano resigns, essentially.
Okay.
The second best move was c4, but that's takes nerves of steel. Doesn't look relevant at all.
What kind of move is that? Okay, it's designed to stop rook d3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah, okay, that's it. Wow. Yeah. Okay, that's hard. c4. That one, it's only a -4 kind of disadvantage for black. Yeah, it's funny, Jovanka, he in Norway chess beat Fabiano with the 2 knights defense.
Yeah.
Now he's on the brink of beating him in the 4 knights.
Yeah, and shame there's no 6 knights defense, because then he would be working his way up.
Yeah. So okay, c4 and bishop g8, the only ways to keep the game going, but bishop g8, I think out of those, by far the most logical, as we've eventually got that process of elimination.
He needs to try, actually, I don't know who is who, but they need to try on all the 4 knights defense in every opening there is. Like you can do it in the Caro.
Yeah, and the Sicilian.
The 3 knights as well.
The 3 knights, Sicilian, there's a 4 knights, English opening 4 knights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go around the 4 knights horn.
e4, e5, just not working out for Fabiano against Hikaru recently. And interesting that Hikaru's kind of, he's not employing the Italian, the Spanish, or these stodgy maneuvering battles against Fabiano. We said Nakamura, he loves keeping tension, maneuvering, and that works against the slightly lower rated players, the mere 2700s, but against the real kind of creme de la creme against Fabi, he's very direct, route 1, attack.
Yeah.
And it pays off.
Yes.
Bishop g8, we think, has to be played to prolong this game.
There's so many exciting games, David, in the open section. Like, I want to keep an eye on this game, of course.
Let's take a tour.
Esipenko is just doing everything that you suggested. You know how you were like, I'm going to do a rook Hikaru and put the rook on d6? Look at that. Rook has appeared on d6.
Yeah, very powerful rook. Oh, the black king. Oh, it would pay a hefty sum right now to put the pawn back on g7 to protect it.
And David, I'm going to say you should next time we have the Grand Swiss, you have to be playing, because we go to Vincent Keymer and Vladimir Fedoseev. You suggested it. It's on the board.
g5. We'll see. These youngsters are basically forcing me to retire. But g5. Yeah, it's on the board. And king h8. Interesting resource from Fedoseev. He's literally saying, take me, please take me. And if white does, which probably is just strong, then he's at least got one open file to attack the white king.
Yeah.
He's trying to put the fear of ghosts into Vincent Keymer. I wonder whether white can just ignore this and just kind of shuffle into the corner, but at least it creates some counterplay, some pressure now on e4 and some attack against the white king. No idea whose king is weaker here. Both look like they're living a charmed life, but okay, creative defense from Fedoseev rather than take on g5.
Yeah, it's inspired, isn't it? So I like this. At least it poses a lot of practical problems. And also, if we go to Alexander Predke against Yuri Kuzubov, you will also see that it's ultra sharp there as well.
Yuri Kuzubov?
Kuzubov. What did I call him?
No, I was just making a bad pun. You called him Kuzubov.
Because so, you know, one of the things about being a Brit is sometimes it's very difficult to pronounce names.
Yeah.
Because of our undeveloped R, and I struggle. So I might have called him something random. So I apologise.
That's been my biggest struggle, learning different languages. I can't roll the tongue.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Especially in Norwegian, you know, especially where in the western coast, it's like, ugh, you have this ugh, and it's like, I can't do it.
Predke.
Yeah.
Alexander Predke right now. He's threatening queen g6. Once he decides how to deal with this check, he's either going to move the king or block with rook f2. He has to do something first. Moving the king, there goes Giri, would be very tempting, because this knight I believe is poisoned. I don't see any defense now to g7. No way to hold that square. So king h1 does have some merits behind it. The knight's not defended though. Maybe that's the downside. You could block and self-pin with the rook. But this also feels clumsy to some extent. Just looks such a weird position. White kind of giving up the center just to pounce on f7. How does black defend though? Still a winning idea?
Yeah. Well, I guess you could...
Is it just bishop e6?
Yeah.
As he does block with his rook, so this is the game position.
I like your idea. Bishop e6. No funny business on my watch.
Yeah, the black queen can always come back to h6.
Yes.
If need be.
Am I material at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? No. Material is the level.
And maybe there are no checkmates. Maybe the white rook just not in time to cash in. Maybe it has to drop back, forcing the black queen away, and the white knight will recentralize. Nice outpost, and the game goes on.
Yep. Yep. And I would not actually advocate here, despite me being a pawn grabber, a queen takes c6. Because all you're doing there is just opening up the lines for the black rooks to march into the position.
Yep. One pawn that's not going anywhere.
Yep.
1 point that's not worth grabbing. So who would you take here, Jovanka? Evaluation bar says dead level, but it's a wild position.
White.
Okay.
Just because I appreciate king safety a bit more than anything else.
Okay, just to be argumentative, I'll say black.
Okay.
Not sure why. I quite like white's knight on c5 once it lands. But this one in the balance, and it feels like action is mostly happening elsewhere. Meanwhile, we do have 2 results to confirm on the top 11 boards. We saw draws between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Radoslav Wojtaszek. They actually, I saw historically, tend to draw all of their games, interestingly enough, or nearly all of their games. And David Anton Guerrero, the Spaniard, did draw against Duda.
Yeah. And if we just quickly glance at the game, Hans Niemann against Anish Giri, what are we? Ooh. Are we guessing that one also will fizzle out into a draw?
Sorry,
Bishop of opposite colours.
Yeah, catching up with the current position. Giri cam. Every camera is Giri cam. Yeah, it looks roughly drawish. I think I would rather take black, if anyone, just because black controls the only open file. It's easier for the black rooks to get in. White's rooks are somewhat restricted. That being said, as Giri's indicating with his gestures there, it's one of those positions. It's probably a draw. No way through. White's bishop holds everything. It's the glue.
Yeah.
And no weaknesses for either side, really. Black will most likely play a6 or b6 or something to kind of release the black rook from a8.
Can black ever try to utilize the mini plans as well? You know, first of all, you go a6, and then you bring the king to e6, perhaps plant it on f5. This is like so long term, but...
Yeah, very long term. You could maybe aim for g5 breaks later. He chooses b6, I believe, Anish Giri. So, yeah, it's hard to say which one was better there.
I once attended this lecture on rooks and opposite color bishops.
Okay.
And it was by the Norwegian Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer, and this was a topic that was like supremely interesting to him. And at first I was like super skeptical, but he gave some kind of advice that, you know, if you break it down into mini plans, and another guideline is that you never allow your opponent any activity. So for instance, maybe white will be looking at breaking out with like he could sacrifice a pawn, so g4, f5, and those are the kind of things you got to restrain, because once the defending side gets active, you can't control the counterplay because you don't have the right bishop to meet it. And so he said, just don't look ahead at the bigger picture, just always mini plan.
Mini plans, and both sides going for mini plans here. Hans Niemann first, being a bit reckless with his king, but he is hinting that he might push the g-pawn at the right moment. There's still a way home if need be. Anish Giri activating his rook, first step of the mini plan there, and this was blocked out by Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
This is risky though, bishop c3. I'm surprised he played it instantly, because at the right moment, black could certainly consider snapping the bishop off, especially if you can guarantee you win the a-pawn. Here you don't, so I think it's not quite time yet. The white pawn just pushes most likely and will be defended. But I'm just looking in 2 directions. Firstly at the white a-pawn, secondly at this white king that's stranded. If you could kind of combine checkmating ideas with this sacrifice, then it looks very promising for black. I think I would take Giri's position.
Yeah, me too.
He was reaching for his rook. I believe he's about to play rook c4.
Yeah, rook c4 makes a lot of sense. Is there
Staring at the white king
ideas?
indirectly.
Yeah, and other ideas of g4, f5. No, because then you're going to get in trouble, right? The rook will come to g1. I mean, this bishop on e4 is so good.
Yeah, this bishop's so strong. Just to point out your idea there, rook g1. Now you really don't want to be pushing f5.
Because you're not going to stay alive.
You're definitely not staying alive. This would most likely end in checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure exactly how, but the rook will come next and trap this king.
Yep.
So Giri, meanwhile, he's enacting those mini plans, rook c4 on the board.
And, okay, everything is, again, wild. And still, Fabiano Caruana yet to make a move in his game. And, wow. So, just as I said, everything's going well. Bogdan Daniel Deac against Vidit. Vidit has just lunged with g7, g5.
Wow.
Perhaps inspired by the mood in the playing venue. And Vincent Keymer did grab the h6 pawn.
Okay, which one? Should we go to Keymer or should we stay here? Because this is suddenly heating up.
Yeah, maybe we turn our attentions to this game.
Yeah, and it just looked very level, like not too much happening. Nothing actually really changed since we were last here, apart from black putting a knight on f4. Suddenly, g5. Wow, out of nowhere, out of the blue. He's really playing ambitiously here, Vidit. Like you said, it's probably the mood in the playing hall. You can sense it somehow when players are nervous. They're a bit jittery, and suddenly the others are starting to pounce. And also, they will have half an eye on the fact that Nakamura is winning. It's going to be clear to everyone right now at the top of the standings. They're going to assume Naka's going to win. And therefore, if they want a candidate spot, they need to win too.
Yes.
And, okay, taking big risks, even with black, Vidit.
And
there's going to be time scrambles everywhere. This is going to be so fun.
I know. And also, the drama doesn't stop there, because we could turn our attentions to the women's section, and maybe we can bring up all the evaluation bars of the top boards, because take a look at what Tan Zhongyi is doing.
Oof. Push, push, push. All the pawns now.
Yeah.
She pushed the D pawn. She's pushed the E pawn.
Can she get away with this?
I mean, it's risky, but white is pinned on the F file. This rook is undefended, so you cannot take on E5 yet. I like what she's doing from a risk-taking standpoint, but we do see the numbers, the evaluation bars on the side there, and it does say that white is doing well.
Yeah.
White's got by far the safer king, at least. That's the big plus right now.
Well, the big worry for me is that, yes, it looks super tempting to go E5, but could you try to destabilize things already with C4?
C4, dynamite.
Yeah.
Why not? Let's say black pushes, E4.
Yeah, now my big idea was to mobilize the knight.
Like D4.
Yep.
Looks good. Yeah, I mean, it feels much easier to play with white here. Black already stuck with the dilemma where to put the queen. Let's say back. Now you just move the rook.
Yep.
And yeah, this pawn is collapsing. Black's center's collapsing, and then the king might be a big target. Black has this beautiful pawn chain, but actually here you would far rather have the safer king.
Totally. Like if the king were an A8, then big difference. Also, this pawn chain is not that mobile either.
Yeah, it's easily blockadable.
Yeah.
Okay, Vaishali, I love your C4 move, Jovanka. Also, she could fine-tune it, maybe start with rook E3, force the pawn forward, and then similar, C4, C4, knight D4. Maybe move order not as important here. Tan Zhongyi taking big risks to try and leapfrog her opponent. The candidates for her as well. I don't think she's qualified, so a big goal.
Yeah, no, she's not qualified for the candidates
Yeah.
just yet, but she has played in it before, and here we can actually see who will be in the women's candidates in Toronto 2024, and we see Lei Ting-jae, Katerina Lagno, Goretzkina, Salimova, and Muzychuk.
Yeah, so two of the players we have here in the field with us in Isle of Man. Muzychuk, who's in joint second place, and Goretzkina, who's having a tough time in the last few rounds, who actually drew today against Dinara Wagner. So Goretzkina probably won't come at the top two spots. That does open the field.
Yep. And let's go and follow the evaluation bar. Shall we check in? Okay, we have a move from Vaishali in the meantime.
Looked like she moved her rook. Okay, it was rook E3. There we go. The board catches up and looks strong for white. C4 coming, knight D4 coming. Black king under fire.
Yep, and let's quickly check in on Anna Muzychuk against Daisy Cori.
Okay, very similar paths that we predicted. We're doing well today,
Yeah.
Jovanka. Black did kick the white knight back to g3, did plant the knight on c4, and a5 is a second pawn sacrifice. It can be captured by the black knight. The idea is that, of course, trying to destabilize the knight on b6, and queen takes a5 would be met by a pawn dropping on e6. But where's the counterplay? Where's the proof is in the eating of this pudding. 2 pawns up now for black.
I don't see any counterplay, I'll be honest with you.
I'm struggling to spot it. White can hit the black queen, but the black queen just will happily kind of park herself back on c6, where she can never really be hit. As long as black gets one more move, puts the knight back on c4, 0 attack for white.
Yep. Oi, oi, oi. And okay,
looks like a free pawn.
She
should take it.
I think she should absolutely take that one. And let's go down to Muzychuk against Mainava there on board 4. Muzychuk was chasing a Grandmaster Norm.
Wow, what a position. White's queen's disappeared. Let's just show how that happened. We saw a few moves back, a position such as this one, rook to f4, and just queen takes f4. A simplification tactic, but not winning material, and really risky. She's banking on the fact that the remaining white rook will outpower the 2 bishops, but 2 are better than 1.
Yeah.
As the Spice Girls didn't say. Yeah, bishop c1, she's just going pawn hunting.
Yes, totally. The pawn on, either the pawn on b2 drops or the pawn on h5.
Yeah, both of them. And at some point she'll have to play rook takes queen, and this will be the material balance we're left with for the rest of the game. And white has 2 pawns more than black, but they're not going anywhere. And bishops are, especially as a pair, are much better than 1 rook.
Yep. Okay, and let's finally check in on Stefanova against Garifullina.
Okay. Okay, this game may be the quietest of them all.
Still manoeuvring.
Yeah, I don't like what's happened to Stefanova's position. It feels like it's gone a bit wrong. Suddenly, weakness, and her knights have been kicked back. Suddenly, traffic jam as well in white's position. It's rush hour, but not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Garifullina and Muzychuk, who both fighting for the Grandmaster norms, doing really well, as actually evidenced by the evaluation bars there.
And, oh, wow. We've been told that there's been a miniature between Elina Rebers and Elina Danielian. And maybe we can replay that one from the start.
Okay, a miniature. That means very quick, and wow. Checkmate about to appear on this board, and one of the Elinas won. It was Elina Robes. Yeah, we'll go very quickly from the start to show how this happened. Not affecting the top of the standings, but a nice game nonetheless. Nice to see checkmates. We saw the Pierts. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
I've always wondered.
And
so black just giving up the center. Knight f3, and okay, the a3 variation, which I dabbled in a bit in my youth. Just kind of
stopping c5.
Yeah, so now c5, the move black wants to play is queen to a5, but just to threaten knight takes e4, but this is impossible now. b4 would just kick her away, the black queen. So, oh wait, this happened.
Oh, right.
Okay, I was going to say this is what not to do as black, and it turned out this was the case. The queen went back to d8, losing a bit of time, and white established a strong pawn center. Both sides developed until, when in doubt, push the h-pawn.
Yeah.
And the black king's a sitting duck here.
Voorwaarts. That's what we had learnt. It was the Dutch word for go.
Voorwaarts. Yeah, Elina Robes, of course, Dutch superstar these days. h5 blocking up the king side, but at the cost of a bit of time, and white has just full control over the entire board. White has the space advantage. Normally you need the space advantage if you want to attack on the wings. And okay, I'm waiting for the hammer to fall on the black king. Where did that happen? Knight f2, trying to kick away the blockader, and after a trade. I'm impressed they're done already, because a lot of moves in this game, and now it was here, g4.
Oi, beautiful.
Pushing the queen back after knight to d4, forcing the black queen out, and of course the g-pawn was sacrificed for the h-pawn's activity, and the h-file opening.
Oh. Checkmate incoming.
Crunch. The black king simply no defenders. F for forward. She literally went f4, f5, f6. And now, okay, the killer blow. I'm waiting for it any moment. This is nice. Castling queenside on move 27. It's rare to see it occur this late. My latest was move 36, castling queenside. Move 27 is really late in the game. Knight f5. Oh.
Yeah.
And we see queen sacrifice. Beautiful finish from Elina Robes.
Okay.
Giving up the queen because she can give up a knight too, and all the checkmating patterns. This would have been beautiful, Jovanka. King f8, rook h8 check.
Ooh.
And at the very end, the king is trapped. This is just beautiful. A three-piece attack.
It is.
Instead, a different way this game ended. Bishop takes instead, but same outcome.
Yeah.
This would have ended in checkmate as well.
Beautiful game there from Elina Robes. And let's go over to the Hikaru Nakamura Fabiano Caruana game. And we do see bishop g8 played. And, well, I'm wondering, like, is this too exciting to take a break?
Oh, I mean, it might be. It might be. 8 minutes
like
for Fabiano.
all the games are just like crazy, but if we don't take a break now, we will never take a break. I mean, these are the thoughts running through my head. I don't know.
Okay, maybe a quick one while Nakamura thinks.
Okay.
As soon as he plays, Fabiano will be forced with 8 minutes left to speed up. So it's now or never. I think we take one now, but we promise it will be worth it. So stay with us, everyone.
Yeah.
And we'll be back.
Extraordinary is an island like no other. Extraordinary is the Isle of Man. Book now.
Having women in chess, that's just an essential part of the chess world being round and harmonic. Women in chess, it is the beauty of the game. So we want to increase the number of the girls, women who go in for chess, who use it or choose it as their profession, as their career path.
Lots of things has to be done, but as an organizer of a top-level event, what we want to do is to have more top-level events also for females. Even though Norway Chess is an event that includes both men and women, in practical terms, it's only men. So what we want to do is to have a women's tournament that actually has the same prize money that we give for Norway Chess, the players that play there.
The top chess players are extreme outliers of the bell curve, and there is simply not enough women in chess to create these extreme outliers. The more numbers of women playing chess and comfortably growing in chess will create these outliers, and we will have the women competing for the biggest title in the world.
I want to wish all girls who is interested to play chess, who likes chess, who is still thinking, is it game for me or not? Yes, it is. It's a game for everyone. You can learn a lot of interesting new things apart of chess, you know, like logical skills, meeting friends, meeting new people, going in different countries, and also, yes, We are all one family again, Sunasumus. Thank you.
I believe that there should not be any difference between men's and women's chess, because it's sport and should be contested by them equally. But traditionally, men have had and still have more freedom, let's say, to focus only on chess, whereas women have to split their focus for chess and for family or kids' responsibilities. What I clearly know about chess, that when I was a kid and I started to play chess, we had many boys in the group. I was the only girl, but I never thought that it's important. We were just playing chess and beating each other every day, trying to improve. So that what was important at that moment. I truly believe that chess is a very fair sport. Girls and boys, men and women, young or adult people just can play together, and what matters is how good you are in chess. Let's say the rules are the same for everybody.
I think in life everything is possible, so yes, sure, it's very possible to have a world champion. And yeah, with these activities and promotion of women in chess, so I'm very sure if it's very possible. Estoy segura que es muy posible.
Provide the conditions and the environment so that girls feel secure, so that girls feel encouraged, so that girls feel appreciated, and so that girls can afford going in for chess. And one day, a lady will fight for the crown of the world.
We are back, and it's been a chaotic beginning to round 10 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss. It feels like today the nerves, the tension perhaps became too much for certain players, but whoa, because we have seen so many exciting, maybe even one-sided battles so far, very uncharacteristic. And well, maybe we'll just kind of like do a run through of what's been happening at the top boards, because it has been crazy.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated as the moves come in. But right now, Nakamura, he's been in the tank for a long time. He's been deep in thought, trying to find a way to convert his advantage. We think it's decisive, but still some work to be done there. No moves for a while. Bogdan Daniel Deac on board 2 of the open section. This one's exploded, Jovanka, just in the last few moves alone. It was Vidit who pressed the chaos button. He played g5. We said that this was very ambitious, just launching a pawn storm against white's king. But bishop d2 does mean that the white queen is lacking in squares, somewhat similar to a line we showed earlier. And after g4, bishop takes e4, a sacrifice. And I do think that actually Deac has missed this one. Suddenly knight takes e4 would be met by knight to d5, and the white queen, she's trapped.
Yeah.
She has one safe square for now, but queen g3 would walk into a fork. Whoops.
Yep.
He might have just lost material here, Deac, and he will have compensation due to the fact the black king is open, but this could be a real turning point in this game.
I think it absolutely is. You know, yes, the king is open, but now the bishop is on a beautiful square of e4. It can actually go back to g6, and it's like no problemos.
Yeah, no problems at all. I like it.
No problemos. No, I don't know why I said that, David. It seems like I also awoke in a funny mood. You know, what did I say? Like murder in a try an attempt at a Scottish accent. So no problemo. I've like Googled ChatGPT's puns on the players. So what else have I done?
Yeah, after 10 days, I think we're excused. I think we should be allowed to be let on the loose, even like the players have been in this round, where they're chasing each other around.
Has that happened?
Knight d5, and I think he's got one trick to keep this game afloat. And there we go. We see him play it. Knight to f6. Oh, sorry, not queen g3. That would have been a blunder.
I nearly had a heart attack there, David.
That was me. Sorry, that was my slip. Going to the variation we showed earlier. Knight f6 check instead.
Mm-hmm.
So throwing the knight away to create a safe square for the white queen.
Okay.
So if black takes with the knight, of course the queen isn't hit, so you have time to move the bishop and retreat her. And if the bishop takes, one safe square. But he's still a pawn down.
Yes, but at least there's no light square bishop on the board for black.
At least his queen's still alive.
Yeah.
as well, more importantly.
But still, the bishop might have been gone. But there are some pawns that are going to be rolling up the board.
First of all, which way do you take?
Yeah, I like the idea of going bishop, but I am actually really afraid of. Okay, let's go bishop takes knight. Let's stick to my principles.
Forcing white's reply.
Yeah. So and then I really need to be careful here, because I feel like the two knights are a bit awkward, and so I can just imagine that there might be some c4s or whatever in the air. So I want to go bishop g7.
Protect the king.
Yes.
Actually, a big threat on the board. This would retrap the white queen.
Yeah.
If white were not careful, and not sure how to be careful here, to be honest. Maybe bishop takes knight. I say it reluctantly because I'm also allowing some knight jumps.
Oh, I didn't see that one. But if I jump in with my...
Even knight takes bishop is probably
knight takes bishop is what I want.
Advantage, but
and then
rook takes d6 I was relying on.
Ah, okay.
Actually, maybe you do take the opportunity.
Yes.
Jump. This is a family fork, hitting rooks, knight, bishop, queen. Not knight, but just anything other than the white knight. Unfortunately, you can't fork a knight with a knight. I learned that recently.
Can you not?
Yeah, not with another knight, like somehow, because they'll always attack each other. You can fork a knight with a pawn, but...
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry, just random trivia. I was also trying to work out how many knights you could put on a board where they wouldn't attack each other. Do you know the answer to that one?
I think it's 9, isn't it?
No, it's not 9. One for the audience.
That controls the squares, right?
If you want to control every square on the board, probably 9.
Yeah.
But how many knights can you put on a board where they can't capture each other? Interesting question.
So was this 32?
It's 32, yeah. Just if you put all knights on one color complex, all on light squares, they don't hit each other. But yeah, this one, the knight hits everything, of course, and this would just be winning for Vidit. Actually, everything we're looking at in these variations, the tactics work in black's favor.
Yeah.
So in the current position, I love your bishop takes knight. It's also nice to force the opponent's hand. Knight takes, and white has plenty of options. White can play bishop f1, white can play c4. White has other moves, but bishop takes, and you pretty much oblige your opponent to play queen e4. This one, you oblige your opponent to play something to stop f5. It's not obvious what.
Yep. And also has some harmony to it as well. That's what I like.
Yeah. Harmony, protect the king.
Yeah.
Get the pawns rolling.
I'm also even tempted to actually exchange the knight for so for instance, first go knight takes bishop and then go bishop g7 just to eliminate the pair of bishops.
Take first,
and there you go. And now bishop g7.
Still a pawn up?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, maybe white has some counterplay on the d file, but
that's true.
You can control everything. Just looks healthy. The extra pawn here for Vidit. I think he's a favorite in this game. Okay, other drama, shall we catch up on?
There's been a move.
Okay.
Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. He moved the queen to h4.
Okay,
Big threat on the board. Did we look at this?
We looked at something very similar. I think that was after, for example, in this position, f5. Queen h4 was even more potent here because threats of a discovered check, also threats of queen takes rook. So bishop g8, at least now there's no threat of queen takes rook, so it's one-dimensional. But, okay, what do we think, Jovanka? Is this a case of long think, wrong think? He was going for like 20, 30 minutes there, Nakamura.
Yeah.
We should mention, first of all, the threat, bishop to d2 check.
Okay.
And discover check, winning the black queen. If the bishop is captured, I'm assuming there's a knockout. Is it just queen takes pawn?
Rook, rook takes.
Yeah, first rook takes rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Just to not blunder, as I did. Move order is important, right?
It is very important because now you can do this blocking.
Yeah, you can block with a rook. So first trade the rooks off, and then this idea, take the pawn, check. and you can safely attack the seventh rank. So threats of 2 different checkmates. Black can't guard against both. There's just one check, and the second check will be easily blocked. So this would be game over. Bishop's poisoned. That really narrows the path to survival. Doesn't give Fabiano many choices then.
Isn't bishop h7?
Bishop h7, yep.
That's the only move that I
But then, yeah. The evaluation bar on our analysis board has shot up. It now says +11 for white, so let's think. Possibly something.
Does it say +11? Oh, okay.
That's a big number. It's gone fully white, the evaluation bar. Yeah, I was going to say the other move was a sneaky one, queen takes c2, which he's actually played, and I think was the better of the two, but I don't see a way to refute this one yet. Maybe it's just bishop takes g7, check.
And then you have to go king takes.
Yeah, the black rook's tied down, defending its rook on e8.
And then rook takes rook.
Now rook takes rook, and now the other rook joins the 7th rank, and yeah, crash. This is game over. So he had to play queen takes c2, only move to keep the game going, and he found it, of course.
Yes, of course.
Fabiano, he's going to drop back his queen to block any discovered checks. And Nakamura, that's some quick darting of the eyes around the board.
Yeah, because like the first thing that you're drawn to is like, you can't go rook takes rook because the queen takes rook, check. And Hikaru quickly just intercepting the queen's connection to the king.
Yeah, the queen can no longer get back. Just to point out your tactic there, rook takes rook would be very strong if not for the fact that black can take this rook with check first. So actually rook on d3, not just cutting the coordination, but making sure that rook takes e8 is possible on the next move. So multi-purpose from Hikaru. The bar's gone down a bit, but it does feel like black is living on the edge. One bad move and it's over. So,
and how to rescue this one?
Okay, Fabiano's got 6 minutes. We're only at move 26, so still 14, 15 moves to make for him.
Okay, if you just block now.
If you block now, then same tactic,
Same
right?
tactic, yeah. So rook takes.
Oh, although the bishop's protected in some variations. So now bishop takes pawn, maybe less effective. Rook takes rook. This is just a check. The king drops back. And queen g6 will defend against checkmates.
Yes.
And Giri, meanwhile, pondering the position. Yeah, this would guard against any checkmates. Maybe Hikaru's kind of assumed here that he was breaking through because the tactic didn't work for black in the other line, but here it does.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the refutation? Surely the only move then. Bishop h7 blocking the h-file.
Okay, so let's be methodical about this one. And we have bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, check.
King takes.
King takes.
And then rook to
g3.
And you still the same issue, right?
The bishop blocks.
Yep, and then I've lost it.
Black's just a piece up. Hikaru, he's trying to force the issue, which is understandable. It kind of feels, it smells like this checkmate, but if there isn't, he's kind of burnt his bridges as well. He's no longer a pawn up. He's gone for the very kind of direct approach, and that means long term black is surviving if Fabiano can cling on the next few moves. Bishop h7.
Yeah. And after bishop h7, because this is such a concrete position, if you just step back with a bishop.
Bishop f4, e3?
Yeah, I was going to put it e3 just for fun.
Yep. Makes sense. What's the threat though? I don't really see it if black pushes.
And now you can go, can you go rook to...
Now there's some counterplay at least with the c-pawn.
Yeah.
And black's queen will get back to the defense. Rook d7 you wanted?
Rook d7 is...
Yeah. Weird standoff between the rooks.
Yeah.
Are you actually threatening anything?
No, I'm actually threatening 0.
Because now if you take this rook, I'll take that rook. If you take this rook, okay, then I'll take...
But now I can let go. I can take your c-pawn.
Whoops, I did forget about that one. So do you have a threat in the current position if I just play c3?
But now I can add to the standoff with moving my queen to...
overpower one of the rooks.
Yes.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5 or queen b4 was my initial thought.
Yeah, but this cannot be Hikaru's calculation. Because here there's so many options for both sides.
Yeah.
It feels like the calculation should be linear. Yeah, this one... I mean, do I add? No, but here there's...
I don't know.
Here there's something. I just wanted this pretty pattern of the... Okay, this would be wild. Either way, Fabiano's alive in all of those lines we looked at. Bishop h7, a must. He's down to 3 minutes, though.
Yeah.
And, okay, I did just quickly check. we're right. Bishop h7 is the best move.
It's the only move, right?
Bishop f7 is not human at all, but survives. Just calmly walking the king towards the center. It's not as good as bishop h7, but I think it's also less findable. Bishop h7 is the move you want to play. I'm just wondering what we're missing. What's Nakamura missing? Because Fabiano might be given a second chance here. Coming back to life.
So bishop h7. I have one other move, which is queen to h5. 5.
Okay, piling on.
But
yeah.
I feel like maybe you can go.
Maybe. I say maybe because I'm really terrified.
But now I can go rook to d7, and we can have
the standoff.
The standoff is in operate. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Wow. The cube, the square, the rooks. Literally, no matter which rook you take, or black takes, white takes the other one. Wow. Okay, this looks quite strong for white. So this must be what Nakamura's banking his hopes on. For sure, he hasn't stopped his calculation at bishop h7, or he hasn't hallucinated like we were trying to do with bishop takes g7. Queen h5, Jovanka. What a find. At some point, Fabi, he knows he's got a narrow path. He just has to survive move by move. He just has to say, bishop h7, only one.
Yeah.
And white has a bunch of options there anyway, so there's no point calculating now. You should calculate on the next move.
And his time
1
is
minute.
ticking down. Ooh.
He's understandably suffering inside. He's still reeling from the shock of this whole game, but bishop h7, you've got to play it, and then you've got to calculate after. Okay, where's the draw? Or not draw, but where's the survival even?
Yeah, maybe you can just... I was wondering whether you could go queen takes... No, queen takes rook, you're going to go rook takes rook. No?
Queen takes rook?
Queen takes rook, yeah.
Okay, and just allowing...
How is this?
Okay. Oh, maybe this is it.
Yeah, and
You're
you
right,
think you're
Jovanka.
still surviving, right?
Because here, it looks like there's some discovered checks, but there's nothing effective.
No.
Queen versus 2 rooks, he survives.
Whoa, Fabiano, under the minute.
Wow. He needs to play bishop h7. That's a strict kind of only move right now. Unless he's considering bishop f7, but that looks so inhuman. You can see he's shaking his head. He's kind of staring off at the clock from time to time. 40-something seconds. We just stay here for now.
Yeah.
Got a lot of action elsewhere, but I think this is where the tournament will be decided.
Absolutely. And now, clock ticking to 30 seconds.
Okay,
and we're
what's he gonna play?
expecting Fabiano to move the bishop, and
He's going to reach
getting
towards
ready.
it. He plays bishop h7.
Yeah.
Only move, best move. The game goes on now. I'm fascinated. I'm curious to see Hikaru's expression here and how quickly he makes a move.
Yep.
Slight frown.
I'm also tempted to see what he has up his sleeve and how will he adopt. What kind of approach is he going to take here? Is he going to take his time? Is he going to play immediately?
I have a feeling Hikaru's missed something. I have a feeling he was reliant on the fact that bishop takes g7 was just winning in the previous position. Just to show this once more, before rook d3. So in this position, if bishop h7 now, this just simply wins, as we showed, because the bishop is undefended on h7. But now it's very, very different. Queen takes c2. And nothing's changed apart from the fact the queen will defend the bishop in that line.
Yeah.
Because he's actually looking, if you... Okay, he's frozen there for a second. Commentator's curse. He's frozen. But he was looking over at the g7 square, and I think realization, he's trying to keep a poker face, but he thought he was winning on the spot.
Yeah.
I don't see an immediate follow-up.
I don't see the follow-up either. So we looked at rook to d7.
Looked at rook d7, which is maybe the most promising of what we've seen so far. Queen h5 ran into this really nice resource you found.
Yeah.
Queen takes d3, giving up the queen.
But we did find like a winning idea in this, that white could set up some cube. And
so maybe immediately rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7, and then, I don't know, if you play some random move, maybe after c4, maybe you can go queen.
Now something. Oh, now just simply rook takes rook, and we win.
Yeah,
g7.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's simple.
Actually, so this would be the threat.
Yeah.
That begs the question as well, why did he kind of do this stutter step with first rook d3 and then rook d7? Maybe he could have played it here, rook d7. Or was it just to vacate the 8th rank? because he first plays rook d3 and then to move the rook again feels unnatural somewhat.
Yeah.
It's a nice pattern, which chess players are always attracted to, the artistic side, but
Maybe he did it to stop the queen getting to h7.
to stop the queen getting back. That makes a lot of sense. But he hasn't moved instantly. 32 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
It would be good wisdom here normally to slow down. If it were less forcing type of position, to slow down, let the opponent's heart rate go up, down, and then kind of change the pace with your moves. But it's so forcing that actually thinking longer allows Caruana to calculate longer.
Yeah.
And also, it would show Caruana that he's missed something if he now delves into thought after giving up his extra pawn.
Yeah, that's a really interesting concept actually, about like when to think and when not to think so much, because I think I was told that there were some instances in Blitz when the player can't find a resource, is thinking, and so what they do is they just literally press their own clock without having made a move. The opponent stops it, calls over the arbiter, there's some discussion going on, but the player is thinking about what to do, and in those 2-3 minutes they can figure out a resource.
Exactly. That's why there was some debate a while ago about in Blitz and Rapid making an illegal move. Does it end the game immediately, or does it just give the opponent one extra minute? Because actually, if you make an illegal move, it's actually good for you. You get more time to think.
Exactly.
And you get more bearings over the position. But meanwhile, this one, rook d7, at the moment looks most tempting from our point of view.
Shall we consult the engine, because this position is so...
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Okay. I wish I hadn't checked the engine now, because black only has one move to survive. Everything else is lost. And did you see it?
Yeah, I saw something, which I think it was g5.
g5.
What?
Obviously.
Yeah, but that won't happen.
Yeah, I think it might have to happen, Fabiano. He's got time now to calculate, so he's going to be looking at this. I guess the idea is actually just to drive the white queen off. And now queen h5. I think would be a severe mistake.
Queen g6.
Yeah, at the very least queen g6. Maybe even something better. I'm wondering... Oh, wait, it's just checkmate.
Oh.
Suddenly white gets checkmated.
Oh, my God.
Whoops. I say checkmate because suddenly check. And okay, there was a purpose behind locking out the white bishop. And it's checkmates in various ways, because rook d1 is nicely met, talking of rook cubes and rook checks, by the cross check. And eventually it will be checkmate with queen f4 and queen takes f2. Okay, so maybe this is what Hikaru missed. It's so easy to miss. I think it would take me an age to spot in this position, especially with time scramble. Incoming g5.
Yeah, g5.
Suddenly it would be
move.
anyone's game.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful resource. Yeah, because you'd think that that's not possible, because it doesn't deal with the idea of going rook takes rook and bishop bishop g7. But yeah, of course.
It deals with everything. G5 with gain of tempo. And the game would go on. White, of course, won't allow that checkmate. White will keep the king safe. But yeah, where to go with the queen, that's the big dilemma. Yeah, apparently queen g4 and the game goes on. But Hikaru will not be happy if this is the course of the next few moves.
And whilst Hikaru is thinking, he has just under half an hour to think. So maybe we can go and check out some of the other players who were skirting on the edge. So Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Hikaru game. As soon as there's a move, we'll jump back there. Yeah, we'll let you know. Okay, nice. Our producers are magicians. We have a double camera. So we'll have half an eye on Hikaru's hands when he makes a move. But this one, you mentioned.
Yeah.
Esipenko was just winning earlier.
Totally.
Positionally and dynamically, but suddenly it's messy. Suddenly the white king is a bit open.
I know. Like, if you play the wrong move, black could be going queen b1, queen f4, and check.
Yeah. What happens? Oh, okay, if there is a check now, then the white rook drops back to block. So this is not quite possible. The rook would fall. So does black have to deal with this threat against his rook, or are there tricks?
Okay, so if you just step it back.
Step back somewhere. Yeah, I can continue getting attacked. Bishop h5. Okay, maybe not the best square. Maybe, let's say, back the whole way.
But can I take the pawn on it? Is something terrible going to happen?
This one?
Yeah, if I go greedy.
I see a pawn. Maybe I'll take a pawn.
Yeah, you go.
Actually, I don't really want to take a2. Feels wrong. But at least it's not checkmate. White still needs a few moves to zero in on the black king. Oh, this one is nervy game. You can tell by the kind of way it's progressed.
Yeah.
Esipenko 1 or 2 accurate moves away from winning potentially, and he's lost control.
And meanwhile, he's also down on the clock time as well.
Okay, he makes a move, and wow, h5, sacrificing the rook.
The rook, what are you doing? Take the rook. Okay, no, I'm just joking.
I mean, maybe, but it's the exchange up for white. But suddenly the light squares, as you mentioned, if the black bishop ever gets into f3, there's going to be all sorts of mating nets around the white king. Suddenly your idea of queen b1 could be really scary.
But everything is holding tight.
For now?
For now. So you do have a few moves. So for instance, you could go... I really want to go like rook to d8 or something.
Rook d8.
Oh, then I've already messed it up. So
yeah, I mean, black will give a check now. Black could also just calmly retreat because you don't have a threat. Let's say bishop b7.
Ah.
Or, okay, let's give a check.
Okay, but then my idea was king h2.
Okay. And then I'll... Oh, sorry, mouse up. I meant to go to f1.
Yeah, and then here I was thinking that I could...
Threatening a draw.
Oh, yeah.
Threatening to go to h3 check and back to f1.
And yeah, I didn't have an answer for that one because I didn't see it. Okay, so yeah,
but
that's
you're close
nice.
to checkmate, for example, bishop b5, but yeah, unfortunately black's just in time.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, what happens after rook h8? Sorry, in this position? Before bishop b5, rook h8, check.
King takes.
Check.
And now a run.
Oh wait, there's one square.
Yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah, I was hallucinating. I thought this was checkmate next move, but king h7, and funnily enough, probably for black, there's no more than a draw after queen f4 because this is such a killer threat. But yeah, this perpetual saving the day. I think he might be reliant on this, Maghsoodloo. I think this pattern with the queen coming to f1 h3 is already in mind. So okay, this one is wild. Let's because there's so much action elsewhere. Let's update our boards.
And let's also head to the Vaishali Tanzhongyi game because that one is critical as well.
Okay, let's jump over there. Vaishali, is she on the brink of victory? At least according to the evaluation bar, she's totally winning. But neither side's king is entirely secure. Okay, first, white needs to move the queen. She's just won a pawn. We talked about the a7 pawn earlier. She's grabbed it with a check. Now, does she give another check? And if she does, which way?
Yeah, so can you check along the diagonal?
Okay, diagonal checks are always nice.
Yeah, they're very nice.
She does. And I think it's just the fact that black is too slow to create a mating threat.
Sorry.
Okay.
It was the Fabiana Hikaru Nakamura. It was...
On the board?
It's on the board.
So as predicted, we'll update you on that one. Hikaru's got to be really careful now. He drops his queen back, so there's no checkmating attack for black. So Fabi's alive. Fabiano's still fighting. But this game is Tanzhongyi alive. Looks like king c7 has been played. There we go.
And
look at this. This is nice. Prag, the younger brother even, at Vaishali's shoulder, cheering on his sibling here.
It's a critical moment, right? Because
big moment.
If Vaishali wins, then has she practically won the tournament?
I think she's at least almost on the brink of the candidates. She just needs to come top 2 for that.
Yeah.
So what to do next? The evaluation bar's going crazy here for white. Knight f4 hits the black queen, kicks her away. Knight d4 looks like it creates some mating threats.
I'm also really tempted by e6.
Oh, that would be classy, breaking the connection between black and queen.
I have an idea. If you go e6.
Okay, e6.
And you go rook takes e6. Then I wanted to go rook takes f7. Cheapo alert.
Check. This would be beautiful. And skewer.
Yep.
And you'd win, Jovanka. But after e6, black does have one move. So the question would be what to do against this checkmate threat. She plays knight to f4 meanwhile. Maybe the most natural move in the position.
Nice. Bringing in a new piece to attack.
And now the black queen is really stuck. Caruana, wow, meanwhile blitzing over there. I think black will take this pawn and... okay, how to continue from there is anyone's guess. But white, for example, does have ideas like queen a5 check, swing the rook to c3.
And she can also give some checks to the king and maybe pick up the rook.
Oh, wow. Simple. Just take this rook.
Yeah.
Undefended.
It is undefended, so...
She's just going to win a rook.
Yep.
Okay, so Vaishali on the brink of winning this game. The black queen really doesn't have too many safe squares. It's either going to be checkmate or a rook might drop.
And let's go over to Hikaru Nakamura. Because lots of moves have been played, and and Fabi playing with seconds left on his clock.
And we're being told that he has just blundered Fabiano. Understandable when he only has 15 seconds left, but let's just quickly recap. We saw rook d7, we predicted g5, only move, he found it, queen g3, but unfortunately giving a check and dropping back was flawed. But what is the flaw in this plan?
So first up, isn't it rook queen to b? The queen to b8 it would lose to queen takes rook.
Yeah, queen b8 doesn't quite work because black can take, and there's some doesn't lose, but it keeps the game alive. White could, for example, go into an endgame, probably a better endgame, but of course he wants more. Is that queen c7?
Yeah, queen c7.
He's reaching for something.
Calm down. He's telling himself, calm down, tranquille.
Talking to himself, Hikaru's got 25 minutes.
You don't have to rush. Queen c7, fantastic move, putting pressure on the e7 rook. Okay, so if the queen steps back to... No, you can't. Rook takes rook.
I think you might have to just give up a pawn here, get the queens off the board at any cost. And even this endgame is just going to be winning for white, most likely with G and H passes incoming. But yeah, it's just a case of is there anything better? I'm looking at bishop f8, I'm looking at all sorts of ideas. How about just keep things simple? Take first. And, okay, he takes the other rook. Hikaru Nakamura, he takes on e7. And Fabiano has to take on d8.
It's the same idea, isn't it?
Now in with his queen.
Yep.
He's jumped in, and Fabiano has to go into a horribly sad endgame.
Yeah.
He has to give up pawns now just to survive.
And just to kind of reiterate, the big idea here is if Fabiano just moves his rook, so there you just simply play rook to e8, check. And after rook takes rook, queen to g7, checkmate.
That would be a killer. Fabiano has to play it. He did play it in this position. Wow, moves are coming in so fast. Hard to keep up. Queen f4 check. He had to get the queens off. But now it's just a matter of cleaning up. Does Hikaru take this pawn? Does he take this pawn? Or does he give a check and take this one?
I'm tempted to give a check on g7.
Yeah, give a check. Looks very sensible. And when the king moves...
Bishop takes.
Just bishop takes. Yeah, big threats of rook g7 check, taking this pawn. Any even opposite color bishop endgames will now simply be winning.
We have a move from Hikaru. Hikaru is playing very fast.
He follows your advice, I think, Jovanka. We saw a check. This is just greed being good. He's a pawn up.
Yeah, and we're going to actually see a situation where most likely Hikaru will have 3 passed pawns there on the king side. And well, Fabiano will have to pin all his hopes on the passed pawn on c5.
Yeah, but this one is not getting too far down the board. The white bishop will guard it. The biggest threat right now is rook to g7. That would end all resistance. For example, if black moves the rook c8, it's a check. The king has to defend its bishop, but if it does, actually it just gets mated. Yeah, I was going to say you could also just be sadistic here and move the rook, discover check, win the black rook. He has to therefore get his bishop out of the firing line, meaning that he can run with his king.
Can he go rook f8?
Yeah, rook f8. But now check.
Still the same idea.
Yeah, not checkmate, but black would be forced to lose the rook for the bishop. I think Fabiano, he's got 1 minute. Will he just resign? How about rook d6?
And
rook d6 again at the very minimum, Jovanka. You could give a check and probably just start cleaning up here. Just take the
take it
material off
and
the
then
board.
take the a pawn as well, or maybe even
go for the c pawn first.
I like the a pawn just to be sadistic.
It allows some counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's still winning
That's
for white.
true.
It's still a 2-pawn advantage. We could be seeing the final throws of this game. He's got 45 seconds left.
Yep. And
Monster threat on the board.
How many moves played? 34?
34. Oh, this will be his 34th, Fabiano. Still 7 moves to make at this point. But he doesn't look too confident about his chances.
Yeah. Fabiano visibly upset with himself.
It's just been such a smooth game. Opening advantage from Nakamura. Great opening preparation. Just never let the pace slip. He's still got 26 minutes on his clock.
16 seconds and...
He moves his bishop as far away as possible, but surely this is going to end in disaster. There's going to be all sorts of discovered attacks once the white rook moves against the black rook.
Yep.
Do you give a check? Do you kind of move? Do you just bank it and take some pawns?
Yeah, that's the question. I would be tempted to go rook c7 and then just pile up on the f pawn as well.
Yeah, I think this pawn, if it drops, would signal the end of the game. The f pawn. You could actually win it by force now if you wanted. You could give a check and then just come back. Rook g4. You're attacking the rook. You're attacking the f pawn. Yeah, 3 passed pawns together would be sufficient, but there might be something more. The idea is that Fabiano, if his bishop is attacked, he wants to defend it with his rook and survive. If the bishop is attacked from this angle, he'll defend it with his rook, saving both pieces at once.
Oh, but now the f pawn can drop.
Yeah, now the f pawn can drop. I think everything's just lost, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's just a case of whether Hikaru can find an immediate knockout blow or whether this game continues to move 40 and beyond.
Oi, oi, oi. What a game by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah,
just
what a game.
Perfect all the way through, right? Great opening strategy. Then put the pressure on and just pushed Fabiano into making some mistakes. And we see a move, rook to g7.
Yeah, he's not letting the pace subside here. He gives a check, forces the black king to move. And what will he do next? Will he now take this pawn, maybe? The one thing you might hesitate from is taking the rooks, because opposite color bishops always have some drawing chances. Although here you will get 2 connected passed pawns in the near future. For example, bishop c7. This looks winning as well, to be honest. If the pawn moves, you just bypass and king g3, step by step.
Keep moving up the board, yeah.
Even this looks completely winning. So
actually might be the most professional way. You minimize the risk.
He's very professional, Hikaru. He'll always do what it takes, no more than that, to win his games.
Well, that's the way to win opens, right? You use your energy wisely.
Yeah, minimal calculation. Just choose the path that you know the opponent has 0 counterplay, 0 hope. The evaluation bar might say it's totally winning in multiple ways. You can pick off pawns, for example, create your own pass pawn, but why allow any glimmer of hope?
Yeah.
And
what's he going for?
Looks like he was reaching for the black rook. Is he going to take it? He does take it with his bishop. Nice angle there that we saw. And we're heading down that line. If black's pawn were back on f5, it would be far more tricky, but here he's simply going to attack that pawn as he clears dust from the board. And there we go. Bishop g5.
Yep.
Caruana. Giri sensed blood here. Giri perched over the shoulder. He's got to play f3, Fabiano. And last trap, do not take that pawn. It wasn't captured, of course. If white had taken it, then easier to stop 2 disconnected pawns. This might even be a draw, but after g4, it's over. King g3. The pawns are rolling.
Yeah.
And let's catch up.
And the players just playing very fast now. The plans are very straightforward. I think there's one final trap before you get ambitious with the pawns on the king side. Perhaps secure the placement of the pawn on a4. Put it on a dark squares.
Yeah. I think the clinical move here would be bishop to d2.
Yeah. I don't even think you need to do that. Yeah, bishop d2.
Played it. Yeah, just stop the black c pawn in its tracks.
Yep.
Put the bishop on c3. Put the pawn on a5 and push, and he wins. Hikaru Nakamura. Fabiano resigns.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura with 7.5 points is now the sole leader for the moment. And there you can see the 2 players just discussing, analyzing their game. But great job for Hikaru, but a disappointing day for Fabiano.
Yeah, Fabiano just never got a look into this game. By the time he survived the first attack, he had only a few seconds left on his clock. And nice win in the end, from start to finish from Hikaru. He takes the sole lead as things stand.
Yep, beautiful play from Hikaru. Well, he is in the sole lead for the moment, but let's cast our eyes on the other 4 players on 6.5 points. Let's begin with Andrei Esipenko against Maghsoodloo. It has looked like it was Esipenko's game, and still Maghsoodloo muddying the waters.
Yeah, this one is still hanging in the balance. The evaluation bar really prefers white, but white is a pawn down. And black's queen has grabbed some material. Also, not necessarily a threat to take this rook, because white would be seriously vulnerable on the light squares. I'm just wondering whether there is a sneak attack against the black king, maybe a bishop on e5. Later you come round with the rook. This must be what Esipenko's holding his hopes on. He has a great tiebreak, so a win for him, joining Nakamura would put them in pole position for those candidate spots.
Yes, and now that Hikaru has won, Esipenko will need to ideally win this game. And he's in a perfect position to do so. His king is relatively safe, and I like your idea of moving that bishop round. Can we quickly pop into the game Bogdan Daniel Deac against Vidit? Because Vidit, as we saw, did win a pawn with a nice tactical shot.
Okay, this is the current position catching up with this game, and he jumps in with his knight. He's still a pawn up, Jovanka. All of the players, they're playing as if they know they need to win, or at least that they think they need to win. This knight can be captured. There's suddenly a hit now on the c4 knight and the white queen. So only 2 real moves. You need to move the queen to attack the black knight, or you need to take... I think taking this knight is not that attractive, actually. The knight would be attacked, and black's d-pawn survives. He's 2 pawns up for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, need to count. I need to count properly here. Deac on the back foot. 6 minutes against 5 minutes. Time scramble looming.
It is certainly time scramble incoming, and this is looking difficult for Deac. Can we quickly pop into the other tournament leader in the women's section, Vaishali?
Okay, let's catch up with this game, and not much has changed here other than the fact that she's just collecting all the pawns. White is a bunch of pawns up. Her king safe enough for now, and I mean this pawn is dropping. She can give a check on a8. She takes on d5 first. Look at those evaluation bars. It says that white is +8 up. She's 3 pawns up right now, but more importantly, the black king not surviving.
Yeah, and you can have a look at all the evaluation bars in the women's section, because we have a very special guest lined up for you. But Anna Muzychuk, according to the evaluation bar, completely winning. Garifullina winning as well. And also, it looks like it's a victory incoming for Munguntul against Mai Nava.
Yeah, and we'll very shortly bring you that interview. I'll just mention that on board 2 as well, Anna Muzychuk, if we catch up with the current game position, simply it's game over. She's 2 pawns up and a big attack, just like on board 1 against the black king. So she'll most likely keep up the chase behind Vaishali.
And well, as you can see on the camera, we do have Hikaru Nakamura here with us, and he's ready to show us his game against Fabiana Caruana.
Congratulations. Massive win today against Fadi. Before we go to the game, can you tell us a bit about what was your game plan going into this game with the white pieces?
I mean, just play chess. I was expecting Fabiano to be a little bit sharper since I felt that he had nothing to lose. So I spent most of my time looking at other openings besides e4, e5. Yeah, and then he did this, and I mean, sort of I decided to play something very cheesy and lame in the spirit of like Jeffrey Zhang and David Pravian. I mean, these 2 guys, they play this stupid 4 nights online in Title Tuesday every week, at least like 2 or 3 times. But on the other hand, it's also not that bad, and I didn't really expect much. But Fabiano decided to play something that I think is maybe very slightly dubious. And even though he had chances, perhaps it was always very easy for me to play and much harder for him to play.
Let's see, what is that something dubious?
Yeah, so I mean, okay, all this is normal, of course. I mean, bishop d3, d5 takes cd5. Course h3, bishop e6. Yeah, I mean, Fabiano played this c5 order, but we transpose anyway after bishop e6, queen f3, c5. Yeah, now I go rook d1. I mean, this was all very normal. Of course, there's again, some stupid online Pravian game that I was aware of in this position after queen g3, but I think that game had f6. But the important thing about that game was, I think it was f6, bishop h6, rook f7, rook d6, rook e8, and then a4. And so, I mean, I kind of knew this idea from this position. So then when Fabi played king h8, I was still sort of able to play the same way.
Actually, how do you assess that position? Do you feel white has a little...
I mean, it's a draw with perfect play, but the queen is kind of offsides, very similar to my game today. And with the queen being a little bit offsides on a5, I think if anyone's better, it's white. So, I mean, again, with perfect play, black should draw, but there are some practical issues. But yeah, in the game, I think right here already, Fabi needed to play queen a6 immediately. I think he sort of underestimated this whole a4 rook d6 idea. I think if he goes queen a6, queen c4, he's still very much in the game, probably should draw. But I think as soon as he plays rook e8, rook d6, and I get this setup, it's very tricky for black already. And I think it's almost too late, because now the queen is stuck. You can never go queen c7, because then I have rook takes e6, queen g3, and I just trade the rooks, and fg3, and I simply win the game because I have an extra bishop here. And so I think it's already very tricky for black. And I think Fabiano went wrong immediately with h6. I think here maybe he had rook a b8 possibly to try to go for rook b2. But again, I mean, it's very messy for black. And again, for Fabiano, he's obviously very confused at this point because, I mean, it looks like a very dry position, but the queen on a5 is just really out of play.
Were you kind of surprised yourself in the game at how quickly things took a turn for the worse for Fabi?
I mean, as soon as I got rook d6, I realized he was going to have problems. I mean, I expect him to go queen a6, but I think Fabi also just assumed it was very easy, no risk, no danger. Because, I mean, if you look at the position optically, like somewhere like around here, it looks like the only plan for white is to go for some h4, h5. That really looks like the only idea, but I'm positionally dominating the queen here on a5 instead. And so I always have h4, h5 later, but I don't have to go for it right away. And I think already here it's very dangerous because Fabi wanted to go rook d8, which there are two problems. First one is that I think bishop e5 and f6, which Fabi and I were discussing, with rook b1, and then rook b7 maybe is already very, very, very good for white. This is number one. But even here, I also can go for rook c6, trying to trap the queen with bishop c7. And I mean, all these lines are very, 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 very shaky for black. And I mean, what Fabiano did instead, I think, was maybe even worse in a way because it didn't clarify anything. And after queen e3, I mean, also here, let me just see, I'm curious. Is this winning with bishop h6? I just want to see, 1 second. No, it's not. Because also here, for a second, I wasn't sure if I could go for this line, but I didn't see more than a draw with queen e5, king g8, rook e1. And now I think he has, I don't know if it matters, but say rook d8, rook e3, and rook d7. I thought this was actually holding for black. Yeah, and the computer says zeros, so. Let me turn off the evaluation again. But basically, I saw this, and then I'm like, okay, no need to sack a bishop.
I think David should.
In most positions.
Which one?
Here, rook e1 threatens that idea.
Rook e1 right here. Like this. Yeah, but see, the thing is, since I had this great positional domination on the queen side, I thought I should just keep it static and not give Fabi chances. I mean, yeah, if rook e1 works, then this is probably great. But I just figured, you know, with the queen completely off sides, Fabi getting low on time, bishop e5, g4, h4, bishop h6. I mean, as long as I keep the queen there and he doesn't have an obvious plan, I think I have great chances. And yeah, Fabi played rook c8, which is simply, I mean, it just hangs h6 and probably the game with it. But I don't really know what else he's supposed to do because also, I mean, maybe he should go c4, but this is such an ugly looking move to play here. Because I can probably just take, and eventually I'm going to put something on d4, and I'm just going to play for five years. So, I mean, but rook c8, bishop h6, of course, is just losing. So after takes, king g8, check, king f8, queen f6. I'm threatening mate in 1, and if you go rook e8, I just sack the rook, takes, and queen h8, take the rook, and black king's too weak. So he played f6, and yeah, then I went queen e4. Again, I don't know if this was right. I mean, I know it worked out, but I also could have just played bishop f4 here and just sat on the position, gone h4, g4, just like go drink some tea and waste more time and make Fabi suffer. But I just assumed intuitively that this position after rook d1, rook e8, and rook d8 had to be winning somehow. But it took me quite a while to calculate this correctly because basically, initially I thought that I could play queen g6, but actually if I go queen g6 takes and rook d8, black has rook g8 here. And now black is completely fine. I mean, it's just going to be a draw. So I have to invert the order and play it the other way, and it doesn't quite work. So now if he takes, just a couple of lines, there's queen g6. If rook f8, takes, check, rook d3, followed by rook g3, and white's completely winning. So this is very simple. And if he plays bishop f7, which is the line I spent most of my time on, I have to be a little bit careful. Because if I take on f7, there's rook e1, and now black actually should save the game. But I can just take, go rook d3, queen e1, king h2, rook e5, and now the very important move h4. And I think rook g3 next should just be winning for white. So yeah, so Fabi found bishop g8, only try. I took a long time here to play queen h4, but I think it was right. Takes, rook d3, of course, to cut him off. And
at this point, did you feel like if you kept your cool?
Well, I mean, the thing is Fabi's so low on time, and he has to defend miraculously. I mean, I assume this is just winning. Let me just take a look at the evaluation, if it'll let me. Yeah, okay, so I did play well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling here that with the attack, and most importantly, I mean, a lot of positions with opposite color bishops, the side that's attacking has great chances to win. So I think already here it was very, very straightforward. I did actually miss this g5 move. Like, I spent quite a bit of time here because I initially thought I could just take a rook d7 and win the game, but there's always this g5 trick, so I played rook d7 and then queen g3, and now, I mean, I don't know, maybe a computer says there's some miracle, but with the rooks on d7, d8, the bad bishop, the good bishop on h6, I think it's just winning. And I mean, Fabi kind of, he finally blundered with queen f5, or blundered in a way that loses immediately. But yeah, I mean, of course, all this was very, very straightforward. And then I take this and just go right into this endgame. And once we get f3, g4, the rest is very, very simple. So it's a good win.
Very nice win. Hikaru, you started the tournament with 2 draws. Now you're in the lead on 7.5. You're 1 good result away from qualifying to the candidates. How do you manage to keep those thoughts at bay going into tomorrow's last round?
Well, I mean, what thoughts? I mean, you just play chess. Like, it's very simple. I have nothing to lose. I mean, there are plenty of other players who have a lot to lose because this is their big moment for the year. For me, it's just another tournament. So, you know, not to sort of belabor the point, but I mean, I just try to play good chess. I'm not really thinking about the candidates.
Did you have a look around today? There are so many exciting games going on.
I mean, I saw Parham as usual, getting one of his typical positions. You know, he seems to be very good at winning these dubious positions against the 2600s, which is why his rating has gotten so high. But it looked to me like Andre had a good position. So I don't know if Andre is going to win the position, but I mean, it looked very, very good for him. So I don't know what the position currently is.
If we can bring it up if you want.
Sure. So this one, yeah, what's the position? Yeah, I mean, this is typical Parham game. But I mean, Andre should be winning, I assume. The 2 bishops, weak rook on g4, looks very bad for black. So. Yeah, I mean, I guess that was the one that I was watching. I didn't really get a chance to look at the other one between Bogdan and Vidit, but small advantage for black, I guess. But is Vidit going to win? Actually, the time situation is a big problem if the time is correct.
I believe the time is.
Yeah, so I mean, Vidit has very good chances, I think, to win. Although Deac is a very good blitz player online, so I mean, maybe. There's bishop a5, knight e3. It's not so simple for black to prove, but still. Well, the more I look at this, the more that I start to think that white's probably okay, even though he's down a pawn. Yeah, so we'll see what happens in this game, but I'm assuming I'll be probably the sole. Well, no, I'll probably be tied with Andrei Esipenko after this round. So yeah, it's all good.
I'm going to turn to our commentators to see if they have any final questions.
No, I was just actually getting deja vu from the last round of Norway chess, where actually a very similar kind of plot unfolded with your game against Fabiano. Is that something you had in mind? I mean, you know each other so well. Just hit him in the opening, and
the more like the actual irony is that, you know, I played Fabiano, I think, in the final round here in 2019 in a game where if I had won, I would have qualified for the candidates. And I mean, as fate would have it, it's a very good thing that I didn't win that game for obvious reasons. But yeah, I've had white against Fabi in a couple of these last rounds. Norway, of course, a little bit different than this, certainly, because Fabi was clearly leading here. We were on the same score, but you know, you just try to play good chess, try to put some pressure on your opponents. And I think Fabi, especially today, the other one was just simply a blunder in the opening, but today he assumed it was just a dead draw when it wasn't a dead draw, and he was a little bit careless, and yeah, I was able to capitalize. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, and just looking at all the other games, both in the open and the women's section, I'm seeing that there's going to be a lot of decisive results. Is that something surprising to you?
Well, I mean, this is different than a normal tournament. I think in a normal tournament where there's just cash up for grabs, you would see a lot more draws. But here, everyone's trying to qualify, which I think also is why you're seeing a lot less of like the rating deflation. People aren't losing as many points, generally speaking, of course, because their opponents have to try as well. Like the 2650s, 2660s are trying to win games with the white pieces as well. So, you know, because of that, I think that everyone's trying, and that's why it's more exciting. You have candidate spots up for grabs, and everyone wants them. So, except for me.
What are you saying? You don't care about the candidates? Or?
I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't change anything. So, I mean, yeah, I think ultimately for me, when I look at everything, it's just, you know, mentally, as long as you don't let the pressure get to you, good things will happen. And I've said it many times, but the candidates always has the worst quality chess compared to any normal 2700 super elite eventer in the year. And there's a good reason for that. It's because everybody loses their mind due to nerves and emotions. And so if you keep those at bay, good things can happen.
Hikaru, thank you very much.
I was just going to ask one final question. If you get to the candidates from this tournament, who else would you like to see join you if you could choose?
Well, I mean, I was thinking, generally speaking, for like Fabi and the others, it would be much better if I didn't get in the top two, because I think having Alireza by rating instead of having like a random 2700 qualify here would be much more favorable for all the people who are already in. But if I make it, obviously Alireza will be in. If I don't, I mean, probably it'll be me. But just have to see what happens tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck for the last round tomorrow.
Yeah, what a game, what a win, Jovanka.
What a win indeed, and some good psychological advice there from Hikaru, saying just take it easy, relax, do not lose your mind, do not let the tension get to you. And well, during that interview, we also had a result in the women's section, and Vaishali did beat Tan Zhongyi, so she now moves on to the sole lead with 8 points, but half a point behind her is Anna Muzychuk, who beat Daisy Cori.
Yeah, and actually after the time scramble in the open section, we might go back later and recap how those games finished. We know the results. But first of all, we do have some tension as the players are building up to move 40 here on boards 2 and 3. Some potential for players to catch up with Hikaru in the lead. Esipenko, we do see the evaluation bars on the side of our screens. It looks like he's winning, but as Nakamura said, Maghsoodloo is such a tricky customer. Some swindling chances here, of course.
Yes, definitely some swindling chances. Can we go over to the Deac against Vidit game? Because I'm just seeing Deac there with 34 seconds and only 34 moves on the board.
What's the problem, Jovanka? He's not even at the board. He's just chilling. This is classic Deac. 34 seconds is an ocean of time for him.
What's he doing?
He's just calculating. Don't need to be at the board for that.
Yeah, you did warn us that he was doing this at the European Club Cup and probably does this in general. But
actually, I spoke to his captain there at the European Club Cup, Ivan Sokolov, who's well known for his specific views on chess, and he was literally tearing his hair out. He's like, my player, he's got 1 second left, he's just calmly making the move. He's away from the board. He just decided, okay, let him play to his strengths, let him do what he does best, trust him. And he's keeping things complicated, as Hikaru said. He's a pawn down. He has been for a long time now as white, but he's chipping away on the king side. He's got some ideas of going for black's queenside pawn as well. It's definitely not one-way traffic anymore.
So how can Vidit play a surprising move? Because, we do... I'm just trying to think of ways to psychologically outwit Deac, because he'll be thinking about forcing moves, right? He'll be thinking, what's going to happen after, I don't know, moves like f5 or whatever. But if you just make a overprotection move, I know this is where you are. Oh, he's playing pawn takes pawn.
Wow. Okay, that's a brave move to play in time scramble. Like you said, black could just play rook d7, just keep the tension, build to move 40, try and consolidate and use the extra pawn later. But he does grab on h3 first, and queen takes h5. That's the consequence. Suddenly the extra pawn is not a long-term factor. h3 will most likely drop off in the near future, so black needs to find some justification. He's reaching for his knight. He drops back Vidit, knight f6. Hitting the queen, and white's queen will have to land on a bit of a clumsy square. She cannot retreat. Vidit is arguing that the rook would come to d4 and hit the white queen if she lands on h4. So he's trying to pose concrete problems. There's very much two schools of thought here. There's two approaches you can use, and he's going for the latter. It's not consolidation. It's not just pushing the tension for later. It's pure aggression. And under 30 seconds for Deac. He's got to react. Got to move his queen.
He has to move. I'm predicting that he's going to move his queen to
e2.
Yeah, e2.
Feels like it should be back one of these squares.
f3, but f3 invites moves like e4.
Yeah, and it's unclear who that favors. Might favor white because it gives away some control for black.
4 seconds.
Oceans of time. You made it with 2 seconds.
2
left.
seconds actually.
That is Bogdan Daniel Deac in a nutshell.
I think Deac is actually going to take 10 years of my life. I can't. I mean, it's too much, right? Just to watch him make these calm moves with seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. Now, options for Vidit. He can park the black knight on g4. I think he's about to reach for his rook, which also lands on a very nice, very active square. But this will get kicked away.
Yeah.
Bishop to e3 will trade off a set of rooks. And the more exchanges that happen, the safer white's position becomes. H3, the pawn there, is a bit of a thorn in the side, but still no mating nets around yet, unless he wants to go for it immediately, queen d5 and in.
Yeah. Well, Deac, just 11 seconds and it's ticking down. I like your idea of actually threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
That's
okay,
always
Deac, 4 seconds. 3. Okay, calmly, knight to e3. He had 2 seconds left, that was fine.
Just protecting the g2 square. Nice.
Protecting here. No checkmates, so the black queen cannot use d5 either. That square's covered.
But it does mean that the rook can't get chased away just yet, so maybe time to jump in with the knight.
Yeah, this looks really tempting. I like it, Jovanka. Knight e4. Just posting up. It's not clear what the next threat is. You're not quite threatening the bishop yet, but you're scaring your opponent with some tactics. Also, I quite like bishop to h6. Because actually the bishop's not that great, and white's knight is the key defender. He's reaching for his knight. He goes in. Very tempting move, knight e4. Yeah, this game could be decided any moment. We're at move 37, 3 more moves to make, and Deac, his moves are getting harder by the moment.
Down to 20 seconds.
Maybe bishop back to e1, just curl up into a ball.
That makes so much sense. But then again, you're not actually threatening anything.
No. I think he could let this slip. He's down to 8 seconds this time. He's indeed retreating. Last time I played in the Isle of Man, I got 3 games in a row. Bishop e1 as white. Just very proud of that. Okay. Vidit, what's he going for? Is he going to back up his rooks, double up on the d-file? Is he going to finally try and trade off this knight? Lots of tempting options.
And Vidit pausing there, which is a good idea. And maneuvers the knight.
He's looking at this light square. He's looking at f3. If he gets one more move and supports the knight landing in, it's going to end disastrously for white. So he's creating more threats.
But it is very concrete play from Vidit.
Yeah. Just one-track mind.
It is literally. But Deac doesn't have so much time.
I like it though. There's ideas like h2, just clearing the path for black's queen into h3. Deac. Wow, did he just pick up a piece to twiddle with when he's got 4 seconds left? And he puts his king in the corner. He's just got to survive till move 40 now. 1 more move to make. 2 for Vidit, 1 for Deac.
Yeah.
And I love king h1 actually. It steps out of h2, which doesn't now come with power. It doesn't come with tempo. And Hans Niemann checking out the score sheet. And what to do. Is he going to play e4, carve out this f3 square for his knight? Is he going to just double up the rooks?
I really wanted to go f5 just to...
f5, wow.
f5, go for f4, kick that knight from e3.
Yeah, that would be a wild move to play just before the time control.
I know.
Okay, Vidit, what's he going to go for? He should not be hustling Deac on the clock here. He just needs to play proper moves, correct moves. He's still got an advantage, and that will be long term. So as long as he doesn't blow anything in the next 2 turns.
And I also really like your e4 move as well. Get the knight on f3.
Yeah,
cement it.
Looks very logical. Although it's quite nice to have the option of taking back on d4 with a pawn. So I don't think he'll be rushing that one. And one of the happiest men today, one of the happiest players, will be Alireza Firouzja, who briefly looked at this game. As Nakamura said, the result on that one suited him. He's the next in line for the rating spot for the candidates. Okay, Vidit, 2 minutes now. I have a feeling he'll play rook d8, just not commit, not change anything. Looks like he's been calculating. He's reaching for that rook, and there we go, on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, why break the status quo when you're already in charge?
And Deac back to his usual 30 seconds, now ticking down to 20 seconds, has to make a move. Well, how can you maintain the balance? I mean, could it be... Is there a threat from Vidit of like rook takes rook and then...
I don't see a threat yet.
No.
Maybe bishop to c3 just force the issue with the rooks. It's really awkward, this standoff. He goes in, queen h5. He plays it with just under, around 2 seconds left. And he has made move 40, finally. So he will be breathing a sigh of relief. He'll be leaving the playing hall to get refreshed. But what's the downside? It does feel like you've abandoned the white king somewhat. At the very least, black can play a move like queen f6, control everything, and still ideas of jumping into f3 later. And we'll just reach move 40 in this game, and we will have a very special guest with us shortly.
Yes.
But this is a key moment. Let's wait for Vidit to make his move.
Yep. just under 1 minute and 45 seconds. And the important thing is, I think, just to not make any committal moves.
Yeah, he's a pawn up. He's got the attack. He just needs to make move 40 now. White's king is going to be eternally weak, eternally vulnerable.
Yeah.
At the very least, he could just defend his knight. I recommend doing it with the queen, but...
Oh, and just to give you an update of the results, Andrei Esipenko did beat Parham Maghsoodloo, so we'll go through that game once we've... Sorry, I'm just like getting there.
Once we've passed move 40.
Yeah.
And eventually he offers to trade queens. Big decision as we reach move 40. But we will check in on this one later, and we will bring you the up-to-date scores. We'll also show you how some of those top games ended. In the meantime, though, Jovanka, we're joined by the leader of the women's section.
Vaishali, yeah, what a game. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the win, actually. I don't know what was happening. I think I misplayed in the opening. I think the bishop c6 exchange was not so good. I mean, allowing this bc6 and...
You can show us on the board.
Oh. Okay, I was not expecting this classical bd7 line. I know this queen d2 is the main line, but this is very interesting option, like bishop b5. I felt I should have played queen d3 here instead of this exchange. I think which allowed her some activity with rook b8 and yeah, queen g4. Yeah, I think in general in this Rosser structure, this queen exchange should favor black. I thought she would exchange queens. I mean, I played rook d1 and okay, I had option to move back. I thought, okay, I'll just move back and kept the queens. f5, a3. Yeah, I got some play here, like okay, rook g3, bishop h4 was there, so I played king h1, bishop h4, queen d2. And
you mentioned that she didn't want to trade queens. Where do you feel that she went wrong in the game? Was that already the first critical moment?
Yeah, I think so, because I believe this in the Rosser structure, like queen exchange should favor black, like because of the center pawn structure, and my knight is kind of restricted with the c6 pawn, so.
So you were happy to see that the queen stayed on and you could attack.
I could get some tactics.
Yes.
So, f5 and yeah, this e5. Earlier when I played e5, I thought if e5 to go queen c3, if queen g6, queen e5, and I'll take draw with rook d5. Yeah. But when she was thinking for e5, then I saw this king f8 move, threatening queen g2, and now she's also threatening rook e7 and e2 is hanging. Yeah, it got trickier. So I spent here again some time, and I was happy to find this queen b4. I think it was very important. I think it's already difficult for black to continue this. And queen g6. Here again, for a moment, I was thinking to take draw, but I saw g4 and could not find a way for black. Anyway, at any point, like I mean, when whatever she plays, like I have any chance like to make draw, so I kept that option open, and I think after this it was smooth, I believe. Queen a7. Maybe here, queen 8, queen b7. Maybe queen d6 and queen c6 would have been precise, but I was not sure how many times I played queen b8. Position, so she was also checking the score sheet, so I didn't want to get that chance, and I played queen c6 here, and yeah.
So you mentioned you were tempted to take a draw. I mean, how were you feeling at this precise point? Were you excited, or were you just?
I was definitely like okay. I was low on clock. There was not much time to think about anything, but I was excited actually.
Yeah. And how did you actually keep calm? Because we saw you. You know, you had 35 seconds in the clock. Some points.
As I said, like I had this draw, like perpetual option all the time. So I was like, I mean, in worst case, if something goes wrong, I can just take the draw. So I think that helped me to be calm.
And it looks like you have fantastic chances now, firstly to win the tournament, but also looks like you might be on the brink of the candidates. Have you been looking at some of the other games, or are you just very much focused on your own play?
No, today game, I think I was very much focused on my game. Like I didn't know what was happening on other boards. Like I mean, from the opening, like I was like I spent a lot of time. I didn't expect this line also today, so I think I was more focused today on my game.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask, how do you celebrate after a win or a great result?
Not much of celebration. It's just. It's just.
That's for tomorrow, Jovanka. That's after tomorrow.
That's after tomorrow. And will you be playing any tournaments after this event?
I am not sure. I think I'll be playing the online speeches event, the women's speeches. The over-the-board tournament I'm not yet playing. Maybe the World Raptor Blitz.
Yeah, but fantastic play. Congratulations and best of luck in the final round tomorrow. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. Wow, Vaishali impressing us all with her play, her calculation, her fiery spirit, and of course her calmness.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
full package. She's got everything. She's been playing fantastically well, and actually we have been doing some calculations, Jovanka.
And it looks like, because Anna Muzychuk has already qualified for the women's candidates, I don't think that Vaishali can be caught up.
It can come down to tie breaks if certain results on board 3 and board 4 go in certain ways. I think there need to be decisive results. 2 players have the potential to be 1 point within striking distance of Vaishali. And here we do see the standings before today. She was 1 point clear of Pak from 4th down to 8th. Of course, on board 2, we saw Anna Muzychuk win. For Vaishali, that's not too relevant. She's not a rival for one of those candidate spots. So it's up to Garifullina, it's up to Mainava and Muzychuk Stefanova to win their games if they want a shot.
And Leia Garifullina is looking like she's beating Antoaneta Stefanova, although the position is still very much wild. An element of risk here.
Wow, what's happened here? There's a black queen on h1.
I know.
That's snuck around the back. I guess it came from h2, but it might go back to h2 even to catch this white king. For now, Garifullina, who could be within 1 point of Vaishali. I'm not sure if they've played. It looks like she's just got to put the finishing touches on. She's a piece down, but she gives a check. She might even be cynical here, trade off the queens, and then win the bishop back. But the evaluation bar goes from totally winning for her to suddenly equal again.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, why is that?
The king can just go back now. I thought she should be going for checkmate. What was the rush? Why not just take on d5? The threat is stronger than the execution, they say, and why not keep the option of queen h2 available? Bishop h2 is always going to be there anyway.
Yeah.
It's literally impossible to prevent this one. And play for checkmate. Your opponent's king is weaker. Really surprising. Bishop h2. It's not a transmission error. I thought, if anything, queen h2 check. But
yeah, I thought queen h2.
Now the king goes back. The queens are forced off the board suddenly. And at the very end, Jovanka, let's say queen takes queen. Isn't this bishop trapped?
It is trapped.
It's the Fischer bishop.
It is, but is she the mystery? Maybe just nerves.
But she has 22 minutes on her clock. It makes, well, I don't want to be harsh, but like bishop h2 is bizarre.
Yeah, surprising move.
Yeah, surprising to say the least.
I think it's just nerves. I think at some point, you can withstand the tension for only so long, and then suddenly you just crack and make a ridiculous move.
But she's on the brink of potentially even qualifying for the candidates, for the Grandmaster title. You sit and you think you have 22 minutes. And I mean, literally, this move is not going anywhere anytime soon. Take and go for checkmate. You're literally threatening some checkmating ideas.
Yeah. Well, what a turn up. Let's take a quick look at another potential, 2 other potential contenders. Mainava against Muzychuk. Muzychuk has been in exceptional form in this event, so we left it here and we thought black was doing great.
Okay, let's catch up with the current position. Okay, I see a pretty diagonal here with the pawns and king.
But maybe not. This one is not so easy.
Yeah, she's running out of pawns, Muzychuk. She should have maybe tried to keep as many pawns on the board as possible. Mainava's done a fantastic job of trading off as much from the board, and she's surely relying on bishop to h7, but actually the bishop is trapped on this square, I've just noticed. If white just plays king d1, the bishop is trapped.
Yeah, you don't want to put it there.
Wow. I'm not sure you can ever take it with white, for example, if black just leaves it and says, okay, just wait. You can't take it because you'll get trapped yourself, but that's it's going to be hard to break that structure.
Yeah, I was going to say it's almost a draw, right?
Yeah, both sides just wait. The king moves, the bishop moves, and kind of mutual zugzwang. But okay, if she cannot use h7 for her bishop, it's only one target, which is easily defendable, then she has to play bishop to f7. And how's she going to win this one?
I think this one is very difficult to win.
It might have to be the long way around. She might have to kind of slowly get her king. I have no idea how to make this happen, but kind of to cross the b file, to come round, and to target c2. But it's going to take a miracle to get there.
Can she also try to infiltrate onto the g3 square?
Yeah, and then use the bishop to attack f3. This one's going to be a long grind. Yeah. Munguntul is the only one who can win. And if there is a decisive result in this game, then one of them will be within striking distance of that candidate spot.
Yeah. And whilst we saw in that time trouble and also in those interviews, there were a flurry of results. We saw Andrei Esipenko beat Parham Maghsoodloo, so he moves into the shared lead alongside Hikaru Nakamura. How did that happen? Parham has been riding the wave for a while, but and surviving.
Yeah, and he's surviving for a while, but Nakamura, he jinxed Maghsoodloo here because he said it's a Maghsoodloo type of position, the swindle imminent. Unfortunately, there's just no way to prevent rook d8, rook h8, and after taking this pawn, really nice drop back first, forcing the black queen away, because in this position, if you had taken the rook, there would have been a nasty checkmate on h1. So first you drive the black queen away, and only once she'd moved, then he cashed in on the material, and rook d8 forced checkmate. Simply no way to save the black king on the dark squares.
Okay.
Esipenko on form.
He is on form, and just to recap what is happening in the Vincent Keymer Vladimir Fedoseev game.
Wow, we've seen
I know, it's like so many decisive games. I mean,
4 on the top 6 boards already, with the 2 remaining on the top 6 boards still in play and likely to be decisive. Also, board, a bit low down, board 7 between Niemann and Giri. It looks like it could be drama there too. But first of all, let's recap this one. Vincent Keymer, I mean, it's his move. He's got some checks against the black king.
Yep.
He's a pawn up. No, he's actually level material, but he could be a pawn up if he wanted to be. Give a check and take this one. Looks winning.
Looks winning,
fantastic for Vincent.
Well, decisive day. Penultimate round of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, and all action is happening. We are going to take a very short break, but during that break we will be playing a nice video, so enjoy that, and we'll be back with the action in a few. Spot. Vera Menchik, Zijun, Maya Chipenitsa, Alexander Kostanyuk,
myself included, of course, Jovanka, Tan Zhongbi,
Zijun, Zhu Chen, that's 2 right there. There, of course, is
Vera Menchik or Menchikova, Lyudmila Rugenko, Elizaveta Bekova.
I really have to look at women. Lakno probably also, Hui Fan.
Hui Fan, non-agap in the Sweden.
Stefanova, Gaprindashvili, I'm stuck.
Vera Menchik. Oh, God.
Anna Ushenina.
We go way back. Maya Chibrodinidze. I think Susan Polgar. Zuchan.
Shuyuhua Jushen, Antoaneta Stefanova, Alexandra Kostenyuk, Howell Fan, Anna Ushenina, Maria Muzychuk, Tang Jungye, Jovanka. I missed one. It's so embarrassing when you miss just one name.
Oh, you said one of them.
Oh, really? Okay, fine.
Welcome back, everyone, and here in the studio we do have a winner from today's action. We're joined by world's youngest grandmaster, Abhimanyu Mishra, and congratulations on your win today against the great Vaishali Ivanchuk. How do you feel?
Feels amazing, of course. He's a legend. I was very excited for this game because this kind of an opportunity doesn't knock twice. And okay, I was ready for a fight, and he also was ready for a fight. Like, okay, Ivanchuk doesn't back down from anyone.
That's true. Was this the first time you've played against him?
Yeah, this is the first time.
Okay, maybe you can show us some highlights from the game.
Sure. So, okay, e4, c5, this is all like, okay, up till queen d2, a6, this is all theory. And, okay, knight takes e6 is like slightly unusual. Like, okay, it's kind of a rare move. The point is, okay, like main line is like, let's say, long castle, and black goes bishop d7, he goes b5, and okay, this is like classical Sicilian. I don't want to delve too deeply into this. There's basically tons of theory. So okay, I played this knight takes e6, b takes e6 long castle, and okay, d5 is one of the moves. I believe bishop e7 was another one. So d5, queen e3. So now I have this kind of like pin on the e file, like bishop e7, bishop takes f6. Like you can't go bishop takes f6 here because now e takes d5, and okay, if you go c takes d5, I can take knight takes d5, and you cannot be captured due to the pin. And you cannot, here if you take on c3, the issue is that like queen takes e3 and g7 is hanging. So okay, he was forced to play g takes f6 and bishop c4. I kind of remembered that here this is supposed to be better for white. There was one game, I believe it was between Hovhanniansen and one like 2400 rated Indian player. And okay, there like bishop b7, rook h1. I think that game continued like queen c7, bishop b3, and like let's say rook g8, g3. Okay, like king f8, queen h6 check, okay, rook g7 and f4. And this is supposed to be okay, plus an advantage for white. It's kind of difficult to do anything with black, and okay, my next moves with white could be say king b1 and then f5, try to open up the center. But in the game, he put h5, and I didn't recall this being a move. And this was a very interesting moment because, of course, I can still go like f4 or bishop b3 or king b1, any of these moves, and okay, I can still play with that plan of playing f5 eventually, and okay, this should also be an advantage. But one thing I noticed is that I had this very interesting piece sacrifice, and I'd calculated that I minimum had a draw, and okay, like, and I'd seen that I could play for more, and okay, I thought like, why not? Let's try something out today. So okay, of course I had spent loads of time here to make sure that it was in fact the correct piece sacrifice. ed5, cd5, bishop takes d5. I think okay, move orders are kind of important here because if I start with say knight takes d5, e takes d5, bishop takes d5, this might also work, but he has this kind of like extra option of going queen c7, like. Okay, there's no reason to calculate this during the game. Like, okay, if you take with the bishop first, e takes d5, knight takes d5, he has to defend e7. The only way is bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. Now you get this position, queen c7 is forced. Now this is quite an interesting position because, okay, if you give black one move, he goes king f8, his position doesn't look so bad all of a sudden because, okay, as of now it looks like everything is under attack. Okay, e7 is pinned and so on, but once king f8 happens, he gets us to consolidate his extra piece, and okay. Then, okay, white can get in danger as well. So I played this rook c5. The point is, yeah, I'd seen all of this before. Now you have to pick a square with the queen. I think g8 is basically the only move. Because the issue is that, like, b7, okay, a7 loses the rook c8 check. If king d7, queen takes a7, rook takes h8, I win a rook. If rook c8, queen a7, I win a queen. So, okay, queen a7 doesn't work. Okay, the next move would be queen b7. But queen b7 fails to queen c3. And now, okay, you cannot stop rook c7. It's just pretty much lethal. So now you're left with these three moves on the d file, d7, d8, and d6. This would be another interesting candidate move, queen d6. The point is, okay, queen c3 castle. I don't have, like, rook c7 doesn't threaten the queen anymore. But here, my idea is to go rook c6 to force the queen back. Now, rook c6, black could try to bail out in this endgame, but the issue is queen e5, I'll play queen d2. Now your queen doesn't really have a square because if you go queen b5, rook c7, you lose the bishop. And otherwise, okay, if you're going to go to b8, okay, this is a much worse version of what you got because okay, you don't really have an next move to, like even in the worst case, I could go rook takes f6. Oh, and yeah, queen d7 fails to the same queen c3 followed by rook c7. So queen d8 is the only move. And now here I still have a big choice because the one thing I noticed was that, okay, I can go rook d5, rook c5 and make a draw here. Like I don't have any risk. But the question is, how do I break through? Like rook d1 is the most natural move. But the issue is here goes queen b8. And the position I would really want to get is somehow I can get a rook to c7. But I had been calculating variations here. It didn't look like it worked. Like here, I think rook c4 was some kind of an interesting attempt. But I think this failed to, maybe I think it was king f8, rook d7, and now the issue is just bishop d6. And he can put a bishop on e5, and all of a sudden, I'm not breaking through. Like, the issue is, okay, my position looks fairly nice, but if I don't have a concrete win, then I could just simply be a piece down.
How tempted were you to take the draw? Or
well, I spent a lot more time here because I noticed this idea of queen f3. Like, the good thing is I already have 2 pawns, and if I can win h5, even if I go into an endgame, like, okay, I shouldn't lose at least. Another idea I was calculating was queen c3. The same point is, okay, I want to put rook on c7. Okay, castle fails to queen g3 in mate, so king f8 is kind of the only move. And I wanted to go like rook d1 here. Now, the point is, if you go queen b8, rook c7, it becomes very difficult to stop rook d7, and I just start taking pawns. But I believe the issue with rook d1 is that here he goes bishop d6. It looks quite ridiculous that, okay, black is just pinning his own bishop, but I don't have a way to effectively use this, because if I go rook c d5, he gives check. And he can play queen e7, queen e6, bishop goes back to e5, and once bishop reaches e5, rook b8 all of a sudden becomes a threat. My king can also become weak. And after bishop d6, okay, g3 is way too slow, just queen e7. So based on all this, I kind of dropped queen c3, but okay, after like 10 minutes, I just repeated once, because one thing is, okay, I gain 1 minute on the clock, I get closer to move 40. This is always a good thing.
It's a very professional approach.
Thank you. And here I found this move queen f3. Now, queen f3 is a good move for a couple different reasons. One thing is my first start is rook takes h5. My next start is queen takes f6 due to the pin on the e-file. And the third thing is that it's very difficult to make a move. Like, I think rook h6 would be like one counter move to defend f6 first, but I just go rook takes e7. Now, okay, queen takes e7, queen takes 8, I win. So say king takes e7, queen e3 check. Now, okay, h6 is hanging, king d6 is only move. I think here, like, this was a very clean move, rook c3. I'm threatening rook d3, and you have to defend the rook. Like, I think, okay, queen h8, rook d3 will be made in like 5 moves. Let's say queen f8, and I saw the sign queen d4 check, king e6, rook e3 check, king f5, queen e4 check, king g5, and h4 mates.
Very nice.
So rook h6 doesn't work. And castle queen g3 is, of course, mate. Rook c8 would be an idea to kind of liquidate the pressure, trade off of rook, but the issue is I play rook takes and queen takes f6. And okay, e7 hangs, h8 hangs, so you're kind of just lost here. So king f8 was the only move, and now rook takes h5. Now you're faced with another decision. Do you go rook g8 or rook takes h5? I believe that this position was already kind of lost, and last move he spent close to an hour, so I think he was also kind of getting the sense that this position is quite difficult for black, because rook g8 would be an idea, but the issue is I would go rook h7. Now all of your pieces are on the back rank. My threat is queen h5 attacking f7. Rook c8, queen h5, for example, is resigns. Rook g7, I have rook h8 and queen h6 and so on. And here, okay, I didn't really see a defense for black. It looks quite grim. So we played rook takes h5 in the game, queen takes h5, king g7. Now the thing is, okay, you're winning with white, but you need to finish things off, because again, you give black 2 moves to get his pieces coordinated, you're going to start facing an attack. I had a couple different ideas to play for mate here. I played rook e3 in the game. Like at first glance, you might think rook e4 is simpler, threatening rook g4 check, but the issue is black can go f5. And now, okay, queen takes f5, say even like bishop g5 check, forcing f4, bishop f6. And okay, you have 3-4 pawns, but it's not too clear how to win the game. I played this move, rook e3, threatening rook g3 check, forcing bishop d6, and I saw the sign queen g4 check, king f8. I think you need to be very precise here, because after king f8, if you go queen h4, with the point that king g7, rook h3 doesn't have bishop f4, he can go bishop e5. And now let's say if you go f4, he has queen d4. And all of a sudden, black gets counterplay, and it's sorry, f4, he has bishop takes b2, actually. And this is all of a sudden just an issue. So I played rook h3, threatening rook h8 check. I thought king e7 was only move, queen e4 check. And I'd calculated this line that, okay, I thought bishop e5 would be a very interesting defense. Like f4 is the main line, queen d4 is kind of his only try. I give queen b7 check. If king to the back rank, queen x8 is check. King to d6, f takes e5, or rook d3 wins the queen. So king e6. Now here I can go f takes e5. And now, okay, let's say queen f4, I go king d1, queen g1, I go king d2. every time you go, say, like rook g8, I can go king c3. And I was fairly confident that this was winning. Rook d8, I have rook d3. So let's say queen f2 check, king c3, queen c5 check, king b3. I was confident that this was winning. Let's say like rook a7, I saw queen b4. OK, queen d5, I can go king a3, and so on. This looked... I think one other line that was sort of important was that, OK, instead of, like in this position, like rook d8 check, rook d3, rook takes d3, c takes d3, queen f2 check, king c3, queen e1, king b3, queen d1 check, king a3. Now here, queen takes d3, I have queen b3 check. It's quite a long line, but it works out in my favor. So in the game, he played a king d7, queen b7 check. I'd seen this from afar. OK, bishop c7 fails to rook d3, queen c7 hangs the rook. King e6, I think it failed to check. Bishop e5, f4. Now queen d4, and you need to see this check here. Now f takes e5, white's up by 2 pawns. So he played king e8. I gave this check, because the issue is black is still standing bishop f4 and queen d1 mate. So I give check, bishop f8 is forced, now rook h7. Now, you would want to go queen e7, queen takes 8, queen e1 mate, but queen takes 8 is unfortunately a check. So he was forced to go bishop e7 to defend the pawn. Queen c6 check, and now the issue is queen d7 hangs the rook, and king f8, I have rook h8 check when bishop f8 is not possible.
Wow, a beautiful win. It looks like you calculated really well in this one. You must be pretty happy.
Yeah, definitely. It feels amazing to win against the legend.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts of your performance overall in your first Grand Swiss?
Yeah, it's a very, very tough event, filled with the world's best. I've been having a pretty okay event, but I think the one or two games which I've lost, I should have held them. Like this game against Caruana in the first round, it was this minor piece ending. I should have made a draw.
But great experience either way. And yeah, what are your thoughts on the Isle of Man? You've enjoyed being here?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's quite chilly outside though. Like I think I've caught a cold or something out here. It's a bit ridiculous.
But yeah, hopefully a good end to the tournament tomorrow. Thank you so much for showing us this game, and best of luck in the last round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abhimanyu Mishra, the world's youngest grandmaster. And meanwhile, I think we will be setting up with another guest very shortly. So we'll just be a moment.
Hi, and we are back. And well, during that interview, we also should go over to the Bogdan Daniel Deac game against Vidit, because if we are going to trust the evaluation bot, it looks like everything is going well for Vidit. So we could be seeing, once again, a three-way tie for top going into the last round.
Yeah, incredible scenes here. It's been a bloodthirsty round. Pretty much all of the top 6-7 boards might just be decided. And let's just give a quick update. We saw Queen G6, the last move from Vidit. The queens did indeed leave the board, and his advantage has only grown. He was a pawn up here, but once the other set of rooks came off, it's this knight, the black knight in f3, pawn in h3, keeping the white king caged, that give him a decisive advantage. So this will go on for a while. We'll update you there. But in the meantime, we have another of the leaders joining us here in the studio.
Andre, big smile on your face. Congratulations, what a huge win against Parham. Before we jump into the game, how do you feel to be in the lead with 1 round to go?
It's great, yeah, but still, as you said, one round to go, and we will see tomorrow how it goes.
It was a very intense fighting game. Talk us through what happened.
Yeah. Actually, I prepared this line. But here I think DC is the main move, and I think knight d2, knight b6, e4, something like this it goes. But b6 I just forgot to repeat, and yeah, here I was already thinking by myself. And d4, or no, knight e5 as I played, I think it's the most principal move. Let's say if he plays here bishop b7, then e4, I think I'm much better, but knight e5 is also critical. Knight d7, here I have to play cd, because if I play e4, d4, rook d4, queen c7, I think it's like the worst version of what we played in the game. But after cd, also I had some knight d5, ed, also I was calculating bishop h6, here takes bishop d5, and then queen g6 somehow, but after queen h6 or bishop h6 here, I think he has knight e5, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe also this position, maybe it's fine somehow.
If you want to double check, you can turn on the lines for a second if you want to see.
No, it's
no.
Yeah, e4 is also critical, I think. d4, rook d4. Here I was also thinking about knight b5 here, but I felt that rook d4, like I wanted to play rook d4 more. I didn't even want to calculate it. I just felt, I just trusted my intuition, you know. Rook d4, and here I think he made a mistake after bishop c5. I thought after rook d4 he has to play g5. I would play bishop c1, queen c7, and now I don't have these ideas with knight a4. I was going to play bishop e3, and also here after bishop c5 always have knight a4. But after bishop e3, I think maybe he has like bishop a6. I thought maybe rook c1 with some ideas of knight d5, but maybe just rook a8 and black is okay. After f4, he always have bishop c5. But maybe if I sacrifice this this rook, maybe I'll have some initiative. But I wasn't sure. Like,
I mean, it's very sharp stuff, and as you mentioned, you had spent quite a bit of time earlier.
Yeah.
How did you feel in regards to your time management?
I was just, you know, playing. I couldn't really understand what's going on. Yeah, but here, yeah, bishop c5, I think it should be a mistake. And after g5, it's logical. Yeah, bishop c1, I always have this knight a4 ideas, and I thought I'm already maybe much better even. Yeah, queen c7 he played. Yeah, somehow I was completely winning after the opening. Yeah, here it's actually nice line here. If he plays bishop b7, I have bishop d4, bishop e4, queen c5, I think, and it's winning because of if he takes here, I play here, and extra piece.
Tactics.
Yes, I was hoping actually he will play just to finish this game as quickly as possible. But after bishop a6, yeah, I think bishop d4 it's logical what I played. Yeah, king h7 is maybe the only move. And yeah, bishop e5, queen a7, queen f3, rook g8, rook d6. I think it's like the only moves he can make, because like here my idea is just to play rook d6, rook d1, and simply just slowly mate him. Yeah, but rook g8 is, I think, is a good move. Rook d6, g6 it's also. Yes, but yes, I was already told that after rook a8 I was winning with bishop g7, but it's like impossible, yeah, in the game to see it.
Can you explain the
Yes, after rook g7 simply I take, and after king g7 probably I check, I make a check and take, and somehow I'll probably made like queen f5 and some checks, and yeah, we finish.
That would be beautiful.
Yes, but Parham here, he was very like confident. I couldn't understand why. I thought I'm like completely winning.
Do you feel the body language of your opponent influences you? Do you pay attention to how they are behaving?
Yes, I'm paying attention, but maybe this is my problem, yeah? Because Parham was very confident, and I was like, he's trying to trick me, obviously, because he's completely losing here. And like, how can you be confident in such positions? But yeah, then I just started to play like, I would not say how I started to play, but Rook A-D1 I played.
Do you think maybe Parham's confidence got to you, or what happened?
I think I'm just super tired already. This tournament is just like, it's not like 10 rounds left, it's like 30 rounds left. I don't know, it's very, very hard to play under such a pressure also. But, okay, Queen E3, Rook A-D8. Yeah, Rook D1, probably a mistake. Because after Queen E7, I felt that something is going on already. Yeah, H3, I already had like 13 minutes, I think, in this position, and I played H3. And my idea was after F4, I have Bishop F4, and he doesn't have E5 because of Bishop E5. And here it's mate. Yes, but he played Rook D6. Maybe it's a good move. But yeah, I took Queen G5, Bishop F4, Queen G7, Rook D6. I think it's all logical. Queen B2, AG. I don't even know how to evaluate this position. I just couldn't understand. I felt like I already lost some of my advantage. But also I thought that it's not easy to play for him because his king is very weak and I have some simple moves, Bishop F3. But it was very tricky in the game. After Rook G4, I played Bishop F3 just, to keep some time, and H5 actually I missed, maybe a good move, at least practically, because probably I cannot take, because if he takes, then he has Bishop B7 and some mating ideas. So I played Rook D4 with, I'm not sure about this move, but I had some ideas with Bishop E5 and some mating ideas, But yeah, Bishop B7, I played King H2 because I was thinking about Bishop E5 here, but maybe it's not working because of, I think, Knight E4. Maybe Knight E4 I didn't like. Yeah, because here, like, if he takes with the bishop, then he, if I take with the bishop, then he takes with the rook. And I think if I take then Queen B1 and he takes. But here I don't know, like also with rook the same stuff, Queen E1, Bishop E4. Maybe it's okay for him. That's why I played King H2 just to prophylactic, And yeah, Queen B1, I think it's probably a mistake, maybe a critical mistake. After the game we discussed a little bit, and yeah, F6 was maybe a move. I was thinking about Bishop D6 here, just to kill this knight. Yeah, and I'm not sure how to evaluate this.
What went through your mind when you saw Queen B1?
Queen B1, I was actually very concentrated, like first time in this game probably, and I was calculating all this kind of stuff, and yeah, it's actually some nice ideas here. He also could play Queen C2 here. After Queen C2, I thought is the move, but I don't even remember what I was calculating. I already forgot. Bishop E5, Knight E4. There was some mates, but I don't remember where. Bishop E5, but maybe there was something. Okay, I don't remember already. It's like I'm too tired.
It's clearly been a very long
Yes,
tournament.
But after Queen B1, I remember some stuff. I calculated. Like here, Bishop E5, I think it's very strong because Knight E4, it's losing immediately after Rook D7, I thought. And another option here is to play Rook E4. I take with the bishop here. He cannot take with the knight because of Queen F3, and it's mate because of King G6, Rook D7. And yes, he has to take with the bishop. I think F3 I have to play. And yeah, there was some lines like queen b2, king h3, queen a1, king h4, like check, king g5, and somehow, let's say, if he takes with the bishop, then I have rook d8, and after, like, this kind of mates, yeah, I was calculating. But maybe it was his best option, and maybe here he has something instead of like allowing me to go with the king on g5. But I'm not sure. And yeah, but in the game he just completely missed rook d1, and after this it's probably just resignable. But I'm not sure like about evaluation in this position after king h2. It's very hard to understand what's going on. I'm sure I'm better, but how much? Can I check?
Yeah, of course. And you can turn on lines as well if you want.
Where is evaluation?
Yeah, just turn on lines will be easier. On the right side.
Lines.
Yeah.
So I was winning actually. Queen b1. Rook g8 was also a move, I think. Yeah, bishop a5, h4 I was thinking. Yeah, maybe just can take, yeah, and bishop g3. But still, not so. But before, queen e7, h4 was stronger, okay, h3, f6, but what if bishop f4? But still winning, yeah, somehow. Bishop d6, queen g5.
Do you feel the evaluation is more or less confirming what you were thinking during the game?
Oh, I'll check. I'll check some other moments. Yeah, but I'm still winning. But during the game, I felt like I was losing control. But maybe not.
Andre, a very tough game. As you mentioned, you are exhausted. One round to go. Hikaru was here earlier. He mentioned that unlike the other guys in the tournament, he doesn't feel that pressure of having to go to the candidates. How do you feel with that hanging over you?
Oh, I feel some pressure. Because I really want to qualify. But, you know, it's hard to say still one more round, and I don't want, you know, to say anything else.
What do you think you will do tonight and tomorrow before the last game? Anything different from the other days?
No, I'll just do the same things that I did, and because
it's working.
It's working, yes, and I'll hope for the best.
I'll turn to our commentators to see if they have any more questions for you.
I think we just want to say well done and get some rest. Yeah. Congratulations, Andre.
Thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow, Andre.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre Esipenko, for sharing with us his victory. Now, earlier on, we did see Arjun Erigaisi defeat Sam Sevian with the black pieces to move on to 7 points. Let's take a look at his interview with...
Arjun, congratulations. You just won a very important game in round 10 with the black pieces against Sam Sevian. Can you tell us a bit about the game, please?
Thanks. Yeah, it started out as note boom. It was very complicated. It was quite unusual, and there were so many options for both of us. And he went into time pressure, and I had one very strong passed pawn, and that helped me win the game.
You're gonna go into the last round half a point behind the leaders. How are you feeling with one game to go?
Yeah, pretty normal. Well, to be honest, in this tournament, I messed up so many winning positions. Today I didn't even think I would win, but yeah, I'm happy I won.
You've played in Qatar right before this. This tournament here is very long, many long games, as you mentioned. How is your energy?
Yes, so far it's been good, and I think recently my stamina has increased, and yeah, that's helping me. It's been a pretty long trip. I played Asian games before that as well.
Today, there are so many decisive results everywhere, many crazy games. What do you think it is about this round 10? What's going on today?
I have no idea, actually. I didn't check any other books. I just checked a very few games, and that was it.
Do you feel in this tournament, with the 2 candidate spots at stake, that players are fighting more than usual?
Yeah, I think so. That is for sure, especially in the top. everyone wants to win, especially with the white pieces.
Arjun, congratulations again and best of luck for tomorrow.
7.
Yeah. And yeah, well, nice result there from Erigaisi. And well, we do have to keep everyone updated of what is happening on the second board in the open section because, well, Vidit's position is just simply overpowering.
Yeah, an overwhelming advantage. He's currently a pawn up. Look at the black rook on the second rank as well. The h3 pawn did indeed live beyond the time control, and therefore it's likely to crown black's victory. Also the d pawn, watch out for that opening up, unleashing the black bishop. Everything's in his favor. He just needs the finishing touches here, Jovanka.
And talking about the finishing touches, how to put the boot in, so to speak. I like the idea of advancing the d pawn.
Yeah, being a great greedy guts, I would love to play rook g2, check as well, and take on g3, but maybe more clinical ways of doing it.
Is there any kind of danger there, actually? If the rook goes to g2, king goes to...
I'm not sure where.
Yeah, just random.
Okay, let's say into the corner, black takes.
Takes, bishop takes. And here I felt
worried about the back rank.
Yeah, I was worried about rook a8 and then knight to g5 check.
Okay, I was hoping I could actually go any way up the board, but yeah, I'm aware that I'm taking some big risks.
Yeah.
Literally walking out on a limb, and yeah, maybe this is less efficient because white can play king h2, take on h3. Meanwhile, we have a big result in the women's section. Let's jump over there. It was a draw in the end between Antoaneta Stefanova and Lea Garifullina, and Garifullina looks a bit disappointed with that one, a bit upset with the result because she was winning. She had a big winning advantage actually after move 40 as well, and a win would not only have put it on track potentially for the candidates, but it would have got her closer to the Grandmaster norm. And yeah, in the end, a draw does mean, I think, Jovanka, that we get confirmation of another breaking story.
Yes, now, according to our maths, and we are waiting for official confirmation on this one, Vaishali with 8 points should be definitely secured a candidate's spot at the Women's 2024 because Anna Muzychuk has already qualified for the event.
Yeah, and these were the scores on the doors before today's round. We know that Vaishali won, Anna Muzychuk won, Tan Zhongyi lost to Vaishali, and the draws of anyone on the score group of 6, including Garifullina there we see in 4th, and Stefanova we see in 8th, do mean that they are now unable to catch Vaishali. We think it's pretty much confirmed. We'll wait. We'll update you a bit later on today.
Yes.
But what a, I mean, what a day for India. Both Prag and Vaishali now guaranteed in Toronto.
I know, and probably the first time in history where we see a sibling pair play in both the women's candidates and the open candidates. And what about, there is still one game ongoing between Mainava and Munguntu. Well, critical game that is. And it was two bishops against a rook, and now it's a queen against a rook.
Yeah, and both of these players will want to win. They're actually close to the candidates themselves. If they do win, they're just 1 point behind the lead. And knowing that Anna Muzychuk's already qualified, knowing Vaishali has got one of those spots, there's still one spot up for grabs. And yeah, I don't think White's going to win this one. It's the queen versus rook and pawn, essentially. But the big question, Jovanka, is it a fortress?
Yes.
And it is a fortress?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm thinking it might be a fortress if the rook can get to e4, because then it's anchored.
It has to sit on a square, it's protected. As white, you would love to, for example, shift the whole pawn structure back one square and kind of maybe lift blacks up one line, because the further back your pawns are, the kind of harder they are for black to attack. I'm slightly worried still about the black queen getting behind somehow and driving the white king up the board. If the white king gets pushed up the board, the black queen can kind of sit behind. But yeah, as you say, it's going to be hard for the black king to break beyond any rook on e4.
I learned a funny thing a few years ago, that when it comes to rook and pawn versus queen, you actually want the G and H pawns, and B and A pawns obviously, rather than a center pawn, because if it's a center pawn, the black king can actually use both flanks in order to come round the back.
Yeah, and actually this could be quite important. For example, if white does rush, probably not the most most accurate moves. But if white does rush and somehow allows the black king over the other side, not only can the black king come round the queen side, but the black king can also go round this way as well. So very important point there, Jovanka. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a long game. But Mongontul, I think she's a favourite to win this one. The evaluation bar, of course, gives us no help at all by saying it's good for black, but not quite winning yet. And this one is very much a case of it's either winning or it's a fortress, nothing in between.
Yep.
So we'll check back on this one later.
Yes, and let's remind ourselves of today's results. Now, there have been a lot of entertainment, a lot of games that have finished in a decisive fashion. And take a look at this. In the open section, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 decisive games already. Hikaru Nakamura sensationally defeating Fabiano Caruana. Esipenko also defeating Maghsoodloo to share the lead with Hikaru. And, well, right up there, Vincent Keymer, Arjun Erigaisi and Alexander Predke all on 7 points, just half a point behind the leaders.
Yeah, and the two remaining games, the two outstanding games from round 10, between Deac and Vidit, also between Niemann and Giri, most likely ending decisively as well. Jovanka, we could see top 7 boards all decided.
I know. And here we can see the results in the women's section, and Vaishali beating Tan Zhongyi in a fabulous game. She is a woman in form, and she now takes the sole lead with 8 points out of 10. Fantastic score. Anna Muzychuk, she's already qualified for the candidates, but she is half a point away with 7.5 points after she beat Daisy Cori. And also a victory for Pia Kremlin and Maria Muzychuk.
Yeah, and we will bring you up to date with those remaining games. This was board 4 of the women's section. So we could see a candidate potentially emerge from these two. But let's go back to the open, where we do see Vidit in control on his game. He just needs, again, as we mentioned, finishing touches. I don't think my greedy path with rook to g2 check and taking this pawn was the right way to go. Instead, he played rook e2. Actually, really kind of instructive here. He's just dominated the 2 white pieces, and there's actually a big threat of winning a piece on the board. For example, if white were to go pawn hunting, the move rook e3 would overwhelm the white knight and or the white bishop. Actually, both of them just dropping off.
That's the first time I've seen one rook just completely dominate 3 pieces.
Yeah, just this is picturesque. But instead, rook to a3, so clinging on by his fingernails here. Deac, he's holding the 3rd rank. How is Vidit going to finish now? I mean, it looks so tempting to just kind of retreat the bishop, park it up on c5. If in doubt, you can even start bringing the black king.
I was going to ask that, shouldn't we just introduce the king into the fray? I love your idea. If the king gets to g4, I mean, that is just the definition of domination.
Yeah, it can come this route. It can come into d5. He actually does retreat his bishop, so a logical move there as well. This is based on the fact the white knight cannot go and take this pawn. This would actually just simply drop a piece and maybe lead to checkmate, closing a mating net around the white king. So bishop c5 looks like a powerful, almost unstoppable threat, Jovanka.
Absolutely unstoppable. And then, okay, now the rook comes.
Sorry,
no?
Knight takes d4. That was my move. Rook to a8. Let's refresh, and there we go. Rook a8.
Can you?
The black bishop.
Okay. So, well, Deac being sneaky, right? Because if you do go rook to e3, well, then suddenly white will just jump up and go bishop to b4.
Yeah, bishop b4. It still looks lost. After rook takes knight, you can take a bishop, but I mean, the might of the h and soon d pawns, those should overwhelm white. It feels like the only blunder you're hoping for still doesn't quite work.
It's one of those cases of, well, the operation was a success, but the patient didn't survive anyhow.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to survive this game, Deac. For the first time in a long time, he's up on the clock. Actually, ever since move 40, he's just been in bullet mode, in blitz mode. Deac, playing every move instantly. I think just in the knowledge that his position's hopeless. Why stick around? Why mess around? You can see it on the camera. He doesn't look too enthused. I'm expecting actually the king to move just to release the bishop. But yeah, everything wins. Rook e3 wins. Probably d3 wins, but no need to allow this idea you mentioned. Jovanka h2 check instead. What's he going to do? How's he going to finish this game off? He spotted something concrete. Now he's going to push the d pawn.
Yep.
This is really clever. Now the bishop is totally stuck, and handshake.
Handshake. And we now have a three-way tie from the open section. Vidit winning to reach 7.5 points. What an incredible day of chess.
Tournament of his life, Vidit. After losing round 1, he's just stormed through every other game. And I just want to point out how beautiful this is. H2, deflecting the white knight. If it takes this pawn, it would drop the bishop. This check, instead forcing the king into the corner. And now d3. Bishop b4 is unavailable because of a nice checkmate, catching the king in the corner. White is simply paralyzed. This pawn is marching down the board. Game over.
Fantastic. You know, once again, we saw one person get nervous, and in this particular situation, Vidit just played with full control. And even in the end, he didn't let his excitement just overwhelm him. He just played calmly, carefully, and secured the point. Fantastic performance from Vidit. And now it's just incredible. We have three-way tie for first place. That is Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit, and Esipenko all on 7.5 points, but snapping at their heels. And we have Vincent Keymer with 7, Erigaisi and Alexander Predke.
Yeah. These are the standings before this round, so we will adjust them by the end of the day. But yeah, you mentioned the winners. Esipenko especially happy after his fantastic win, and thanks to his tiebreak scores.
Literally anything can happen tomorrow. Like, I put a big fat question mark on my paper here because it's just all about those last round nerves.
Yeah, last round nerves. Actually, for Vidit, he won, but he'll still be in third place on tiebreaks. That's going to be so frustrating with only 2 candidate spots available due to his slightly lower tiebreak. And meanwhile, we have had someone chat to one of the arbiters, and it's been confirmed Vaishali is a candidate.
Oh, that is magnificent news for Indian chess. Not only is Vaishali fast on her way to becoming India's 3rd female grandmaster, but she's nabbed that golden ticket to Toronto. She'll be in the women's candidates, playing alongside some of the best women chess players in the world. She could be challenging for the World Championship crown.
Yeah, she's playing like a world champion the way she's going right now. Of course, still improving, still young. And I think now only 1 or 2 rating points away from that Grandmaster title.
Yeah, I think so.
On the brink.
She was 8 points away this afternoon before today's game, and I don't know how many points she would have gained by beating Tan Zhongyi.
It would have been 6 or 7. 6
or 7. Okay, well, she's so close.
Yeah, maybe someone can check that. We can check her live rating because 2500 is the golden mark. That will be a double whammy, double celebration for Vaishali. Now she just needs the trifecta. She needs to win the tournament tomorrow. She's on the brink. And okay, this was the Vidit game. He has won. Only 1 game remaining in the open section. We mentioned we'd try to bring it to you. It is between Hans Niemann and Anish Giri. And right now, quick count shows that black is a pawn up, as we see Giri walking, pacing in the background. Another pawn up for grabs next move.
Yeah. Oi, take a look at this. So we just had news that Vaishali's current rating is 2498. She's just 2 points away from that 2500 rating.
2498.2 Jovanka, so she's 1.8 points away. At this point, every decimal is important.
Oh, because it only gets rounded up.
It gets rounded up. So if she ends up this tournament on 2499.5, she gets rounded up to the 2500 mark. So depending on her opponent tomorrow for Vaishali, a win will bank it, will guarantee the Grandmaster title. Even a draw, depending on the opposition, might be sufficient. But I don't know if a draw is likely in this game. Feels like a vulture circling his prey here. Anish Giri, he's literally back and forth, waiting for the axe to fall, waiting for Hans to make a move.
Yeah.
Just looks like 2-pawn advantage. Slowly but surely should be winning. Also a passed d-pawn for later.
And also passed a-pawn. And the
A-pawn.
h-pawn
E5
looking tender.
Yeah, both looking tender. He'll
Yeah.
be dropping all of his pawns, Hans Niemann. And as long as there are rooks on the board, opposite colour bishops do not have a large drawish tendency.
Okay, and let's go over to the women's section. A very critical game for the standings and even potentially for that candidate spot is between Mai Nava and Mungunto. And if the game is drawn, then who? I don't know actually. I need to get my calculator out and my thinking goggles. I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's been a long 10 days.
Thinking goggles. That's a new one, Yovi. That's like the same time, like when I said the rook moved like a bishop, right? Like a diagonal.
Yeah, queen moves like a rook and a bishop combined. I don't know about a rook moving like a bishop.
I got trolled mercilessly on Twitter for that one.
Maybe we should invent a new form of chess.
Yeah.
Either way, what do you think? Winning chances? I don't see a winning plan yet for black. You can give a check from behind, but the white king is just going to wait. I'm assuming. Unfortunately, we can never really take this rook. Don't think we can. I think this would just be a draw. The white king would hold the line. It would just wait on h3, h4 if need be. And meanwhile, she does retreat her king. This is infuriating. The evaluation bar says winning for black, but computers not to be trusted.
No.
At least not 100% of the time in fortress positions.
Okay, the only thing that I can think of is swap off all the pawns.
Swap off all the pawns.
Yes, for black.
Okay, so
and then
long way around.
Just
let's say
we
allow that. Now white has to be a bit careful.
And now how to? Oh, I mean, I'm also tempted to just kind of. Can you like push the other pawn so that we can get the table base up, and see what the table base is saying?
And it is a win for black, this endgame.
Yeah.
You're right, actually. With a pawn on g3 and a rook on f4, it's a dead draw. With a pawn on h3, a rook on g4, I think it's a draw as well.
But it's going to be very difficult, and it involves a lot of checking and walking the king around.
Yeah, this one we're going to be here guaranteed for another 3 hours. But the women, actually, they're down to 3 minutes versus 5 minutes, so not that long on the clock. I think you might be right, Jovanka. Maybe this is just the easiest way. Why complicate things? I've lost this exact endgame, actually, to Peter Svidler before in classical chess.
Oh.
Where I also had, oh, wow, it was a long time, 13 years ago. I think I had an f-pawn as well. The problem is the white king, for example, if it ever goes forward, will just be snaked behind. And at the right moment, black will be able to push you forward and then even just wait kind of down on f1. And sooner or later, the white king will be pushed ever forward. Eventually, the black king, as you mentioned, will break through either kind of this way. As long as it gets in front of the white pawn, I think no more fortress. Can't remember how to break it. For example, a check like this, and you just sit, and white eventually will have to give way.
Yeah,
but a lot of hard work to be done.
Yeah, definitely a lot of hard work, and yeah, I agree. It's all about just breaking that connection between the king and the rook. And then here you already have to, like, if you get this position like with white to play.
Yeah, sooner or later. I'm not sure how we do this. Maybe a few moments ago I actually mastered. I wanted to play queen h2.
Yeah.
So that the white king will either be driven further up the board, that would be disastrous, or like you said, the white rook will have to give way. Zugzwang now. If the rook goes this way, I think the king will happily step across. Yep. And if it ever gets checked, it will actually happily wander in.
Yep.
I believe. Okay, still some work to be done, of course. But if the rook goes long, then the black king will sneak down and behind, and eventually should get in.
Yeah.
Towards the pawn.
Oh, look.
Okay, I had an e-pawn versus Fiddler. Oh, I knew it was a central pawn. I knew it wasn't a g-pawn because that was really a draw.
Yeah.
I had an e-pawn as black against Peter Fiddler in 2010. That's right, it was 13 years ago.
Yeah, but the concept is the same, though.
The concept's the same.
Absolutely the same. You know, the king will use both sides of the board to walk down. And well, now we see the rook moving to a light square. Big threat on the board of rook to d8 check, so Munguntul needs to be careful about that.
Yep, and Munguntul, she will not get a Grandmaster norm today if she wins. She would have got one yesterday if she had won, but today, if she wins, that would be the only way to keep her chances alive. In round 11, she would get potentially a shot at a Grandmaster norm and a shot at the candidates if she wins. So this check now not advisable because the black king would sneak in if white, for example, gives a check. You don't want to allow the black king to cross the e-file. But, okay, are there other ways of winning other than trading off the pawns? That's the big question.
Yeah. The problem is I don't see how. I don't see how
either. It's frustrating. We can't really wait as black. There's no good waiting moves because the white rook can happily use e4 and probably a8. I like the fact she's put the rook as far away from checks as possible. And maybe the only way to win, because you're opening the white king up to other checks, is to trade off pawns, and then you kind of open up the king side, meaning that the white rook has fewer possible safe squares. That being said, I wonder whether you could... No, I don't. Yeah, I just don't see any way. Queen f4, there's always rook e4, and these king and pawn endgames, I think, are holdable for white.
Yeah, it's quite misleading, this type of ending, because if you have no knowledge whatsoever, you just think maybe white has a rock solid fortress.
She's trying to get behind.
King goes back to g2.
Yeah, we've seen this position before, or very similar. This is my dream, though, Jovanka. We last saw the...
maybe the king could... Maybe we can be sophisticated, and the king can pass the river, go up to d3, and then you initiate the pawn trade.
Aha, maybe this is clever.
Because then the king is done.
Yeah. So maybe sneak in now.
Yeah.
And white can give a couple of checks, but this would only drive the black king where it wants to go. And actually, I think it would love to perch itself on h4 and later somehow come behind with a queen g3 check. This would be clever. So the king cannot be checked that way, at least.
Yeah, so now it comes round to the back.
Now it comes round, and
now we can initiate project pawn trade.
Pawn trade. And g6 and or.
Oh, she's gone the wrong way.
But I was going to say, Jovanka, this is not going to go away. She'll have that chance later.
That's true.
The last capture was on move 61, meaning she has a long, long time. She has another 40 moves to push a pawn. This is my dream. I would play 39 moves now as black, and then I'd push g6, trade off a set of pawns. 49 moves later, you play h5.
Yeah.
And then you try and win. But once your opponent's really tired, she might as well build up a huge bank on the clock. She could literally play 30 moves instantly, gain an extra 15 minutes on the clock if she really wanted to think.
That is true.
That would be the professional way to do it. But yeah, this game is going to be here with us for the long haul. And yeah, meanwhile, we're going to have a special guest here in the studio with us very shortly. Another of the joint leaders in the open section.
I know.
But in the meantime, okay, nothing much has changed. I just wanted to check in on this Giri battle. Hans Niemann against Anish Giri, but that one looks like it's still nothing much changed over there.
And well, we are joined in the commentary room with Vidit here, who just defeated Bogdan Daniel Deac. And Vidit, first up, how are you feeling?
Well, I feel very good, of course, because it was not easy to play for win with black pieces. And I managed to put pressure and then also convert. So I couldn't have asked for more. So I'm very glad.
Mm-hmm. And were you surprised by his opening choice?
I mean, I knew this line, but I didn't know all the details, of course. But I got a very reasonable position. So I would say that opening wise, it was a success.
Yeah. And every day we see you before and actually after the clocks get pressed, meditating.
Yeah, it's a secret.
It's a secret. Okay. But
some mystery is good in life, so.
Okay.
Secret to success, clearly. But maybe you can take us through a couple of key moments in the game.
I don't know, I haven't checked with Engine, so I'll be checking with you guys and just prompt me if there is anything. Yeah. So I think it was all theory until this point. Knight c5, knight c3. Yeah, a4. Sorry, a4. Yeah, I think from here on we both started to think. Knight d2, bishop c6. Yeah, b4 was good. I was expecting a5 to keep the bind, and I was thinking of going d5. Takes, queen d5. And I was not sure how to evaluate this position, but it looks like black has good counterplay. b4 was, it caught me a little bit off guard. I mean, I saw it, but I thought it should be weakening. But Engine says it's quite good, yeah. I thought for a long time, trying to play queen c7, but I did not like knight d5, takes, knight f4, and c4. It looks like this is very weak after b5, but knight a5 was a very strong move. And if he gets knight to c6, it's unpleasant. So that's why I thought for long, knight f4. here there was a cute variation. If queen f3, knight e4. Knight takes e4, f5. Of course, he didn't fall for it. Bishop f3. Queen c8 was nice because I thought I have some knight g4 tricks, or if he plays g3, my knight is, guarded on h3. So that could be to my advantage. I thought he'll play queen e1. Oops, not this. And I was going to play g5. So here is, at this point I saw this idea of pushing g5. He played rook b1, which was very strange. And I thought of playing something king h8 or something slow, but my hands were reaching to play g5, and I thought, okay, let's go for it. I thought g3 was the move. It's bad, knight h3. Yeah, it's unpleasant position. Bishop d2, and he fell in this nice trap. Bishop e2, bishop takes e4, only move. The point is, of course, knight e4, knight d5, and queen is trapped. There's actually no square. I thought he'll play bishop g4, but it's really unpleasant. f5 or rook c8 both looked good to me. Yeah, it's winning. So he played knight f6, which was very good practically, queen e4. And it might seem that black is better, but it was very important to be precise. To go, for example, bishop g7. The point is, if he takes, I have knight c3. So he played bishop f1, and f5 is so tempting that you would just blast open the center, but then I'm a bit overextended. Knight f6 was also very precise. Queen e1. Okay, engine says to play rook e8, but I thought, okay, just take the pawn. Knight f5 was, he also defended well at this point. Rook b8, knight c4. Yeah, I realized that I can't really keep both the pawns. I have to give one back. And I thought, at least now I have consolidated, and we both were like having 4-5 minutes. So this felt like my moves are easy. Knight c4, rook e8, g3, rook d8. I think it was all good. Queen e6. Probably he had to go for something active. To h5, h3. Yeah, I think this was a mistake. Knight f6, queen e2. And it's risky for me to have this pawn on h3 because in endgame it might be captured. But I thought I have a lot of dynamic play. Rook d4.
Because at this point, Deac was playing with not so much time.
Yeah, he was playing literally every move with 2 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
So was g takes h3 influenced by his clock?
Also, objectively, I thought it's very good. And of course, I was hoping that he plays a move 2 seconds slower than usual.
So you were very aware it didn't disturb you, this pattern? Okay.
No, not at all. Here there was a cute line. If bishop e3, queen d5. And it might look like queen f1 he has, but knight g4. And now h2 is coming. So I was seeing all kinds of tricks here. Rook knight e3. I should go bishop h6. Probably this was more precise. I saw this regrouping with knight to g5, and I was too tempted, like e4, knight f3. But looks like I misplayed a little bit. Bishop h6 was much stronger.
Yeah, we thought what you did looked strong and natural as well, though.
Knight g5, right?
It looked like you still had full control.
Yeah, it looks like it, but probably engine is defending somehow. Yeah, I was going to play queen g6, but then suddenly I saw knight d5, and I thought, okay, he's getting activity. So I played rook d8, queen h5, queen g6. Yeah, this endgame should be winning, right?
Yeah, were you surprised how quickly he played, though, at this point?
I think he thought it's already lost, and he could have resisted better. I was thinking he'll go bishop c3. Can't I play knight e4? No, I cannot. I was calculating this, but probably he has king g1, knight d1, and bishop b6. Yeah, I overlooked bishop b6. So maybe bishop c3 he should have gone for. Takes. Okay. Maybe I move the rook. Wow. Engine is saying this is winning. I wouldn't be so sure in a game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Probably because my king is coming in time and he cannot really take the b7 pawn. Okay.
Feels like a better practical try for white rather than what he did.
Yes. Rook f8. It was all good. f3. I'm just checking if there were any last minute tricks. No, I think it was more or less under control. Once I get the rook to 7th rank, it's finished.
Yeah, so you must be pretty happy, but it's still a 3-way tie at the top of the table.
And the players who had better tie breaks than me won. So,
so what is tomorrow going to be all about for you? Are you going to continue with the same routine?
I haven't really thought about tomorrow that much because my game just finished. It's a good situation to be in, I would say, going in the last round, being in joint lead, so can't really complain. But it's not over or it's not easy yet. I don't know the pairings, so it's hard to comment on that. I did the best I could do today, but tomorrow it's still a fight and anything could happen.
Yeah, and throughout the tournament, have you been watching other games? Have you been aware of the other results going? Is that something that you'll have to do, I guess, tomorrow?
I try my best during the game because that's when I have time to actually see the games. Once the games are over, there is no time because this time you have to go to eat because everything closes, then the pairings are out. So only during the game I managed to see the games.
Oh, fair enough. And tomorrow, I guess you'll be keeping an eye on your two rivals. You've played both of them already?
Yeah, I've played both of them. So I think there are 3 people someone told me on half point less.
Yes.
Like Vincent, Arjun,
and Predke.
Yeah. And all of us have played Esipenko, Hikaru, me. We have played against each other. So all of us will get down floated. And who knows what the pairing will be. I don't want to think about it right now. I'll let some half hour go by.
Yeah, we won't push you on it. But in the meantime, congratulations, Vidit.
Thank you so much.
And like you said, get some food, get some rest, and
thank you so much.
Tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow. And thank you, Vidit, for sharing with us your insights into the game. And we have the game up between Hans Niemann against Anish Giri. And, the H-pawn has left the board, and, Anish Giri looking like he's in good shape, but he has allowed white some counterplay. The rook is now active.
The rook is now active. It is 5 versus 2, so he's 3 pawns up, Anish Giri. It took me a while to count there. Don't think I'm mistaken. It's 3 pawns. One of them might drop. The G4 pawn is ripe for plucking. Next move. But first he's going to move his king, and it's very important which direction he goes. B7 is risky, I was going to say, because there might be the outline of a drawing motif if white had enough time. I just don't think there will be enough time. But if white, for example, were able to play B5 and black... Okay, he does play B5. If black were now to kind of naively play bishop F3, for example, to defend this pawn, white has the idea of E6. And suddenly... Giri would be panicking. He's very lucky, actually, that he has a draw here, because if he were to run to A8, this would be a mating net. And suddenly this would backfire. Luckily, he can play king to B8 in this position, and all of these pieces are protected. There's no good discover checks. But for example, this would, of course, end in a repetition and a draw. So Hans Niemann has some big threats, E6 even after his last move in the air.
Yeah, he definitely does have that, and that's even an idea. So say, for instance, if you go bishop F1 and you're like, hey, look at that. I am going to win the B5 pawn. I mean, isn't E6 still a move?
Yeah, E6 is a move, I think. And again, pawn takes pawn. This would end in check, and if anyone's got winning chances, it might even be white. But if you take this one, then you don't want to be playing with fire, allowing a pawn so close to promotion. Actually, this might just be winning for white. So, okay, how is he going to deal with this? This is why I was slightly concerned about wandering over to B7.
Yeah, maybe I'm still kind of concerned about this potential runner on E5. Like, for instance, if you go D4,
attacking the rook.
Attacking the rook. I feel I kind of want to play.
E6.
E6, but
unfortunately, I don't think it quite works because here the black rook is just in time to get back.
Yeah, and the king guards the critical D6 square.
Yeah, D6 is covered. But I think actually after D4, white would happily move. There's actually various ways you can go, maybe even D6, because there's rook D7 check, a bit annoying, and actually this pawn might just drop off. Suddenly black is throwing away all the extra pawns just to prevent this perpetual check. I'm also just kind of fixated on this idea of giving checkmate, like rook D8 come round. Of course, white should just give checks on D7, for example, but it's not easy at all.
No.
Giri could play a clever move like rook H7, just to try and indirectly cover C7 square, so E6 now is never really viable. Now the no checks against the black king.
Yeah.
But it feels clumsy. Rook h7 feels like a step in the wrong direction.
It definitely does.
Like you said, white's so active now.
Yeah, and questions for Anish to answer. Meanwhile, if we go over to the fourth board on the women's section, well, Mughsoodloo has made huge progress. She's kicked the rook off the protected e4 square. And now the black king has managed to cross the line to e6.
Yeah, no way to hold this line really long term. Rook e4, and the king just comes in, round, and that would be terminal. And she actually plays the check. This feels like the path of least resistance. Maybe there was nothing else. She just gives that check. I was wondering, yeah, unfortunately rook f5 can always just be captured. And you can transition into a, I assume, winning king and pawn game.
I think it is winning, right?
Although you have to really be careful in some of these.
Oh, and then king f5. That would have been
maybe a draw.
Maybe a draw. Bit g5.
G5, and I move.
There you move. And it's a race,
Gotta
right?
be careful where you go, but yeah, maybe not king e5, maybe king e4. King e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now I come back to stop if you run the g-pawn. Wow. I mean, even this requires calculation. There's actually a threat to take this pawn now with a draw. So g4, you push forward. King g5, you step forward. And we'd see a queen endgame unfold. So maybe she actually had to gamble on something like this just to keep any chances alive in practical terms. But rook e4 instead, it feels like this is going to simply be a collapse. Now black can, for example, give a check from this angle before the white king gets back to g3, where I think it actually wants to sit. Maybe this check, and now just walk in. Through the back door, you have a key, and no way for white to shut this door anymore.
Yep, and well, Mainava, she is down to her final minute. She's been playing on increment for a while.
Yeah, for a long, long time.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to hold this type of positions.
Yeah, I mean, we do see queen h2 check on the board. For example, that rook f5 kind of transition to the king and pawn endgame, we can calmly play our way through it on the board, but she has 30 seconds, 1 minute, it's impossible.
Exactly.
So holding the fortress here was a tough ask, and actually I thought we'd be here 3 more hours as white tries to hold the fortress. This one might just be over in short measure once the king reaches the destination.
Yep. And well, congratulations to Mughsoodloo, who continues with her hopes of qualifying for the women's candidates.
Yeah, a win in the final round and she might well be there. Mughsoodloo, she's really launched a late March here in the tournament.
And also potentially a GM norm, right? With the right opponent and obviously a win as well. So it would be an amazing tournament performance from her.
Would she be the only player on 7 points? So clear third place.
She's in clear third place. And remember, Anna Muzychuk has already qualified into the women's candidates. So there are still 2 spots available.
That'll be fascinating. The final round in the Open, we're going to have to keep our eyes simultaneously on so many different games. 3 joint leaders in the Open, whereas in the women's, we're likely to have 1 outright leader, 1 outright second place, 1 outright third place. There's a clear hierarchy there, but yeah, still everything up for grabs heading into the last round. And as things stand, Jovanka, we do tentatively think that these will be the standings in the Open.
Yes. And yeah, you can see Andrei Esipenko at the top with his average rating, so average opponent's rating of 26.96. Hikaru Nakamura in second place and Vidit in third. And Vidit actually alluding to those on 7 have all better tie breaks than him. So really, it is all about winning that last round. It's about holding the nerves. It is the ultimate test.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, especially if the 3 players on 7 points do get upfloated, as Vidit hinted at, against the group on 7.5. We will literally, in every of the top 3 boards, see must-win situations for one side, the other side maybe just needing a draw. But also for local fans, for fans from the UK, good news that Nikita Vityugov won his game today, so he sneaks up into a tie for 7th place. He's on 6.5 points right now. And good news for English fans.
And talking about English fans, I heard on the grapevine that if Shreyas Royal won today, he also might be getting a GM norm. But okay, this was just a rumor, and maybe...
I heard that too. I think it was correct, but unfortunately he didn't win Shreyas Royal. Just to show that final game, well, actually a draw was agreed in this position. Black was about to retake a queen, and the players agreed to a draw because this one pretty level, the endgame. Okay, a good result for him. Maybe still a chance tomorrow. We'll have to let everyone know. But 14-year-old Shreyas Royal, he's moving in the right direction. He's gained a bucket of rating points in this event so far.
And we also have to give congratulations to someone who actually secured their final GM norm in this competition. The young Canadian, just 19 years old. And you know his name.
I do know his name, and he actually landed a nice victory today, Sean Rodrigue Lemieux.
Yeah.
And I think we'll hear a few words from him on his win against Max Warmerdam and that Grandmaster norm.
Sean, congratulations. Not only did you just beat Max Warmerdam, but you also scored a GM norm yesterday already. So my first question is about that. How does it feel to be scoring a GM norm here?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. It feels great. You know, it's my first tournament with so many strong players. So it's a great experience. I'm really happy to be here, and getting the norm is just it's just the best way to do it. But overall, I'm just very happy to get the chance to play so many strong players.
And after scoring the GM norm yesterday, today you continue on your run. You just beat Max Warmerdam in what looked like a kind of crazy game. He gave up his queen early. Tell us a bit about what happened.
Right, so it was a very crazy game. And after scoring the norm yesterday, I felt a lot less pressure. I wasn't really playing for the title anymore. So I thought, okay, I'll just play my best, and I didn't have the pressure to make a draw or to win. So I thought, let's just try to attack. And he played, I would say, a provocative line, in my opinion. So I felt that I should try to be active and try to punish him. So yeah, it was. It feels good to play without all this pressure.
I can imagine. You now have 5 points after 10 rounds, 50% in such an incredibly strong field. As you mentioned, I imagine you're quite satisfied with your result in your play?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've won 3 games so far, and I expected to win 1, maybe 2. But yeah, winning 3 already is great. And 5 out of 10. If you told me before the tournament that I would have this score, I probably wouldn't believe you.
I have to admit, you're a player that I wasn't too familiar with. Can you tell us a bit about how you got into the tournament?
Well, I was supposed to play in the World Cup this summer initially, regulation, and for some reason I couldn't play in that World Cup, so they gave me this invitation instead. And at first I was a bit disappointed because I really loved the World Cup, but then I realized, okay, I'm gonna play 11 good rounds here instead of probably 2 rounds of the World Cup. So at the end I was very happy, and I think it ended up being great.
And it's great having you here. Tell us a little bit about the first day when you walked into the playing hall, to be playing here alongside all these great players in this venue. What did it feel like?
Yeah, it's a bit intimidating, being one of the lowest seeds, in a field with so many superstars, so many strong grandmasters. So it's intimidating. But I felt very happy to be, it's also kind of a dream come true, being in the same playing hall as these legends. And I thought, if I can just compete with them and give them some good fights, I'll be happy.
Do you have a favorite game that you played here, or maybe a favorite game that you saw played by someone else?
I would say my favorite game from myself would probably be the one today. I think it was a great game. But also, I won a game against Ivanchuk in round 5. So this is, it's pretty good beating a legend like Ivanchuk. I've been watching his game since I was a young child. So playing him and beating him, I think that was great. From other games played in this tournament, there were some really long games that I really enjoyed watching, some great end games that were played. I don't have any specific ones, but it's just high-level chess, and it's a pleasure to watch it.
For sure. You are the Canadian number 3, actually, behind Eric Hansen and Evgeny Barayev. Can you tell us a little bit about the state of chess in Canada and also your personal ambitions in chess?
Yeah, well, I think in Canada, chess is growing for sure. There's some great organizers, and more and more we have some big tournaments. I think the Candidates next year is an example. It's going to be in Toronto next year, so maybe I'll try to visit this tournament. But yeah, no, it's definitely growing. There's many young players who are pushing and are getting better. And for my own ambitions, I would say eventually 2600, I think, would be my goal. After getting GM, I think 2600 is usually the next goal. Maybe 2700 in the future, but it's hard to say for now. But yeah.
How many GM norms do you have?
That was my third one.
And the rating?
I have the rating, you too.
Oh, so that's it.
Yeah.
Then congratulations again in this case, and of course all the best with your next goals. And I imagine it's your first time in the Isle of Man. Can you tell us about how you enjoyed it on the Isle?
Well, I really love it here. I mean, the people are so nice. It's just been a pleasure. Everyone is just so welcoming and so nice. I don't like the weather so much. Even in Canada, it's better than that. But no, it's fun to be here. It's also beautiful. We're right next to the sea, so it's just great to be here.
And it's great having you, Sean. Thank you so much. Congratulations again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's fantastic news for Canadian chess. And during that interview, we also saw a result, in fact, 2 results in the women's sections. And let's head over to board 4, where we saw Patriarch Munguntul pressing against Mai Nava. And there you can see the final position where she has clinched the victory. But let's recap on what happened.
Yeah, essentially the black queen just parked itself on a nice square on h2. The black king therefore has a path in behind, and as we said, the fortress was broken. King h4, and white clung on to the f-pawn. Unfortunately though, the white king can be forcibly pushed away, and once it was pushed away from the protection of f3, she could transform the advantage. This is normally the way when one side is ahead on material. They cash in, they return some in order to simplify the equation, and these pawns are simply dropping. g5 was tried, but after king e6, the final accurate move, king to g4, this pawn will drop, the black g pawn will promote, and Mai Nava had to resign. So big win for Munguntul, who moves into sole 3rd place in the women's section.
Yeah, with 7 points, she is in 3rd place. And if she has a good result tomorrow, well, not only might she have a Grandmaster norm, but she might also see herself in Toronto playing in the women's candidates. So going to be an exciting day tomorrow, David. And talking about Toronto, talking about candidates, let's go over to Anish Giri against Hans Niemann. So whilst Anish cannot pick up a candidate spot here in the Grand Swiss, perhaps he has chances on getting a spot becoming top of the table in the FIDE circuit.
Yeah, and the FIDE circuit, it's a complicated equation. There's still a bit of time left in 2023 for players to jockey for position, but essentially it rewards those players who've done extremely well in closed tournaments, open tournaments, and I think you can take your 5 top results throughout the year, and you kind of tally them up according to your standings. So right now, Gukesh, I believe, is at the top of those, top of the table. Gukesh hasn't had such a great result here. Anish Giri's doing pretty well in the Grand Swiss, and he can add these points. If he gets top 8 in this tournament, I believe, he can add some points to his overall ranking, maybe even surpass Gukesh, becoming a favourite. Giri also will play tournaments in St. Louis later this year. I only found out today the World Rapid and Blitz apparently counts towards that, so it's still plenty to play for there, but it does look like it's going to be Gukesh, Giri, Erigaisi or Abdusatorov who will get that final candidate spot through the kind of circuit path. Remember, Erigaisi Arjun doing very well as well this tournament, so plenty up for grabs. It's not just the top 2, it's not just the money prizes, it's this other plot lines in the making.
Definitely lots of twists and turns, and this game is very important to Anish's chances. And let's do a quick assessment, because this game will go on for a very long time. I mean, Hans is just over 50 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to go on for a long time. It won't affect the top spots, the top standings, but he's going in. He's actually trying to deliver checkmate, Jovanka. I must admit, I was really surprised Giri pushed his pawn to d4, because now this pawn is just easy pickings for white in the near future, if we just recap the last couple of moves. Earlier, I did say rook h7. It's not a nice move to play, but actually it's quite a thematic one. You just defend the 7th rank. And for example, if the white king were to come in like it did in the other variation, then I don't think he'll ever even pass e7, because you can always kind of play a freeing check on the 7th rank. You don't even need to rush with that. You could maybe just simply pick off the b pawn And I think rook h7 would create that big threat of playing the likes of bishop to f1, taking the pawn, maybe even a6 in some regards, to take the b5 pawn. Should be winning 3 pawns up, but instead he's played d4, so one of the pawns will disappear in the near future, and also his king has had to go passive.
Yeah.
I say mating net because actually watch out for king e7, and suddenly if black is careless, whoops, e6, check, and checkmate. The black king's caught in a net still.
Yeah, a very dangerous position for Anish. And also, the white king being so active, you can even see scenarios where the passed e-pawn is going to cause black some headache.
Yeah, the f-pawn needs to be defended anyway.
Yeah.
And if Giri is obliged to play a move like rook h7 in the near future, then he should have just simply played it a few turns ago. Maybe the time trouble rearing its ugly head. We're now in the 3rd time control here. 11 minutes is all that Giri has left.
Yes, so an important game there for Anish. Of course, this one is not important to the overall standings or the candidate spots. But okay, we will see how this one continues. But let's recap on today's results and maybe take a look at the round 10 standings.
Yes, and there we start with the open section. We only provide the top 10 because these are tentative results, tentative standings, still some games ongoing. And yeah, just to remind everyone, it's 3 winners today at the top of the table, Esipenko, Nakamura and Vidit, who will be fighting it out for the candidate spots tomorrow.
Yes, and it's not just them though, because there's half a point behind. We have Alexander Predke, Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keymer. They are there. They will probably be playing the top 3 as well, so anything can happen. I mean, this one is going to be insane. Tomorrow it's all going to be about the nerves, it's going to be about preparation, and the players will be playing half an hour early.
Yeah, that's always going to throw certain players off their stride. Importantly for those standings, the 3 in the chasing pack will be playing the leaders, so those 3 will be in must-win situations, and it's always fun watching players having to gamble, having to take risks to reach the top in chess. So it's definitely not going to be any quick draws, any easy games in that one.
No.
Meanwhile, Jovanka, I spotted a trick in this Anish Giri game.
Okay.
Maybe what he had missed, Anish, after rook f3, attacking this bishop, white can ignore it. White just plays king e7.
Oh.
Gives up the bishop and check. Check.
Until perpetuity.
Check. Forever. Eternal checks. Wow, the black king's really suffered this last few moves. And Hans Niemann's come up with a really ingenious way to keep the game going. Maybe still winning with best play for black. Anish will try, if he has a shot, to create something. But rook f3 would pretty much be the same as a draw offer right now. Does he bail out? 9 minutes left. That's the big question.
It feels scary. You know, it does also feel like black has gone wrong, rather. I mean, first up, the pawn will be taken on d4, but for me, it's the f7 pawn that is the big thing. And you've always got that trick that you've just pointed out with the king coming to e7. I mean, what a nice shot there.
Yeah, Anish, I think he's been in calculation mode for a while, but unfortunately, there's just no easy way out of this. Still objectively an advantage we see with the eval bar on the kind of live position you see on the right of your screens, but no easy moves anymore. And only 8 minutes. That is actually a bit scary. This could still turn. And
just the only thing that I can see is if you pick off the b5 pawn. I mean...
With a rook, with a bishop.
With the bishop.
Bishop f1. I think he was reaching for his bishop, Jovanka, so we might well see this. And now what does white try? Once the b pawn disappears, there's no more mating nets.
Yeah.
But how about your second option?
Yeah, that one really worried me as well. But now I can go rook to yes,
3.
Yes, and then now you have to move your king to set up the big cheapo. Checks, and bishop takes b5, and
all the pawns for black.
I think I got you. And the worst case, you can always play bishop takes the pawn on e8.
Yeah, if black gives up the bishop for white's e-pawn, still not losing that one. So I don't think there's much risk for Giri. He can play on safely. Bishop to f1. I'm wondering if there's any tricks here for white.
Maybe you can actually just stop black from playing bishop takes b5. Just step the rook to d5.
Yeah, but bishop to
bishop
c4 forces the rook to give way. And now at the very least you take this pawn and game goes on. I mean, still quite interesting. It still looks very scary from a human point of view, allowing the e-pawn to run, but on the bright side, you have a g-pawn. And maybe after pinning the white bishop, you kind of discombobulate white just enough to still have good winning chances. Giri probably will play on, should play on, but risk-free way to draw would be rook to f3.
Yeah. Okay. And whilst this game is continuing, let's have a look at the results and the standings in the women's section. There it's a lot more clear-cut, and here we go. Here are today's results. So important victories there for Vaishali, defeating Tan Zhongyi, moving to 24.98 in the rating list, but even more importantly, securing a spot at the 2024 women's candidates. Also a nice victory for Anna Muzychuk. And the race for the second golden ticket to Toronto is still very much in the air, because Muzychuk, with her win over May Nava, puts her in favourite to secure the second spot.
Yeah, and here we see the tentative standings after round 10. Again, some games still to tick in, but we think that these are the standings, with Vaishali out on 8, Anna Muzychuk on 7.5, Muzychuk chasing, so ignore the top 2 if we're talking about the final candidate spot, but Muzychuk in prime position, and Garifullina, Tan Zhongyi, Stefanova, even Pia Kramling, nice to see her rising up the ranks. They're still in with a shout for the candidates.
Absolutely, and there anything can happen tomorrow. So, wow, after that super exciting day, I could not have expected that this would be the results. I thought that there would be a lot of draws at the top, players perhaps getting nervous, playing cautiously, but no, we were treated to a bloodbath on the board, lots of fireworks, lots of actions, and a lot of victories.
Yeah, we thought it would be the calm before the storm, but it was the storm before what's guaranteed to be another storm tomorrow. The storm before the storm. So we do have the top 6 boards confirmed, top 6 results confirmed, decisive, bloodthirsty round there, and just that Anish Giri game remaining.
Yes. So, we are going to end today with an interview with Vincent Keymer, and we will be leaving the cameras on Giri. So if you want to, you can follow and track that game. But in the meantime, please enjoy the video, and we'll see you tomorrow, half an hour early. That is at 2 p.m. British Standard Time and 3 p.m. Central European Time. So see you tomorrow. You do not want to miss this.
Vincent, congratulations. You just won a really nice attacking game against Fedoseev. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, I mean, he surprised me in the opening, but I think it was more of an idea to play for a win, because, we were both on +3, so that also for him, if he wanted to play for a candidate spot, he had to win that game. So that was, I think, was also the reason why it became such a fighting game. And yeah, the structure we got, I thought I was clearly better because of this knight on a6, which looked really poor. But then I also realized it's very hard for me to find the plan. And then after h6, I realized that maybe, okay, my best is to just try and basically kill. And that's what I tried. And I think it was very important that he missed this h5 idea, because after h5, I felt like I should basically be winning. Of course, then because I had spent already so much time figuring everything out, it still was like a very close fight. But I think I didn't blunder anything, at least I hope so, yeah.
It looked like a very convincing attack to me. You already mentioned today, with 2 rounds to go, a lot of players had to just go for it, and we saw so much action, so many decisive results. What was the atmosphere like in the playing hall? Did you feel it was a bit different from previous days?
No, I actually didn't really feel the difference. I mean, I was also not going into this game with so much pressure. I was just trying to, if I get a chance, I get one, but it's not like you can force to get a chance against such good players. So it was like, okay, of course I will try everything in my power to try and win the game, but okay, you just...
And before tomorrow's last round, you're half a point behind the leaders. What are your thoughts? Is there still chances?
I don't know, I need to check and think about it, need some time for this. Of course, it's like a very tricky situation for everyone, now it's also, I didn't see too many of the results before, because also, I was in big time trouble, and then the last, 1 hour before the time control, I also had no time for anything, so I think I will go to my room, check results, and then see how it is,
The top 4 boards all ended decisively. And just one question, you were analyzing for quite a long time with Fedoseev in the analysis room. Do you enjoy this more old school way of sitting down with your opponent at the board and looking at the game together?
I don't know, to me it's not that old school, yeah, it's something I've pretty much always done, and I think it's just a very nice way of exchanging also opinions, and it also can help you like see new perspectives.
For sure. Vincent, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.